Hello and welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea Stage 2. I am Unknown at the commentary, and today I am honored to be partnered with Hex for the first time. Hex, how are you?
Doing great, man. Yeah, we've known each other for a very long time, but this is the first time we get to cast with each other, so I'm really excited for it. And also, we just have great matches tonight. Casting the best region in the world, top tier Overwatch coming your way.
Yep, exactly. I'm so excited not just to have to cast with the best caster. Of course, it's up for grabs, but the best region. And we have a lot of good matches today. Yes, we did have good matches yesterday and the day before, but today we have very interesting games coming up with a lot of context. Like, first off, we have Jaehong coming back. Of course, he did play a match against Vesta Crew Daejeon 2 days ago, but today he's going to finish the week with a match against HaeJeokDan, which is basically what I used to call with Wolf the Soul United.
That makes sense. A whole lot of ties to all the Soul teams going back to Dynasty and also Infernal. A lot of players on this squad that I'm really excited to see. I think the potential for this team is through the roof. They took a map against Falcons, which already, kind of bursting on and kind of, showing how good they can be. And that Falcons series, well, obviously it went to Falcons eventually, but it was close. I think I mentioned this towards the end of the first night one that a lot of these teams that are maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 in the rankings are all really close together. So I think a lot of the gaps have been closed, and then the gap at the very top between Crazy Raccoon and everyone else has been widened because that team's ridiculous.
Yeah, speaking of Crazy Raccoon, I had the honor of casting them yesterday, and going against Fnatic, which is also an EWC level team, although they did kind of struggle in EWC, I thought it would be at least a little bit close, and then it wasn't. It really was.
It was not.
It was just like almost abusing them to a very high level. And then, we can talk about Crazy Raccoon later, but this is a season schedule. In case you haven't been following up, Asia is divided into 3 subregions: Korea, Japan, and Pacific. And these are the teams that will be competing in Korea, which is going on today: Crazy Raccoon, HaeJeokDan, Team Falcons, Vesta Crew, Vesta Esports Crew Daejeon, ZETA Division, Poker Face, Fnatic, and Old Ocean.
I mean, every one of these teams could theoretically win a match against everyone else. I mean, I think you look towards the bottom and you look at Vec, but Vec already finally got their first match on the board, so happy for them to be able to take a 0 off of that column because they had a really struggle fest in stage 1, so they're finally on the board, get some confidence, some retooling of rosters. Poker Face has completely retooled their roster, there's a lot of potential upsets in every single match of every day, obviously except when Crazy Raccoon is playing. Here's the map pool, and we have a new map in Push. Push is not the favorite map type of a lot of teams, but Runasapi's been getting a lot of play.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really interesting to see. I haven't personally seen a lot of Runasapi games, but I'm really curious to see what it offers to the board right now, because in terms of the meta and the compositions played, yes, Crazy Raccoon did kind of play their own thing with the Wrecking Ball and also the Malga on the first map, but apart from that, it has been mostly the Winston composition.
Yeah, and here are today's matchups. Of course, we're going to kick it off with a good old nostalgia fest. Old Ocean really needs to bounce back from losing to VEC. Obviously, they're trying to get their feet under them, get some cohesion. HaeJeokDan looked pretty solid in their first match, so that it's going to be a good barometer to where they're at. Second match, what Fnatic team is going to show up, who knows? Sometimes they look like world beaters, sometimes they completely go away. And then that last match of the night, I mean, we'll talk about it in length when we get there, but that's going to be a banger, really, to see where ZETA is, because, they're really fighting for that second spot, and they looked really good at EWC.
Exactly. So, like I said earlier today, it is going to be a day full of a lot of context, because each and every match will be having a special story. And let's talk about the first match a little bit. Jaehong, like Old Ocean, with Jaehong, a lot of big names. Like, he has been, I would say, arguably the living history of competitive Overwatch himself. And then he's teamed up with Faith, Kalios, and all those talent that have been in the Overwatch League. And I think that they're actually doing better than a lot of people anticipated him to be. Maybe kind of profiting from the current meta, because this current meta kind of suits them.
Absolutely. I think the current meta, you can pretty much force Ana in almost anywhere, and so obviously that's going to be Jaehong's best hero. I think really what VEC did to them 2 days ago was really just put Jaehong to the test. It looked like they were kind of really diving, really going after. I don't know if it was necessarily because it's Jaehong. I think part of that plays into it, but it's also just like you always want to kill the Yana, right? So Jaehong got a lot of pressure. Here's the thing, though. I mean, Jaehong not playing at a high level for 1,500 days or something like that, something ridiculous. The game has gotten faster, and everyone has gotten better at the game over the years. So if you look at Overwatch in 2018, way back when, it's almost a completely different game, just tempo-wise, pacing-wise, mechanic-wise. So he's going to have to adjust to just how different the game is now. Everyone got better at this game in the last 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, it was just maybe the first match, but it was definitely looking like the man still got his moves. And here is Old Ocean themselves coming onto the stage. This roster, if you just look at it, it does have the talent. It has Proby, Becky, Taejong, Kalios, Ruler, and Faith and Lijiang. So it's not like the strongest roster in the world, but it still has a talent. It still has a good balance of new talent and experiences here.
I think when you look at this team and the strengths of this team, you're looking for the highest ceiling players, and I think the highest ceiling players are their players that are on the damage roles. I think Probe and Becky can have those games where they take over. It's always really interesting to look back at people who've had maybe middling Overwatch League careers and been like, yeah, but if you put them on a different team, they could have just been that much better, and I think Becky and Probe fit into that. Kalios rock solid, Faith rock solid, maybe not the highest ceiling, but definitely a pretty high floor on those players. And then, I mean, really, the question mark does remain. It's Jaehong. It's a weird thing to say, but that is the question mark for this team.
And going against them is going to be HaeJeokDan once again with the pirate cosplay in play. And this team had a little bit of a rough time against Team Falcons. It was also a little bit of a hit or miss because they were really good and looked like they could actually challenge Team Falcons, and they almost were close to getting a full series, but sometimes they made some weird mistakes that are...
Yeah, they took that first control map, some interesting compositional stuff that they did there. They seem to have a good idea of what they want to do at the very least, so we'll see if it comes out here. Here's Old Ocean, that is the roster. Didn't see any Ruler the first time around, I don't believe, so Kalios has been picking up that tank role. Maybe some Ruler comes in. Taejong will start off on the bench. Will generally come in and play, I believe, mostly the Tracer for them, kind of their Tracer ace. So we'll see if there's any subs going through, but Robo and Becky, super high ceilings, can take over games.
Yeah, if you just look at it, Kalios is usually, he's usually classified as the off-tank role, but in this meta, he is the main primary Winston on this roster, and if the meta keeps being like that, I assume that he will be here, starting like he is today. Ruler is mostly, I guess, the Sigma specialist on this roster, so maybe on a Circuit Royale he will feature, but for the time being, it's going to be Kalios and HaeJeokDan with Zest and Sunjin starting, and Mag, with the only tank on this roster, will be just playing the entirety. Lisuman and Vendime. This is a pretty stacked roster, so if I may, and, well, I did have some issues on Mag's. Well, Mag is, don't get me wrong, Mag is a great Winston player, but sometimes he looked a little bit discoordinated with his team, especially on Blizzard World yesterday.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Mag is a fascinating player to me, because I recall back when he was coming into the league, I believe it was 2021, was his debut year as his maybe rookie campaign, I think, with Washington. And a lot of people were, preseason thinking rookie of the year, didn't necessarily live up to that hype.
Alright, we will be having an interview with team representatives, so...
OWCS
and I'll be the translator for that.
안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시윤입니다. 네, 모두 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 경기 관람객석을 가득 메울 정도로 정말 많은 분들의 관심과 사랑을 받고 있는 두 팀의 경기가 펼쳐질 예정인데요.
So today's a full-packed studio. The stadium is full with fans. And before the match, we'll have the team representatives of each team have a say.
네, 안녕하세요. 올드오션의 류재영이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
Hello, I'm Lijiang from
네,
Old
류재영
Ocean.
선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 해적단 팀도 자기소개 들어볼까요?
안녕하세요. 해적단 서브힐러 이수민이라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm
네,
Lucian.
자 누가
What's
봐도
support for
해적단인 걸 알
HaeJeokDan?
수 있는 모자를 착용하고 나오신 이수민 선수입니다. 자, 지난 경기 양 팀 모두 정말 아쉬운 패배를 기록하면서 오늘의 승리가 더 간절하게 느껴질 것 같은데요. 그렇다면 올드오션 팀 오늘 경기로 1승 정립할 자신
So
있으신가요?
yesterday you registered the
항상
loss.
있는데.
How do you feel
예.
about going into this game
잘 안
today?
되네요. 네.
자,
Well, I
이렇게
mean, I
나약한 모습
thought
보이시면
we
안
would do
됩니다.
well,
더
but I
파이팅
mean,
넘치게
things didn't
자신
work
있다고
out.
한마디 부탁드려요.
자신 있으니까 열심히 해보겠습니다. 네.
But I'm
네,
confident
자
and I'll
오늘
do my
경기
best today.
자신 있게 열심히 임한다고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 우리 해적단 팀은 어떨까요?
어제
How about
너무 아쉽게
HaeJeokDan?
져가지고 다들 막 힘들어하고 그랬는데 바로 피드백해서
Well,
오늘 좋은
yesterday
경기 보여드릴 수 있을 것
was
같습니다.
a real bummer,
네, 자,
and
바로
but we
피드백을
did our VOD
하면서
reviews,
오늘 경기
and we'll
자신
definitely
있게 임할
improve
수
today.
있다라고
So we'll
말씀을
do show a better showing
그렇다면
today.
서로에게 한 마디씩 충고와 도발하는 시간 가져보도록 할게요. 먼저
Alright,
이재호
it's
선수.
trash talk time. Lijiang first.
도발이요?
네네네.
도발은 저희가 올드 오션이잖아요. 바다잖아요. 바다도 배를 무너뜨릴 수 있다. 뭐 이런 거.
Remember our team name is
이야,
Old Ocean,
자
and you
올드
guys are
오션
the
거센
pirates.
파도로
Oceans
해적단 잡아
usually
먹어버리겠다라는
wreck pirates.
말씀을 해주셨는데요. 그렇다면 해적단 팀은요?
How about you, HaeJeokDan?
배는 바다는 배가 지나가는 길일 뿐입니다.
So
자,
the ocean
우리는
is merely
바다를
the road
건너서
that
가기 때문에
the
지나가기 때문에
pirate ship
올드
goes
오션
through.
팀 그냥 지나가겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자 이렇게 오늘 첫 승을 목표로 최선을 다할 두 팀입니다. 그렇다면
So
긴장하고
both
있을
teams are
팀원들에게 한마디
looking for their
부탁드려요.
first win of the season, and your teammates
우리
must be
팀원들
nervous. Do you
잘해주고
have any
있으니까
message to your
하던
teammates?
대로 해주고 내가 더 열심히 할게. 화이팅!
야,
I mean, you guys
내가
are doing
먼저
great. I'll do
솔선수범해서
better.
더 열심히
So
할
let's
테니까
just
우리
do as
같이
we
파이팅하자라고
usually do.
말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 해적단 팀은요?
How about you, HaeJeokDan?
사람은 있어. 걔네해줄게.
자 캐리
still
선언
alive.
담당하게 해주셨습니다. 자 지금까지 올드오션의 류재용 선수, 해적단의 이수민
And that
선수와
was the
인터뷰
interview.
나눠봤는데요. 오늘 다시금 불태울 승리의 불씨는 과연
how
어떤
did you,
팀의 차지가
how
될까요?
did you find the
첫 경기
interview?
많은 기대
Hex?
부탁드리면서 첫
I
승리를
always like some
확인해보시죠.
good trash talk, and yeah, it almost even escaped me that we've got the Pirates and the Ocean team. We'll see who ends up salty after this one. All right.
Yep, and our first map is going to be Nepal. So, this is an interesting one. So, usually, first map, it's comp ops pick. It's not because there needs to be a loser in order for there to be a loser pick. So, usually the first map is going to be the comp ops selection. How does this shake up things? Does this make a difference in the compositions that these teams are playing?
Well, it ends up being so stage dependent. Nepal does, because we've seen a lot of teams, even HaeJeokDan try to play around with the venture pick. So venture can come into it, but the one that always stands out on this stage-wise is going to be Village. And we've seen teams just kind of win on compositional wins. If you're running a May and you're running a Sim, you can really give teams a lot of trouble on Village. So it really depends on what stage we're going to. If we go to Shrine, Ball can come into play and be really, really impactful because of that middle spin to win. And then you've got the Shrine area. And so, yeah, it's super stage dependent. I'd imagine we're probably going to see teams try to force the Anna Winston. It's kind of been the flavor of the day, putting that package in, at least a partial dive package for these teams. But I really liked seeing some of the venture play out of some of these squads, and it really throws a wrench in it. It's a completely different play style than the standard dive.
Alrighty, it looks like the players are getting ready, and to be honest, I'll be very honest with you, Hex. I would like to see something different, because these teams, they know that if they go on to against the best teams and do a full Winston mirror, they probably, yes, of course they are good players, but they're not likely to win over the likes of let's just say Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon. If they bring something really special here today, then it sends a message to the other teams that, hey, we can play something else. You better be prepared for these.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I've always loved that state of mind, that if you think that a team is just better than you mechanically, roster-wise, or player-wise, then you should run something composition-wise that can throw them off. That gets a little bit of a wrinkle, a little bit of a curveball. So we've seen teams do that in the past, where a team will start running a May, a team will start running, anything different, because running that mirror is just a death sentence, because the other team is just going to run it better. You're just going to be outclassed on it. So I completely agree. It just really depends on where these teams think they're at power-wise. I'm a little worried for Old Ocean because you come into the, with all these expectations and you've got veteran presence, but then you lose to, Vesta, and that's a team that had not won a single map, let alone match. So I wonder how their bounce back is. Their mental's got to be strong. These are old vets, so really interesting to see how they match up today.
And hence the match preview that says who will conquer the ocean. It's kind of like as if they knew what the teams were going to say in the interview, so good match on that. But it's definitely going to be, I don't know. I think it really depends on who's going to win on the first map, and what team's going to, I guess, profit from the momentum there, because I would say HaeJeokDan has a little bit more on the experience side, but they still have yet to find a win on either of these in this stage specifically, and that first win is going to help them immensely in their confidence levels.
Yeah, I thought they played well enough against Falcons, though. So there's a lot of times where a loss can still be a good boon to a team's confidence. They come out and they win Samoa against Falcons. Obviously, they lost their next map picks, which is not great. But yeah, there's some work to be done. I think that going forward, it's going to be. I don't know. I have a hard time seeing Old Ocean really pull this match off, but I think if they can hang with this team, it could be good for them going forward. You got to get the loss to Vesta. You got to get the taste of that loss out of your mouth.
All right, and I'm. All right, the fan cheers are there, and it is looking like it's gonna be the standard one-string composition from Old Ocean, and the ball from HaeJeokDan. I did not have this on my bingo list here.
I think this stage is really good for ball. Just so good to be able to use the points and roll around there, and then there's nice ledges, there's high ground. We've seen a couple of teams roll ball on this stage, particularly on Nepal. Works out really, really well. So Probe running the cast, which is something only Happy has run in this tournament so far. Oh, by the way, I'm just so happy I get to talk about Happy later. I'll gush later. But yeah, it's a good for this stage because it's kind of short range.
Mag eating his sleep dart, but it is not going to threaten his life over there. Proby looking for some headshots, but currently unsuccessful, not having a good angle so far, and it is actually going to be the first death of the match here by Sunjun, and Zest taking down Becky on that mirror. So this is going to be early point controls from HaeJeokDan, and if they get any more stagger kills, it's going to be rough for Old Ocean here.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, I'm kind of interesting to see that they're going to stick on this cast play, because trying to get yourself in a good position, and also that cast is... Maybe it's there for the stun, maybe it's there for the stun for Mag, maybe it's there to try to put pressure on the Echo in the sky, but I mean, it's going to be tough to get yourself in a good position, and who's really going to be there to defend you. Kind of have to hang out with your Brig. So yeah, we'll see if that works out, but so far Zest already with a Pulse Bomb up, doing good work on this Tracer.
That is very true, and I guess the silver lining for Old Ocean is that Jaehong will be closing up to his pulse. Oh no, excuse me, Nano, but that pulse from Zest just denies that possibility as a whole, and as the rest of HaeJeokDan is cleaning up, this is already 50 and ongoing progress on this point here. And Becky used the Pulse Bomb of his own, but goes wide, and Zest cleans up, so this is more time for HaeJeokDan. We might be already going towards last fight territory here, Hex.
I mean, here's the silver lining of getting Pulse Bomb for Jaehong. You still have Nano now, so they have everything that they want. This is the setup that they're finally getting to the first round of Ultimates here. You want to Nano Kalios and get in here and try to get something done, but the fight's going to come right to them before they can set up. Oh
no, Becky taken down, and Kalios couldn't even press the Q button as the Primal is denied at 82%. This might be a chance that Old Ocean just has to touch for desperation, and Faith uses that rally, but cannot save himself. And Proby, despite being the target of that Nano, is taken down. So at 95%, it looks like the first round is going to HaeJeokDan easy.
Well, they should be able to at least get on the point and primal this, but the boop away!
Oh, the
Does get
touch
the
is
touch.
there, but can the follow-up be there? That is going to be the question. Calyus being beamed down. Calyus very low, and Lijiang goes down first. Okay, that was not a close round.
It's even charitable to call it not close. I think there's maybe 2 kills for the side of Old Ocean, if that. I'm being charitable by guessing 2. So the problem with Old Ocean, I mean, they're running the cast and they're trying to run this dive composition and everything, and it looks like they just really want to get set up and run set plays. So you see, even up here, they're trying to set up and get in position to do it. The problem is you're going against a ball, and ball's only job, despite being able to pick up kills and everything, even if you get 0 kills, your job is to make the other team's plan go away, to disrupt their plan, to make sure that they can't set up their set plays. It's the old adage, I believe it was, Mike Tyson at some point said, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And what ball does is punches you in the face before you can really enact your plan.
All right, so that meeting, it was a comptive.
I think yes, and then also other things too. They also just lost all their 1v1s. Like no one was getting anything done, any kills, and it's just it was really nice aggression. From this pirate squad too. They know that the setup is coming in, even when the alt phase finally started coming in with the nano getting online, the primal getting online. When after losing 2 fights, eventually you build up alts, and they knew that, and they saw the setup, and right then Mag just dove him on the ball, got the mind kill, and now you're down 1 already. So they never really took an even fight, and that's because they weren't allowed to. They were always getting killed first. And I mean, really the tone setter right out the gate was just, an immediate pulse bomb onto Lijiang.
Yeah. And speaking of what's going on right now, Proby was having an issue with his graphic settings, but very quickly it was resolved and we're back onto the game. And HaeJeokDan looks very happy with that ball composition that they were running, and so they are still going with the same composition. Old Ocean switching things a little bit, and they're going with the Ramontra composition with the Pharah. I mean, I've seen a lot of Pharah in Village here. Will it work against the ball composition? That's going to be the question here.
Far is very solid on this map, because if you can get control especially, you can even spam rockets as people are coming out of spawn. So I mean, I like that they changed things. I don't think the composition that they're running on Shrine was going to work out here either. So nice play to see some adjustments here, but it is a kind of a slower composition, and now you really have to see where the Symmetra ends up beating them and if that works out.
Lijiang is going to be the initial target for the HaeJeokDan dive here, and Mag with a good Power Driver, and then Sunjun following up with a lot of damage. Already 2 members, 3 members down. So this is going to be, once again, probably HaeJeokDan going to clean up and assume initial control onto this point.
Okay, I like the switch. Okay, so I like the switch from Old Ocean to go to the May composition. If you want to fight on the points, run this composition. They're also going to switch to a Maga. So I believe the idea is teleport in, get control of the points, and then, just block it off and control it with Maga's huge damage output and the healing ability.
Well,
they will take control of the point.
Yep. I mean, I guess that was a little small tactical victory for the swap, and the question is going to be, HaeJeokDan, because they have a huge ult advantage, they will probably press the trigger and go with the aggression. How is Old Ocean going to go with that? Answer that, but it looks like Zest is taken out by a headshot from Becky, and I think this complicates things for HaeJeokDan, and HaeJeokDan decides to bail to Old Ocean. They are actually in the lead.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's a composition that always plays well on this map. We speak about it almost every time of, even when Mei is terrible, which is rarely the case, but even when she's not meta, you can play her on this map. This composition that they have is designed to control the point, to play defensively, to play reactively. And speaking of reactively, they're going to have the beat, so this is really just a question of, do you beat later, do you beat better for Fade?
Alright, as we speak, Lee goes with the Consumer Rush. No sound barriers from either side, yet the Immortality Field saves lives, saves actually 3 members from dying, and then this is going to be a ultimate fest and ultimates being used left and right, but it is going to be HaeJeokDan who is going to profit. 3 members down on the side of Old Ocean. So despite having almost 85% on the point, oh, this is going to be a bad stagger.
It's going to be great staggered. I mean, well, bad and great. Depends on who you're, what perspective you're looking at. Yeah, this composition has worked out really well. But Old Ocean, they missed the beat onto Kalios. So Kalios ends up dying there and losing your tank in that position. Especially when you're running a Maga, that's a lot of your damage output, and the overdrive can help keep your team alive. There's a lot of sustain and damage, so Faith missing the beat onto Kalios probably is what swung that fight. They are in a position to only need one more fight, but again, this composition really likes to rely based on being in position and defensively. They're not going to get in position because they don't have the sim anymore.
Yep, Proby going on to the Cassidy. Oh, the Sunjun barrage shut down very early. However, Proby is being traded out. So let's see how it goes. The Blizzard is down. Mag is down, also down. So Old Ocean, but they're missing a lot of members. They need a little bit more in order to regain control of the point. However, it looks like Kalios taking down Lisuman, but Sunjun trades him out. So HaeJeokDan remains control of the point. And it is at 80%, so we're approaching final fight territory, X.
And it's not enough value out of either of those enormous ultimates. They used Blizzard and only got one, I think, out of it, and everyone else was escaping. They try to follow it up with the cage fight, which came later. They didn't have cage fight and Blizzard to use together, which would have been defining. And even in the cage fight, I think they got one, but ended up losing 2. So now we're just fighting in the neutral. Maybe Jaehong gets a window here, but it's a hard map to set up a great window on, too.
All right, overtime is ticking. The touch is there by Proby, but Proby has to give his life for it. And there's the aerial fight between the Echo and the Pharah. And Kalios takes out Vindime. That's a start, but they need a little bit more than that in order to keep themselves alive in this map. The amplification matrix from Jaehong is there, but doesn't find any targets as of yet. He does find Sunjun now. This is actually a winnable fight for Old Ocean now.
They will be able to swing this back. There is time for HaeJeokDan to get back into this.
Yeah,
get a
probably
touch.
Zest is gonna touch.
Has to be lurking somewhere. Yeah, he's looking in the bush. He gets found. Kill time.
96. Oh, Doofus is gonna be there for the touch, probably. Okay. And now the fight. We have a Sombra on board. Proby taking down, that's bad news for Old Ocean. Yes, Faith does have the sound barrier, but it doesn't look like Kalios received any shields from it. And Vindime taking down Kalios, it looks like it's going to be HaeJeokDan cleaning up now with Sunjun taking down Jaehong. This is gonna be Nepal going in the way of HaeJeokDan. Village a little bit closer, so
yeah,
that might be some good news for Old Ocean, but overall, HaeJeokDan looked like they were by far the superior team, at least on Nepal here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fights that Old Ocean was able to win were because of that May to get in position. You know, they were running super defensive composition. When you get control of the point, you've got a Sim, you've got a May. That just takes a little bit of time to break. We're able to come back and get some nice kills, but really nice bounce back from HaeJeokDan to switch to the heroes that could get back there. I think you see Sombra on there just for the speed rollout to get there. Nice hack and made Diva's life really miserable, so they were able to take down Kalios first. Really nice for them. I think this team has a lot of potential. I mean, at the very least, mechanically. And to me, right now, the Old Ocean is just struggling is like setting up a play and adjusting play styles. The adjustment to the May was good. Like I said, going into this map, that stage is always good for May. Worked out for a little bit, but eventually just too much damage coming in. And really that ult coordination, like not getting much out of the Blizzard, which is a big ultimate, not getting much out of the cage match, which is a big ultimate, not comboing those together, I think ultimately cost them the map.
All right, and like Hex said, it's the flexibility, I guess, from HaeJeokDan was key and superior to Old Ocean that got them the map. Now the question is going to be about Old Ocean and what maps they're going to pick, because do they have a lot of tactical cards in their arsenal, and are they going to use it, and how are they going to use it is going to be the question, but that is something that we will see after a short break, so don't go anywhere. welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. And we are currently on our second map of the first series of the day, and it's gonna be Paraiso. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. And this is gonna be a Old Ocean pick, so I wonder what it means. Maybe they had, I don't know, I probably think that they were not expecting the ball pick from the side of Mag and HaeJeokDan in general. What does this map pick mean?
It's the map pick that they chose against Vesta, and they won it. So I think that this is just a map pick that they've got some good strategies on. It's a map pick that you can pretty much 100% run Ana on. You can run a dive. You can run the Winston, especially. So it worked out really well for them. I believe they full held it against Beck or something close to it. So it's no surprise to me that they picked this map. When they played BEC, they had two map choices. It was Paraiso and Suravasa. They won them both. So this was, it's exactly the same script as going against VEC. So they played it against them. Profit's probably coming in to maybe play the Ashe, very likely. Ashe super popular on this map.
Yeah, so maybe even a taste of a Widow, like maybe just a hook shot and then going back to the Ashe will be my guess. But yeah, Prophet is a very good. I believe that his most recent. No, never mind. I think I was trying to say that he was really impressive in the match against Vesta Esports. I think that was Shambali where he had a bunch of headshots in a row. I was really impressed. But we'll see if we can duplicate that performance. We have a lot of fans on the WDG Esports studio. I believe that they are HaeJeokDan fans. The far left being Sunjun fans. And then Elise Min fans and Vindime fans as well. So the venue is full. It's more than 30 degrees Celsius in Korea, which is like super hot, and then you have to add the humidity on. But then people just made their way to the venue, and that's commitment.
Yeah, well, it's probably air conditioned inside the venue, so I mean that's nice, you know. Not to say they're not there for the esports action, which of course they are, but it's a nice little plus to get out of the heat. Oh, that's a whole story.
Wait. Yeah, that is. Hey, that was a message to Jaehong. Oh, and okay. So that was Jaehong left the game at Old Ocean, writing in chat, who's gonna heal me now? I fail to understand what that means. Lijiang has not left Old Ocean yet. And he probably will not because it is his team.
Yeah, I mean a team built around you know, the fact of the old man in the sea, essentially, and everyone's just like, well, we want to play with Jaehong, and then Jaehong just gets a team out of that. What a great story for him, to be so admired that he's like, I want a team, and then you get 4 to 5 people who are just like, yep, I'm in, no matter what, I'm in. It's like assembling the troops, getting the squad back together. So I hope for better results for them going forward. But yeah, this is the map pick that I think it lets everyone play on their comforts. It allows Faith to play the Brig. It's going to be a Brig, Ana, Winston, and then obviously Becky can play the Echo, which is really good, and then Pro B will play the Ashe. So it's really just a map that's really conducive to Old Ocean's kind of comfort heroes.
Alrighty, it looks like the players are slowly getting ready. Apparently taking some time because of the substitutions and all that. But wonder how. I mean, I'm kind of thinking about how what the ball pick from the HaeJeokDan kind of impacted the entire game plan for Old Ocean here, because clearly on Nepal they haven't been able to, I guess, find an answer to it. But on Paraiso, do you think that Mag will play the ball also, and then whether Old Ocean will be able to have an answer to that on Paraiso specifically?
I mean, I think you can just run a straight up mirror here, but given the fact that it was so difficult for them to deal with ball, you might see it coming out just as a disruption. And I think what it did to Old Ocean, especially on the very first stage in Nepal, was it forced them into that cast pick, which is just not ideal in the meta right now. I mean, we saw Happy even struggle on the cast, which is, a rarity for him. So it seemed like they were trying to answer it, then they realized like, oh, we can't really answer this, and so it just kind of forced them into something they didn't want to do. I think regardless of what they end up running into Old Ocean, that they will just stick with like the main composition that works well. And if they end up switching heroes, I think it's a mistake. I think this is your map pick. This is what what you wanted to go into with. Run your style and see what it works, and then it's at a certain point you have to figure out like, why isn't this composition working? What do we have to do to fix it? You're still early enough in the tournament that you have to figure out like, this is our best comp. We need to make it work against good teams.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the good point there, Hex, because remember, this is not like a tournament where you lose and just you got to go home. You have a full round robin ahead of you, some with more stronger teams, some with less stronger teams. So finding the right play style and also the right composition for you is going to be key. And on the cheer signs here, the man on the right says that he had to come all the way, travel 4 hours to watch Lijiang, which is wow. 4 hours in the US, like to see an esports game. Would you do that, X?
I mean, I think traveling in the U.S. is very different than most people realize. Like, you could travel 4 hours in the U.S. and still be in the same state. So yes, I've driven 4 hours to go see a football game before, and it's not a big deal. Like, okay, it's literally not a big deal.
It's crossing the entire country. The furthest, I guess from furthest in South Korea without going to an island, would be about like 5 hours. So
okay.
Yeah, so by saying that he drove 4 hours to watch this, he was trying to say that he drove very far.
Yeah, I mean, it just, the size of America is vast enough that I don't really bat an eye at it. Yeah, I've driven, for all my Midwestern friends out there, I've driven, Milwaukee to Green Bay is about 120 miles, so that's 2.5 hours, no big deal. You make that trip to go see a football game.
Nice, alright, I mean, but still, a lot of fans coming to the esports arena, WDG Esports Arena, to watch these players play, because, it's an experience. I mean, there will be a lot of people on chat that have been to a LAN event. It's just an irreplaceable experience.
It's a whole different thing.
All right, it looks like the players are almost ready, because we talked about the dubstep button with Wolf the other day, and yeah, all right, there is that dubstep button. That's the music, and ladies and gentlemen, we go to Paraiso.
Okay, I don't think we'll see any different compositions. I'm not expecting any curveballs here.
Alrighty, we'll see if that is going to be the case, as Paraiso is going to be online. Mag is hovering the Doomfist, but they're on attack, so they might change. But I mean, Doomfist is viable on Paraiso though.
You can make Doomfist work in a lot of different areas. I think you prefer probably a Winston or a Diva or a Ball, just a little better high ground access at times. And Doomfist really works out better in kind of close quarters areas where you can slam people into walls. So I don't think we'll see it, but nothing would really surprise me. Again, no surprises. I told you exactly what Old Ocean was going to run. This is the comp that they're going to run on this map.
Okay.
They had a full hold against Vesta on this map, so trying to do it again.
Alright, so I believe that Prophet is probably going to switch to the Ashe, or maybe the Cassidy, but I think it's going to be the Ashe. There it is. So we're in a full mirror matchup here. Prophet very low, but okay, not going to the Death Chamber just yet. So this is not a lot of action going on, just a little bit of poke. Zest and Prophet being very low. Probably doing a lot of work with this Ashe pick here.
Yeah, they're just going to kind of poke around a little bit. I mean, I think this might be an instance where they just wait a little bit and try to build up ultimates. Mag gets inside, gets out.
Oh, Zest taken down by Proby. This is going to be a good opener for the side of Old Ocean. I mean, of course, this doesn't mean a lot, but it still, every second counts, especially when you're trying to full hold. and you have good memories of that full hold. And not only that, just look at the ult charge difference. Proby already at 78%, while Prophet is at 21. So this is going to be a huge bob advantage.
But look at the nano difference. The nano difference is enormous. They could just fire it in right now. Like, Lee Soo-min has been, because everyone got so low, they've taken so much damage from HaeJeokDan that they're going to have this nano right away. And
so this is
Old Ocean has to give up ground.
Yep, this is probably going to be the trigger for aggression on the side of HaeJeokDan. The answer is probably going to be the bob on the point, but let's see how it goes. Lee Soo-min in that little room over there. Alright, there is that huge anti-need, by the way, on 3 members, but still not converting into any kills yet. It is actually going to be Old Ocean profiting from that bob and successfully thwarting the HaeJeokDan aggression. I thought it was going to be at least 2 kills, and then maybe that would have been point A, because it was a huge bounty.
It looked just about perfect, like a perfect setup. That Bionate hit everybody, the Nano came in right after it, and Mag just unable to finish off those kills too, and that's enormous. Now Old Ocean in a great position on defense to be able to catch whatever incoming aggression comes. You know, I'm not even sure how HaeJeokDan tries to approach this one too. I mean, the defender's advantage on this first point is enormous, but that was a golden opportunity they're unable to capitalize on.
Oh, Zest just melted down by Kalios over there, and to make things worse, HaeJeokDan even used a rally there, so they're just, it was a crucial tool that they need for that point capture. Just gone.
Yeah, I've been underwhelmed with the rallies so far in this entire tournament. You know, Briggs are just not getting a lot of playmaking ability done.
Lijiang taking down Vindheim, that was good aggression on the side of, I mean, good decision making from Old Ocean here. They want to play outside the point. They know that HaeJeokDan have still a few ultimates on their belt, so they just want to fight outside the point, and if they win like this right now, it's sub 1 minute, and HaeJeokDan are looking like they're out of options.
An interesting choice to use the Nano there for Jaehong, though, because the other side of things, you know a Nano's going to come in. You know the win condition right now for HaeJeokDan is to Nano the Winston and to get something done, so you would almost like to have it defensively. I'm not sure if it was needed. The Nano should be coming in right now.
Oh, wait, even before that, just Proby taking down, that is going to be bad news for the hopes of the hold on the Old Ocean. And Hex, they didn't even use the Nano. That kill onto Proby.
Yeah, I mean, Old Ocean kind of went back to the same well that did them so well in defense, is backing up into that room and kind of staying all together and catching these dives. But while they're in that room, the spam comes in and gets an early kill, and that's a huge swing of ultimate abilities. Still holding on to that, and again, Jaehong now only at 41%, having used that Nano in that really aggressive kind of pushback to spawn on defense.
Yep, so it looked so promising for the side of Old Ocean, but just 1 or 2 missed opportunities, and also a good play from HaeJeokDan, to be honest. Kind of turned things around, and now HaeJeokDan, with the ultimates that they have right now, they should be comfortably going through this corner right here.
Yeah, no need to really use anything right now. They're just going to take the free push and, you know, try to force out ultimates from Old Ocean. There comes the duplicate from Becky. I think it was just to live. It's nothing done.
Yep. Not a lot of value found from that duplicate, and I guess the saving grace from Old Ocean here is that they do have both support ultimates. The Sleep Dart from Lee Soo-min goes wide, so Kalios, at least for the moment, will be able to do his thing, and he does take out Lee Soo-min and Prophet taken down as well. Yes, Becky is traded out, but it looks like this is going to be a team-fight win for the side of Old Ocean. Mag uses the Primal Rage, but does not look like he's gonna find anyone. Yes, he's kind of dancing with Fade, but it is actually gonna be Kalios who makes his value from the Primal Rage. So, I mean, a lot of ultimates used, but in the end, Old Ocean is looking like they have stabilized a little bit.
Yeah, very nice to be able to swing that back, because after Becky got nothing out of the duplicate, it was a little worrisome that Old Ocean was just going to go through another round of not getting any value out of the ultimates, but they end up mirroring pretty much every ultimate, the Nano and the Primal, and just get a little better, especially Mag's Primal. I thought might be able to swing it. I think he saw the same window I did, but not able to get the kills out there, and now 40 seconds left for the offense to try to get this second kill.
Yep, I guess HaeJeokDan with that one ult advantage on the rally maybe should be able to be very confident about their chances, but probably taken down. So this is a start for HaeJeokDan. Lijiang does have that nano on, so target selection is going to be very important for the side of Old Ocean here. Overtime, almost ticking. Okay, Becky is going to be the target of choice. Proby taking down Vindime. A lot of damage. Oh, Proby with the headshot onto Zest. That just might be what Old Ocean needs to hold on to this point. But Mac takes down Becky, so we have to kind of look for this a little bit longer. Proby taking down. Okay, so despite 2 headshot kills for the side of Proby, it looks like HaeJeokDan on overtime will be able to capture point B here.
Yeah, nice switch there to take down the 2. It's a really kind of sneaky Widow play, and he gets the pay dirt on it, but just a great sustainability for Mag on the card. He sees all these low health targets, gets in there, gets the finishes. I mean, they had to commit everything, but that's a position on the map where you're going to commit everything anyway. If you don't, you're going to lose. So both support ultimates come out. Old Ocean now in a decent spot. They're going to have a duplicate of their own. Ideally, Old Ocean would like to brawl this out and maybe get some value out of the rallies. I've been really trying to track these Briggs in the last couple of days and seeing who's getting value out of the rallies. It's been such an interesting alt because a lot of times Briggs are using it just to stay alive.
I mean, Lijiang yesterday was having kind of a hard time with finding value on these rallies as well. I mean, he is considered one of the top Briggs. So, but in the meantime, Kalios taken down by the Bob, no less. So this is a little bit interesting turn of things, because we thought, because of the superior ult economy, Old Ocean would be able to kind of stall it out a little bit and wait for the overtime, but HaeJeokDan is just picking out Old Ocean members one by one.
Zest wins 1v1 and then goes in, and now Prophet is in a great position to be able to switch to the Widow and finds pay dirt right away.
Alright. Time is ticking though for HaeJeokDan, and low health bars across the board. Min is taken out, but does give Zest the nano. Let's see how long he can fare and what he can do with it, but not a lot can be done. But HaeJeokDan, to be honest, I thought there was a world where HaeJeokDan could have been full held by Old Ocean there on point A. But I mean, yeah, like you said, it's a good push.
It's a good push, a really solid Ana play from them as well, always getting some value out of it. It's a tough map to finish, so even getting it this far, very good. HaeJeokDan was able to use their ultimates in key moments, especially getting that second point. They had everything online when it came down to it. And then, yeah, Zest just was getting the better of Becky on this Echo. Becky had to switch, and then, you know, nice Widow switches at the end, but Kalios just with the right timed Primal, able to clean that up. I mean, if a Widow's giving you problems and you have Primal, I mean, problem solved, ain't no problem anymore. So really nice play there, but Old Ocean, I think they were really banking on getting that first point hold. They were so close to it, but they kept going. They kind of went back to the well at the same time, always played defense in that same spot, always kind of backed up as a group in the corner and just eating nano or eating the Bionades and then eating so much shots from Min. Really nice Ana play from HaeJeokDan's Ana.
Yep, Min with multiple good anti-nades already. Or I guess that I think there was a point where I think that HaeJeokDan should have just capped point 8 earlier when there was that 3-man anti-nade, but it didn't come to, there was no follow-up. But that was also just an example of how good Min is playing today right now. So all eyes on Min. This time on the defense side, not a lot of compositional changes except that Becky is on the Tracer now.
Yeah, just not feeling the Echo. I mean, just losing the 1v1s in the sky to Zest and just not getting any value, especially out of the duplicates. Duplicate can be such a versatile ultimate. Like, what do we need right now? Do we need more healing? Do we need more damage? Like, you get to pick. And Becky had to use it just to stay alive a couple times.
Alright, Becky. I think he just kind of wants to go in with Kalios and just provide, I guess, spatial support, provide space for his teammates. That's what the Tracer does, but let's see how it works out. Still the neutral, no ultimates online this early on the stage, mostly poking, neutral fights. No casualties on either side just yet. Kalios a little bit low, has to leave to the safety of his teammates. Oh, this is gonna be, that's a huge leap from Mag, and good dive. Good follow-up from the other members of HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, it's a full kill. I mean, one of the problems with running the Tracer as far as part of the dive is you look where the defense is set up here, and they're on a bit of a high ground. Yes, this high ground is accessible to a Tracer, but it's not as accessible as it is to an Echo. So for them to get a full-on Tracer Winston dive, the Tracer has to get in position, wait for cooldowns to reset, and then go in, and hope that you're not getting bashed by the Brig. It's kind of difficult to set up a pure Tracer Winston dive, and it's a little easier to get the Echo follow-up.
Yep, and now if you look at things, HaeJeokDan has that nano advantage. Probably know that they have that advantage as well, so probably will use that to full effect. Lijiang keeping his partner support alive. Kalios trying to force them off the high ground. That they did. Both nanos online, so this is probably going to be a very important moment for both teams here. There goes the nano onto Kalios.
Well, they've got the rally if they need it, but there's no one there.
Yep. Oh, the Echo is actually duplicating the Winston. Zest slow on that. Not finding
To stay alive.
a lot of value, but Becky taking out Lijiang. This is good news for the side of Old Ocean. Kalios also takes down Zest, who already used the duplicate. So, numbers advantage for the side of Old Ocean. Kalios! He thought that he probably didn't need the Primal Rage, but he probably did. Lijiang fighting 1v1 with that Bob. I don't know if that was a good idea. Max smacks him off, and it looks like Mag. Also,
They're committing.
They're committing,
They're
and it's paying off.
Mag is gonna die here.
Okay. I thought for a split second that Mag with that nano might have found more value, but it looks like it's anyone's game right now. At least me taking down Faith. This is gonna stall things a little bit more because Lijiang was out of the fight earlier. Now he's probably out of position where he's just back. Kalios taken down. This is not gonna help. Old Ocean, they need to regroup for a second here.
Yeah, I mean, the Nano and the Primal and everything, that was just a stall. It was just a stall to get everyone back in time. I think he profited even threw his bomb on the point. So they really want to defend this first point because the defender's advantage is so great on this first point that you don't want to give it up. So they saw ultimates being committed. There was also a pretty decent rally from Bendime to keep everyone alive at the back of the corner. So really well played. We're down to last fight. It's gotta have to be a Nano on a Kalios, and it's just how is HaeJeokDan going to be able to catch this dive?
All right, there is that Nano you were mentioning, and also both Tracers with the Pulse Bomb. This is going to be very crucial. And Kalios taking out Prophet, and Lijiang very low, still somehow living. Not anymore, so it's just going to be Bendime with the support on the side of HaeJeokDan. It looks like Old Ocean finally will be able to break the defenses of HaeJeokDan and be able to cap that point. Yeah, I mean, Zest is down also, but it's taking a little longer than I thought it would be. Alright, there it is.
Mag's gonna live. Yeah, I thought Mag might try to jump to the point and maybe they try to nano him last second, just based on what they did previously, but a very good first point defense. Lijiang is kind of crushing on Ana right now. It's been a masterclass in staying alive and hitting just mostly the damage output and finishing shots. He's gotten a lot of kills, so well played there. They're gonna have a nano of their own, and knowing that the nano just came in, they might just fire it. There it goes.
There it is. Also, Faith is answering with the rally, but it's still very low. I think the rally is probably gonna be enough to have everyone alive. Kalios slow. Mag has to use the Primal Rage to keep himself alive. And I think, I mean, all in all, Old Ocean kind of survived that pretty well. Ooh, nice lead. Jaehong still got it.
Yeah, Jaehong with a nice anti there on his opposing number as well. He will finish that one up. So really nice, response to the Nano coming in. Now Old Ocean is going to be ahead in that Nano. Both of these teams now with both damage ultimates up. Bob positioning can be really interesting on this point too. So we've seen people just fire it down the stairs and kind of hold the back lines. But we haven't seen a really impactful pulse bomb from either of these Tracers yet. It might be time for it.
Probute was dove on by Mag, but still is surviving at the current moment. Kalios had to use the Primal Rage, but doesn't find any kills. So this is a little bit of a stalemate for both teams yet. Oh, there again, they want to start up the aggression with the Nano. Kalios dodges the sleep dart, and that means Lee Soo-min is out of the picture. Mag also very low. Old Ocean finding a lot of value with these ultimates here. Becky finally on that pulse bomb with onto Vendime. We've been talking about the pulse bombs. They probably heard you, X.
Yeah, very, very likely. You know, I'm just waiting for that coaching call. Nice play there from HaeJeokDan to get in there, from Old Ocean rather. What happened was the previous fight, they were able to jump in and burn out the rally. The rally would have been a great answer to the Nano Winston coming in over the top. They saw that it was burned out, and then you just go in onto the Brig, onto the Ana, and if they don't hit that sleep dart, you're just going to get pay dirt. So able to clean up Lee Soo-min, and then just HaeJeokDan has not had both their supports alive together and keeping each other alive for quite a while now. They've just kind of been bleeding out one or the other each time. It's put the other a great deal of stress on the other support.
Alright, now we're playing a turn-based game, basically. Now it's Lee Soo-min's turn to use the Nano, and then Mag finds value in that with Proby, and Faith goes down as well. So yeah, I did not know that Overwatch was a JRPG, but apparently it is HaeJeokDan's turn right now.
It's my turn to use the Nano now. It has really just been battling Nanos. I think Faith is lucky that they died there, because I really think Faith might have been smashing that Q trying to stay alive, but died before he got it off. Would have died if he used it anyway. So now, HaeJeokDan in a good position, and that's huge.
Taking down. That means
that's big, because
Go ahead.
That's your target that you want to use to charge up your Nano. And Jaehong was going to have a big advantage on the Nano, and now it might be time that HaeJeokDan can catch up, but they're not really going in yet. So sometimes you want to like almost fake dive with your Winston just so you can get the Ana healing way up there.
Alright, Zest using the pulse bomb. Looks like it went wide. 20 seconds now. This is still winnable on both sides. Prophet using the bomb and a huge bio nade onto Proby and Lijiang. Faith, yes, does use the rally, but is unable to save Becky. Well, it looks like he's getting bullied by Mag. Prophet, in the mean off-screen, takes down Becky, so not a lot of resources on the side of Old Ocean to touch. Yes, Kalius
so
is
far
there,
back.
but yep, it's only a matter of time. Overtime is bleeding out. Can anyone touch? The touch is there, but they have to pay their lives for it. And it was Old Ocean, they had some good moments, but it is going to be HaeJeokDan who takes that win and makes it to match point.
Yeah, I mean, the primals on both sides were super interesting. The primal from Mag to just separate the team in half and to really push two supports all the way back. And they were just so focused on keeping each other alive, the Brig and the Ana. Eventually were able to get back in position, and you saw that Kalios was trying to jump up with 6 HP, was trying to get into lines so that he could receive that Nano. Jaehong was holding onto that Nano, trying to find a target, really going for it, looking for anyone to use. I think at the very end, ended up having to just settle and use it on Bob, which is not ideal. You know, Robert doesn't want the Nano there, doesn't want to be able to task with doing something with it. So they were so close to getting it, but it was Mag's primal to completely separate the team in that last fight. And I mean, what are your options there? You have to try to keep each other alive. You can't reset. You almost get knocked off the edge, but then they're so out of position to fight uphill. There's no sight lines to get the Nano to where you need it to be. So really great execution. And Mag's Winston was phenomenal there, but also Lee Soo-min on the Ana was just a little bit of better Ana. I think the value that they got out of it, just the pure damage and the healing that the pure output there was really impressive.
Yep, a very, very impressive display from Lee Soo-min. I mean, playing against Lijiang and being the better Ana across the years has not been an easy task at all. Like, throughout the history of competitive Overwatch, like, outclassing Lijiang on Ana, I mean, just even if it's just on a single map, it's not easy, and Lee Soo-min is living up to the task right now. And not just Lee Soo-min, but the entirety of HaeJeokDan seems very comfortable on this composition. Old Ocean, like we said during the map selection, they probably chose Paraiso because they wanted to play the Winston game. Now it's going to be a real headache for them because, yes, HaeJeokDan did play their game, Old Ocean's game, but they won. Yeah. So now it's going to be a really I think this is going to be a really headache on what map to play next for Old Ocean here.
If they followed the script, they would be going to Suravasa. It's again the
Mhm.
map that they picked against VEC, and they looked decent on it. So I would imagine that. I think the point is we're going to run these comps. We have to get better on them. Like, we can't just keep switching comps and hope that we confuse somebody. We need to beat people on the mirror match. We need to figure out what we're doing wrong here. We have to improve on it.
All right, let's see if the Old Ocean can make those changes and try to make a reverse sweep or not, or else they're just going to get shut down. But we'll see how it goes after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on our third map on the first series of the day. Currently, it looks like it may be the last map of the series, and we're going to Suravasa, so they know the script.
Yeah, this was the map that they chose against Beck. Ended up winning it as well. So, let's use what, do what's been working for you, I guess. And there's going to be, I don't think, any real curveballs as far as composition goes. I think they're really just trying to tune in this Anna, Brig, Winston. You get an Ashe, and then Becky can play either the Tracer or or the Echo in the sky, or they can make a substitute. So we'll see. I think they might be making a sub to bring in their Tracer Ace.
Alright, let's see if that is going to be the case. But, I mean, for HaeJeokDan, I don't think they'll be particularly concerned with the Suravasa pick. They can still play the Winston game against Old Ocean. They can also play the ball in this map if they so want to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the inner workings of this Old Ocean team, but I think, you know, what I would do, and as if that holds any water, what I would do is just really try to just start nailing down this comp. This comp works on almost every map. You have map picks a lot of the times. It works on almost every control map. So if these are your best heroes and this is the matchup that you're going to see, and a lot of the top teams are running at least a variation of this, then just really start working on this particular composition, the Winston on a dive with a Brig in it too. So there's a sub, but not the sub I was thinking of. But Prophet will be out and Son John will be in.
Yeah, Sunjun, maybe that means it's gonna be Sunjun and Zest. So Zest, maybe the Tracer Echo? That kind of comes to mind when I see this, because Prophet is usually classified as de facto the head scan, so having him swap out, I think might, or maybe even something really crazy like a Tracer Genji, because we saw a little bit of the Genji on this map, but oh, that artwork is impressive.
All the artwork is impressive. Yeah. I could maybe do the one on the left, given 2 weeks of training and a day of practice, and maybe a stencil to trace. I could never do the one.
Yeah. I mean, to me, the left is a challenge as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. I think maybe it's the Echo coming in. That's possibly. Echo's been so strong in the meta. I could see a Genji here, though, too, because Genji can be so good on flashpoints and getting dash resets and taking over maps. I am just astounded with people's talents. I wish I had some.
Yeah, I wish I had some. My, whatever tools that I use, it always looks like MS Paint to me, for my drawings. But these people, they know how to draw. And I think that's an actual photo of Lijiang back in the day.
Yeah, I don't think that one's a drawing. If so, that's amazing.
Alright, the player cams are ready. Dubstep rule number 1. This means that the players did type in that they are ready. Unless the players are lying, then we should be able to press that dubstep button and start the map. I'm excited to see whether Old Ocean can get a map off, because that all reverse sweeps start with a single map off when they're down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking for giant win conditions here, I did mention, I think the biggest ceiling strength of this team, the Old Ocean squad that is Proby and Becky. So far, they've been playing even-ish with the other damage dealers, but no one's taken over. No one's had big moments where they really carry a fight. If they want to start winning maps, maybe that's their best chance to do so.
Alrighty, we're into Suravasa. We have that little dude over there. Wolf and I had a discussion on whether that was a crocodile or an alligator.
You gotta look at the nose. So a more narrow nose, I believe, is a crocodile.
Alright, so crocodile it is. I'll remind myself to message Wolf after the cast to say that it's a crocodile. And both teams are going to play the Winston game here. It is, surprisingly, from Old Ocean, still going to be the same Tracer Ashe. Oh, from HaeJeokDan as well. So this is kind of surprising.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is like the default composition right now in the region, in the meta. So it's not the most ultra surprising, but you know, maybe the sub-in is a little bit interesting, but get some playtime here. But this is the enormous mid-fight that always happens on this map. Whichever team gets the first pick usually wins this one. A lot of patience here, based on which team can fight.
Yep, so there we go.
Really nice dive.
Yep, good dive from the side of Cali. So if you look at the kill feed, it looks like the dynamite and some sort of whip shot or something like that was registered. Kalios is punished for diving a little too far in. Can Mag be traded out from the side of Old Ocean? The answer is going to be no. So yes, Old Ocean does have initial point control, but it's going to take a while before Kalios can join the fight again. Ooh, nice lead.
this is the moment I want to see, you know, Becky just step up and hit a pulse bomb and just end the fight before it begins.
Alright, there is that nano from Lisa Min. Uses it as soon as it is online. Mag, the lead is a little bit denied by the coach gun. Lisa Min still takes, finishes off Becky. So, Old Ocean, they give up control on the point. Lijiang trying to stay alive here. Mag beating everyone with that primal rage. Lijiang very low is taken down. So those stagger kills should be enough for HaeJeokDan to match the progress made by Old Ocean in the early game.
Yeah, I really like doubling down on that commitment there too, because yes, they used the nano and they got in and they got a lot of damage and they pushed them off and were able to take control of the point, but they didn't get the kills. They didn't get the decisive fight win that they needed. So throwing in that primal after it, really smart to get the kills, to make sure they get the percentage up. Now they're in a good position to be able to win the next fight and then win the stage. But Old Ocean has their combination up too. You'd imagine this nano goes on Kalios and Kalios primal's off a bit.
Alright, if Zest, if that pulse bomb stuck, and that would probably have been the end of the first flashpoint, but because it went wide, Old Ocean now has an opportunity to contest this point. Kalios with that nano doesn't find a lot of value though. Sunshine sticking in the bob at the point to contest it without actually having to commit. Both bobs down. I thought that was a meaningful kill feed, but it was just both bobs just being killed by the ashes. But the important thing here is that Old Ocean, they use both support ultimates, and can they win the next fight without the support ultimates? The answer is going to be yes! Kalios taking 2 kills under his name, and Proby also matching that means that the first flashpoint is going on the way of Old Ocean. This is not how I thought this fight would go.
Yeah, HaeJeokDan wanted to play that a lot slower. They were hoping that the Primal didn't come in to really finish off those kills because they were building up to their support ultimates of their own to be able to bring it back. But yeah, it's really nice play there. What you really want to do is end up nanoing your Winston. Winston goes in. Hopefully you get kills on the nano. If you don't, that should be enough to get Winston to their Primal stage so that the Primals can follow it up. You see both teams do it in both of these fights. Old Ocean just ends up being the ones with the ults at the right time takes that first point.
Alright, it is HaeJeokDan's turn to use the nano. The anti-9 was on to Lisa Min, but it does not look like it's going to matter because Zest is going to be on fire with 3 kills under his name, and HaeJeokDan assumes initial control on the second flashpoint. I still have a feeling that this Winston meta is going to be a turn-based RPG game right now. Now it's like a few moments later, it's going to be Lijiang's turn for the nano. Maybe the hiccup is going to be, hey, if you don't find any value on those nano turns, that's going to be when the problem is going to start.
Well, it's pretty much that. So we know exactly what's going to happen, and so you have to start looking at the supporting cast. Is the Tracer in there and getting the value that you need with the dive? Are the Antis coming in? Is your Brigitte able to catch these dives properly, able to stave off the value that you're looking to get from it?
Alright, Fate is trying to keep his team sustained with that rally, and Old Ocean, they're committing. They need to win this fight because they're using both support ultimates. HaeJeokDan is answering with ultimates of their own. Sunjin very close to that Bob, uses it, but has to give up his life. So only the Bob remains. Kalios bullying Vindime on that corner here. So yes, it's a very expensive teamfight win, but Old Ocean, a win is still a win, because if they did not win that teamfight, it was 93% on the point, so HaeJeokDan would have gotten that point. The question now is going to be, how are they going to respond the next fight?
Well, I mean, so it really comes down to, are you going to be able to hit a pulse bomb, or are you going to get nano dock? Like that's it. There's the pulse bomb.
Ooh, there's the pulse bomb. So this is the curveball that kind of mixes up the turns, because usually on normal terms, HaeJeokDan, after like a few neutral pokes or something like that, they would have the nano and then they would have it on mag, but they bought some time, so much valuable time, by having that stick onto mag over there.
So lets them catch up a little bit in the nano game if they can play it slow enough. I mean, Jaehyung's only 25% away. If they can get some healing in before this opposing nano comes in.
Alright, there is that nano mag. Struggling to find any targets. He is waiting for that cooldown on the leap. Well, once again, not a lot of value found from that nano Winston over there. maybe he got some space there, but that's gonna be it. Overtime is in favor of Old Ocean right now because control is currently on Old Ocean's side. Fate takes down 2. Kalios with the pick on Lucimin. So in the end, yes, HaeJeokDan did have the earlier nano, but the value difference is in favor of Old Ocean. Now they're on map point on Suravasa here.
Yeah, it's that pulse bomb that goes on early onto Mag that really slows down and it kind of puts a wrench in the plan of HaeJeokDan, and it allows Jaehong to catch up in the nano. Now they're even again. I think Jaehong's probably 1 nano up now if I had to go back and look at it all. So really being able to reset that is huge, but also it keeps your Winston alive, that your Winston can jump in, and Winston is your ultimate battery for your op.
Yep, now we're back. The nano game is reset, but still the ult economy is in favor of HaeJeokDan, at least so far. So this first fight on this point is going to be really important. I believe the nano, the Bionade from Lijiang went wide. And Vindime's rally is there for sustain. It expired. Old Ocean is doing a good job of actually disengaging fights that they're not advantageous in, and that's a good sleep onto Mag.
Yeah, Huge Sleep's going to get almost no value out of that Primal, but the DPS are trading back and forth. Becky with another big bomb.
Becky, I mean, a lot of people, of course, people who know, they know, but Becky has been a bright spot for a lot of rosters, like, in the past few years. Like, even at the Valiant, he was one of the bright spots that actually, when Valiant picked up map wins, it was mostly Becky that was on the highlight.
Yeah, Valiant was one of those teams that there was always a couple good players on it, and you know, it just, you always thought, like, I wonder what this player would do on a different roster. Like, you even think of like Choseone back in the day and what we've seen them do. So I did mention, like, if Old Ocean's gonna win, they needed a big performance from their DPS. They're getting it from Becky.
Alright, yes, Faith goes down, but a good dive coordinated dive from the side of Old Ocean trades favorably, and that's a team kill from the side of Old Ocean. And knowing that it is Flashpoint, it's going to be very concerning for HaeJeokDan right now, because it's at 72%. This might be last fight for HaeJeokDan if they don't win.
Well, they're going to have to throw the Nano in. Nano will come in. Zest is going to have to get something done with his Pulse Bomb, but I mean, Mag's pretty far away that even a Nano might not get them to Primal. So they might play it a little slow, hoping to get Mag a little bit of damage in first.
Alright, Nano's there. Good Bionade onto Kalios to deny healing when he was low, so Old Ocean will be without a Winston. I think Old Ocean, they're just disengaging. They want a quick next fight here. But HaeJeokDan, they know this as well. They're looking for some stagger kills. Becky, however, takes down Mag, but again, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter because Vindime is bloodthirsty and is taking down a lot of people. Well, in the meanwhile, okay, Becky was juking with Zesta a little bit. He got some help from Vindime. That's not fair.
No honorable 1v1. Just not going to take that fight.
But in the end,
rally is there too. Yeah, there's not even going to be a push here because Becky died so late, and really what Old Ocean has been able to capitalize on, it's not just Kalios and the Nano dive in, it's Becky with Kalios. Like, being able to use that, it's pretty much been the best composition since Overwatch 1's beta release, is a Winston Tracer dive together. So they've been utilizing it so well, and without Becky in the mix, they just can't do it, so they'll live to fight another day.
alrighty, so this is going to be 2-1. On the Nano side, it looks like Old Ocean is going to have the advantage, but Vindime, he actually, it was HaeJeokDan who pulled the trigger with the early rally there, but they lose Mag. But okay, they equalize with taking out Kalios. Kalios had the Primal Rage, but he probably thought he didn't need it. Ooh, good need and a good sleep. Yes, he does get taken out, but Sunjun is punished. Good sleep dart, Lijiang. I mean, despite how old is he? He is 33, but he still has it in him.
Yeah, the Sunjun switch onto the cast is really interesting. I wonder if it's just a response to how bad they've been getting brutalized by this dive. I mean, Ashe is a better damage output, a better ultimate, but Cass does have the utility of the flashbang to be able to try to slow down the Tracer on the other side, and doing so much damage like that.
Yep, fan the hammer on the Winston. I mean, Winston is such a big target, so he gets a lot of value for that. Nano onto Fate to keep him alive, so they do keep control of the point, but Becky receives a few shots onto the head and is taken down, but Sunjun is also punished by Proby. A lot of action going back and forth. Faith not finding a lot of value on that rally. Mag, on the other hand, is looking on fire with that Primal Rage. So, although ultimates were used on both sides, HaeJeokDan will be smiling after this fight here.
Yeah, completely dunked on that rally. Rally's I'm telling you, it's if you're getting the replay codes and you want to go back and watch interesting stuff, just watch how these Brigs have been being played the last like 3 days. The old colloquialism is Brig jail.
Oh, that was a beautiful sneak. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I had to call that out. Well, I mean, Becky also and Kalios respond, I mean, relatively well, but that just sneak and then a two-man anti was beautiful.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect to get around, and then the follow-up being there is critical too. It's 92%. Nothing of note for Old Ocean to work with. You can throw a bomb on this point. They've got a touch.
I think HaeJeokDan is a little bit far away. Okay, the bomb is there. Becky is taken down by the flashbang. Oh, and a nice stick onto Proby, so this probably seals the deal on the 4th flashpoint, and we are going the distance on Suravasa here.
The switch out of this cast has been nothing short of incredible for them. I mean, look, Becky, you got to be proud that you've been playing so well on Tracer that you force a composition switch, but it has been getting so much damage. Like, the thing about Cass is, even if you're not getting the kill, a single headshot onto the Tracer sends them running. It sends a recall in. It sends blinks out. Like, it does so much work by hitting single shots, and Sunjun has been playing it really well. Getting subbed in, coming off cold off of the bench, too, to get in here has been really nice. And then the Ana play has been phenomenal. As we go into it, it's going to be dueling Nanos yet here shortly.
Yep, almost identical on progress on the Nano here. The difference is going to be target selection, because normally with the Winston composition, the primary target is the Winston. The question about Old Ocean is going to be, is the target going to be the D.Va?
She'll see.
Oh, he doesn't answer is he doesn't even get to use the Nano because of the Deadeye. Wow, this Cassidy pick is working loads here.
It looked like Jaehyung couldn't find where the Deadeye was. You saw him swing around, and usually in that situation, you may swing around and hit a sleep dart. I'd have to go back and look at it, but it might have been one of those instances where Jaehyung didn't have a sleep dart. I mentioned it the first night where Jaehyung is one of those Anas that you don't see a lot in modern times, where he'll just blind fire a sleeper on corners, and most Anas are using it defensively and reactively, so usually that's an instance where the Ana can outclass the Cass in that instance, but Yurjin was in a really good angle, really far away too, so really nice work there.
Alright, in the meantime, good sleep onto Mag. The Primal rendered useless, at least for the current moment. But once again, a huge Bionade on the side. Lisaman, Regional answers back. Is there going to be any follow-up? The answer is probably going to be no. The dive from Kalius is going to be denied. Becky! Yes, Sunjun, you may have that roll, but it is not going to save you from the pulse bomb. Normally it does, but he was already damaged, so that's going to finish off the kill. And the heroics of Becky is going to be enough, hopefully, for Old Ocean to regain control at this point.
It should be, but they're not in a great position. Single fight away is HaeJeokDan, and they're going to have both of their support ultimates ready to go. So Old Ocean, you know, especially like they don't really have a tank ultimate now. Self-destruct is not really a tank ultimate. I mean, it's fine for a remake, but you're not really getting kills out of it. So in a tough spot, Old Ocean, maybe Bob can buy some time, but it's, you know, if I was a betting man right now, the money is going to be on HaeJeokDan being able to come back in here and just win this fight easily.
All right, Lisa Men purple, but not too concerning at the current moment. Lisa Men is the only Ana with the Nano, and they will be looking forward to put it to good use. Bob starts it up. Mag is nanoed. Let's see how much value he gets from that. He is separating the backline from Kaleo, so the self-destruct is forced, but it actually takes down Mag, so both teams are tankless. Overtime is ticking. Control currently onto HaeJeokDan. Becky without Pulse Bomb, he definitely has to make good use of it if Old Ocean wants to stay alive, and he does! Sunjin and Vindime taken down. What a pulse for Becky. The DPS cleaning up. Old Ocean has hope at 95%. Hex, I told you, Becky needs to deliver, and he did. We are having a series, Hex. Old Ocean stays alive in this series.
Yeah, I mean, even in the pre-show, we mentioned Old Ocean, where they might have an advantage, who can actually really pick it up on this roster, is going to be that damage line. Becky taking over this map early and often, and despite the cast pick giving them a little bit of trouble in the mid-game, comes back at the end. Also just very little value out of that Nano Winston towards the end. We were on the opposing support's POV, and we didn't even see the Winston really pop up, so kind of a blown opportunity there from Mag on the Nano. Separating kind of, but not enough. And then they got Rally up, and then they got Becky in great position, and that was just Becky's map through and through. So well played there. I thought that is going to be their win condition sometimes. I think Faith is fine. Kalius is fine. They can have great performances, but they're not players that you think of as like superstars who can carry a team, but they're not going to drag you down either. So who's going to be the superstars that carry this team? And as much as we love Jaehong, I think it's the damage line. It's going to have to be ones that step up. Becky struggled a little bit so far in the Echo, but the Tracer play has been immaculate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that single pulse bomb, yes, it defined Suravasa, but I would dare say that it might actually be a season-defining moment for them, because moments like these, they nurture the confidence that this team needs, because let's be honest here, Old Ocean coming into this tournament, they're not probably having expectations that they are going to win the entire tournament. Their realistic expectations is probably, hey, if we make things work well, we might make it into playoffs, and this is what they need. And who knows, maybe one or two more performances like this can get them into several series wins. And looking at the fixture right now, about 3 wins may be the cut line for the playoffs, so who knows?
Yeah, and I don't know, just a quick guess in the dark. I'm going to guess Shambali next map pick. I haven't seen it yet, but based on what I've seen so far from this team, I think we might go to Shambali, which would be a great map.
All right, let's see if Shambali is going to be the case after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are on map 4 of our first series of the day, and it is gonna be Runasapi. This is my first time casting Runasapi. I am so excited here, Hex.
Yeah, this was totally what I guessed before the break. Do not check those receipts. This is exactly what I said. Yeah, Runasapi. So we saw a lot of this played in the most recent tournament between stages. And one of the reasons one of our analysts said was, you know, we kind of asked, like, why do we think we're seeing so much Runasapi? And the answer was simply, I think teams just like it. And sometimes it's as simple as that. Teams just like it because they play a lot on it. It's the newest one, so teams are trying to practice it a lot. They're getting used to it. There's not really a giant rhyme or reason of like, oh, structurally it allows you to play this or it allows you to play that. That's not really been figured out yet. Teams just have to play it a lot because it's new, so everyone's been having a lot of practice on it, so that's what teams just prefer it now. Yeah, so it's interesting because Push is a map, especially in this region, for the most part in Season 1, or Stage 1 rather, we saw just a ton of Colosseo. Like, Colosseo was the dominant Push, and we even saw a couple of it yesterday, but also we saw a little bit of new Queen Street, so might be entering a new era of Push where it's not only Colosseo all the time in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking with some of the coaches here and there. They just generally don't like Push or Colosseo, but they have to. They say that they have to. But I guess by having Runasapi in, that kind of alleviates a lot of the, I guess, choice problems on the maps. I mean, to be honest, I kind of like seeing Push because I felt bad that Push was not preferred, but it went all the way to map 5 to see Pushes. But I'm excited to see what it has to offer. And we are... go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was gonna say it's weird that teams like all the coaches are saying that they don't like Push because it was Falcons' first pick yesterday when they lost. They lost control, then they went immediately to Colosseo. So that was their first map pick. Maybe that was because Happy wanted to play the cast, but it's just interesting to see what coaches have had to say. But yeah, it's odd that we're going to, you know, Runasapi before we go to. But you know, also I think back in Stage 1, you didn't see a ton of Escort either. It's not like you know teams were in love with Escort. So
very true.
It does feel like Push and Escort are the least favorite modes of some of these teams.
Well, I mean, just to kind of like elaborate on what coaches kind of generally said is that once you're behind, there's no coming back. Especially on the pro level, like on casual lobbies, on competitive lobbies with just when you're just playing games, you can have a way back, but in the pro level, you can never come back. But before that, we are going to Runasapi, ladies and gentlemen. This is my first time seeing this map on, well, OWCS Korea, and I hope we have a bang.
Well, that is a terrifying structure. It's just a water mill, but it looks like a giant concrete saw. It's a good looking map though. It's my biggest question is what we're going to see. Kind of where the main supports are too. Right now we see them queued up in a difference, and also if we end up seeing any casts or it just ends up being pure Ashe. I do think it's going to be Winston on a dive, as always. Yeah, it seems like these two teams especially have really settled into what I think is going to be at least the most dominant meta, if not the meta going forward. Like this mirror match has been pretty much all we've seen tonight for the most part, except for Village, which is its own thing anyway.
All right, we're having a short pause right now. I think it's on the side of Lijiang. He's trying to plug in something. Probably
he's trying to plug it. It's a USB plug, so does he get it the first time? No one ever gets it the first time. Oh, good for him.
All right. I mean, yeah.
I think USBs are... They're one of those like Schrodinger's things where they exist in both states, and no matter how you try to plug it in, you're always wrong the first time.
I mean, he's probably done it a million times, and it
doesn't matter. You know, I think we've all plugged in USB ports a million times. I think we're all always wrong the first time we try to plug it in.
All right. Hopefully, it works out because I am just so ready for Runasapi here. I mean, those guys look like they're like, I'm ready for the match. Mag is especially like, I'm ready for the match. Please, USB, please work.
Well, I think Runasapi already has one of the great Overwatch moments that it will always be remembered for. It's one of the first tournaments we ever saw Runasapi in, and then Violet's Ajax on Runasapi. Well,
I remember
they will
that.
forever go hand in hand now.
Yeah, I mean, I saw memes about the $8 million Ajax. That was that's something that people will now probably forget. And well, I mean,
they won't forget, but I mean, he's one of the best players of all time, so it's like you kind of forgive it a little bit. You're like, okay, even the best players on the planet sometimes just make interesting decisions.
Yep, and I mean that's Violet for you. He just sometimes he's so aggressive that you like as a spectator, you kind of like are thinking, what in the world is he doing? And most of the time, he ends up making it pay off. But sometimes, like. It doesn't, but what makes him such a great player is that he makes those work like at least 7 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
So like, but those 3 times that he doesn't make it happen, that's when the laugh happens.
I mean, it just happens to be in the biggest moment and the biggest stage in quite a while. So that's But I don't think his GOAT status is up for debate still.
No.
Regardless of that, it doesn't really matter. Like, it was just one of those moments. But I think that will forever be, it will forever be Runasapi's big moment.
Yep, and I believe I believe that was the first tournament that Runasapi was actually available for competition. So, yep, that's going to be a very interesting moment. And we still have Old Ocean fans and the crowd. I mean, another interesting context for this is that Old Ocean, Lijiang being in it, like, kind of gives Lunatic High vibes, where HaeJeokDan, it was the rumored runaway roster. Well, it never became to be, but it was the rumored runaway roster. So, like, if you kind of, like, put context into it together, puzzle pieces into it together, it might have those like Lunatic High runaway rivalry vibes in this match as well. Because Lijiang is the icon of Lunatic High when when Overwatch Apex was at its peak.
Yeah, definitely some built-in fan bases for both of these squads, even though they're operating under different names. And who knows, if all goes well, they'll change their name mid-season too. It was almost so difficult for me trying to catch up with like all the roster name changes. I'm like, what team is this? I have to look back and I'm like, oh, this is FTG. I'm like, oh, this is Yeti. I forgot who was purchasing who at the point in time. But it's great to have an influx of these enormous organizations and sponsors and get everyone a little bit more comfortable in the scene. So hopefully both these teams can reach those heights as well. Both very capable rosters. I think right now you're seeing them just start to figure it out a little bit, start to gel a little bit here and there. And this is a really good showing for Old Ocean, because I think this this team is just, they're strong. I think they're a strong squad, able to stay close with the Falcons. And like I said, I think the gaps between the top teams and the mid teams are all really closing a lot. I think last stage you could see who 1 and 2 were. Then you kind of saw who 3 and 4 were, and then 5, 6, 7, and 8. You're just like all like, they can't really hang with the top 4 teams. Like it felt pretty. Like the better team was always going to win. Whoever you
it looked like
expected
there
to win
was
was
a tier
always going to win.
break in between.
Yes,
right?
yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
And then, like you said, it is still very early in the season, but of course, with the exception of Crazy Raccoon right now, it looks like, Team Falcons and ZETA Division, we will find out later today about that, but Team Falcons, ZETA Division, they look like ZETA Division kind of made it look like they might be able to kind of compete for that team number 2 spot, despite, Team Falcons' ambitions of them trying to be like undisputed first, and also like Fnatic, they were 4th last split, but it looks like they might have a hard time against the likes of some mid-table teams. Not only also like kind of because their Fnatic is also struggling at the moment, but also because the mid-table teams are actually vastly improving in both roster quality and actual gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the team I'm most excited about right now is ZETA because they missed out on the Dallas major as being third place, so that was rough for them. And then just kind of came back with a vengeance, have retooled the roster a little bit. So there's just a lot of it. And I mean, I think if you look at stage 1 and stage 2 too, the roster changes have been fantastic in almost every team. Like you know, you even look at like Vesta and they're like, oh, they've made some changes to get better. Everyone's made a lot of changes to get better. Poker Face just added a bunch of players in. They're like, what's the roster limit? Okay, we'll have 8 then. We're going to add as much talent as humanly possible to this team. And it's always great to see a team not sitting on their laurels and just being like, okay, well, we'll take 6th, I guess. You know, they're really making a push for it and adding a ton of talent to that team. So it's going to be anyone's race too. That's why it's so crazy, because I think it's going to take, in my opinion, it's going to take at least a week and a half more, like 4 more days of matches to figure out where teams really are, except for the top couple of teams. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, Crazy Raccoon is up there, and just by merit of having beaten Crazy Raccoon a couple times, I think you automatically put Falcons at number 2 in that spot. So yeah, and then, you know, adding some of the even the top teams are adding talent. So it's been really fun to watch. It's really in flux, but I don't necessarily know that like you can really tell me who's 4th, 5th, or 6th right now in this region.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important because of the playoffs. Remember, yes, you do cut the entire table into half, 4 and 4, and the top 4 will be guaranteed playoffs. It's a matter of seeding because this stage, the top 2 will be given a bye in playoffs, which is going to be pretty massive. You just don't want to get into any accidents or be a subject of giant killing. But the playoffs are top 6, so we don't know the final few slots of who's going to make it to playoffs. But we're back into the game.
A lot of Overwatch to play between now and then as teams settle in. I do hope we end up getting, you know, maybe some changes and some variation. As much as I do love a good old dive meta, I've seen a lot of mirror matches so far in this matchup. A little bit different variations the last few days, though, so some more wrinkles. We're seeing more wrinkles definitely on control maps than anything else, but now that teams get to play with the map and type, we've seen this composition really be the dominant one so far. I hope that doesn't end up being the case throughout the stage. Usually there's a patch or something that switches things up, but if you want just pure good mechanical Overwatch, nothing beats dive, so I'm not really complaining.
Yep, I mean, and also the fact that we haven't seen a good Winston dive in a while also kind of helps that. Right now, mirroring matchups on both sides, nothing too serious, just some threats and some tracer duels and some poke. No casualties as of yet. The bot doesn't have any idea of which direction he needs to go to. Regional at 30% on that nano, slightly ahead of Lee Min, but not to an important amount. Kalios is inside and sleeping, so that might cause a problem, and he is at a sliver, and he is going to be the first casualty of the map. Mag looking like he is jumping back to the safety of his teammates, so this is going to be an early push advantage for the side of HaeJeokDan.
Mag was also in a really heap of trouble as well on the other side, but you know, that ends up being the difference between Winston plays at the very highest level, is who can really play it to the bleeding edge to get down to 5 HP and live through it. Those are the best Winstons in the world that you end up seeing, and their play looks so much better where they're taking it all the way to the damage edge, which gets them primal faster, but also, you know, it just puts so much more pressure on the other squad, whereas you'll see some Winstons go in and they're like, oh no, I'm at half health, and they leave. But that ends up being the difference in this composition a lot of the time. And, you know, I agree with the coaches when they talk about push. And you said at the highest levels, it's really hard to come back. At every level, it's really hard to come back. That's just how this map is.
And speaking of comebacks, it's already, the HaeJeokDan already capped the checkpoint. So this is like a single teamfight win, and they're already at the 4th checkpoint here. And there's the first nano, by the way, and Kalios once again having to be the unfortunate victim of that dive. And HaeJeokDan, they're still pushing.
This has been completely one-sided so far. I don't think anyone on HaeJeokDan has died so far.
I think not either. And to be honest, this was overall a low-profile affair. I don't think anyone else other than Gallios in Old Ocean died either. And no ultimates were used up until the previous fight, the Nano from Lisa Min. And yeah, we're only 2.5 minutes into the map, and HaeJeokDan is already just threatening to fully push this map. The Nano from Callius is there, but only Callius and Lijiang are the only surviving members, and that is given into only Callius, and not even Callius, as Zest and Mag clean up an Old Ocean. They need to get their stuff together.
I don't think I've ever seen a push map this dominant in competitive play. There's been 0 kills.
Yes, okay. I was about to say, I was going to ask what the record is going to be for Runasapi. But I mean, I have a feeling that this might be it.
Well, I think now there's going to be a little bit of pushback. Yeah, finally some kills come in, both DPS down for HaeJeokDan, but that was about as good of an opening couple of minutes you can ask for on a push map.
Yep. I mean, even though if HaeJeokDan does end up losing this fight, they'll probably be very happy now. All they have to do is that stop Old Ocean from winning, like, what, 4 fights in a row?
Yeah, I was going to say 4 or 5 fights in a row. It's just, they are so close to finishing out this map that it's just, they can go in and just play kind of stall tactics a lot of the time if they want. Now is the point in a map where you see it sometimes on escorts, sometimes in hybrid, where you're not really fighting the other team now, you're fighting the clock, and you're fighting the progress, you're fighting the objective.
Yep. I mean, sometimes you fight not to win fights, but to just beat out ultimates and just to stall. And I think this is definitely going to be the case. Mag being that target of the Nano. Lijiang does a good job of taking out Sonjun, and actually Becky fights back, and Lisa Min is taken out. Well, this time the entirety of HaeJeokDan is just going to get wiped out, and Old Ocean finally get a footing. So they might actually bring the bot, escort the bot back to the middle point.
So I think the biggest enemy HaeJeokDan was fighting there after that very first good couple of minutes was complacency. You know, just being able to think like, oh, we can just kind of go in willy-nilly, we'll take our 1v1s and win, and they kind of just got smacked in the face, so maybe that's a wake-up call that they have to, you know, take this one a little bit seriously. Let's not make foolish mistakes, let's not go in alone, things like that. So they're in a better spot now. The Bob comes out, it's going to stall out a little bit. Oh, just a bit outside.
Alright, Sunjun taken out once again. Kalios using the Primal Rage. Mag also using the Primal Rage as well. No casualties, no further casualties on that on either side. Mag has to lead back to the safety of his teammates. I believe that Kalios will do the same unless he gets caught out. But at the moment, yes, Old Ocean. Oh, Kalios is taken down. I was about to say that although Old Ocean was winning several of these fights, in the end, the only progress that they actually made was only 4 meters against 140 meters that HaeJeokDan already established.
Yeah, they were going to have to play perfect throughout the rest of this map. I mean, it's tough to call a map over with 4 minutes, but it would be an all-time punt if HaeJeokDan ends up not winning this map. So, yeah, Old Ocean has to play perfectly. And I think they're going to have to start taking chances. You can't wait for just your Nano to come up and then push in. They're going to have to use any sort of advantage that they think they have, and they're going to have to end up just trading better all the time. They have to win neutrals. It has to be perfection. So maybe when Faith gets ultimate up, you just kind of roll with it and see what happens. Like, you don't have a chance to play for perfect right now.
Yep. So it's going to be a very tricky situation for the side of Old Ocean. Zest using the recall. Oh, a lot of low members all across the board. Good anti and good sleep onto Mag. Oh, Lijiang, that rally saved him from that blast over there. So this is a good start. Yes, they did use Roby, but this is still an advantageous situation for the side of Old Ocean, but not if Kalios goes down. Kalios needs to stay alive, and that Nano will be able to just keep him alive with that damage reduction, but Sunjun takes down Lijiang. So bad news to start. This might be the start of the end for Old Ocean series today.
They're going to have to win fights 5-0 though. I mean, you just really can't be getting trades. It was a nice rally. Faith hit it as soon as they had it, so it came up and it kept people alive. It's what they're gonna have to do. It's gonna be a situation where the moment we have ults up, we have to fire them and hope that we get something out of them, because we need to start building the next ultimate. Like, you can't play any sort of passive or conservative at all. And
Yep, Robbie knows that.
They're doing the same thing.
Yep. I mean, good ultimate from the side of Proby. He's doing like you said. They're not preserving ults here. They know that time is against them. So they're just using ults as they come, and they're actually doing a good job of it. But the question is going to be, is that going to be enough? Only 2 minutes left on the clock, 4-meter progress. By the time the bot starts pushing, HaeJeokDan will have probably regrouped. So this is going to be a really difficult situation for them.
Yeah, nice little small move there of Kalios just taking the bob damage so that they can try to pump up ultimate. It's a small thing, but you're going to need every small thing like that to come back into this.
Rally, find that much value from the side of Vandime. So this is a little bit of a glimmer of hope for the side of Old Ocean. Also, Lijiang's Nano is going to be there. Lisa Min also going to follow suit very shortly. The aggression is there. Kalios with that Nano just scares off Mag, but that's just going to be it. But Proby takes out Lisa Min as Zest, Vandime. So maybe Old Ocean is onto something here. But the important thing here, Hex, is that while HaeJeokDan was losing, they still stalled the bot, and the bot is what's important on this push map here.
Yeah, it's about a minute left. Have to win 3 fights in a row. You're going to be going up against Nano. Nano should get your 2 primal, so essentially the next fight is going to force it into overtime.
Yep. And yes, Old Ocean will be having some key ultimates online, but that's a big chunk of damage, and Faith is already taken out. That is not going to be good news. Old Ocean, they need to just all die here really quickly and just find a chance to regroup. Mag uses Primal Rage to a great extent. Kalios did take out Lisa Min. Was it Kalios? But still, anyways. But Kalios dying at this time into the game is not going to be helpful for their chances.
HaeJeokDan was able to hold on to Nano during that as well. That's critical. So they're going to have Bob, they're going to have Nano, even the rally should come up here. I don't see a world in which Old Ocean wins this map, but I guess it all starts with one fight. Gonna have to find some plays.
Alright, Kalios coming in at half health. Proby losing that Ash War. HaeJeokDan is looking like they'll just close it out. Sunshine also taking out Rejo and Faith. Mag takes down his Winston counterpart. Becky trying to do what he can, but he will not be able to save his team from losing this map. I mean, some valiant efforts from the side of Old Ocean, but HaeJeokDan, they definitely prove that they are the better team here, and they take that 3-1 win.
Yeah, definitely. There's still some work to be done for Old Ocean. You know, getting a map win is nice, but now they're 0-2 so far on the series. And what I did like, though, is that they didn't really switch up and try to, like, do some weird counter comps or anything. I think that might come later in the season if they're really still struggling. But at this point in time, it looks like this is what the meta is settling on. Winston, Ana, Dive, and their roster is kind of built for this composition. It's, you know, they've got everyone to play the right heroes. No one's really off heroing too hard. They just need to figure out the coordination and getting things done a little bit better, because at the end of the day, I keep thinking back to like Nepal, and those bugaboos followed them throughout the whole series of just not getting value out of the ultimates that they needed.
Yep, and our player of the match is going to be Lisa Min. Well deserved. I am very so impressed with how he performed today. I don't think he played anything other than the Ana, but his Ana play was just on point. The sleep darts, the bio nades, just like, I mean, not just even those big moments, but the general play, because we've been joking about how the Nano game was a turn-based game, but sometimes he just caught up so quickly that even though if he used the Nano, he was almost matching the speed of Jay Holmes.
Well, I think what you're seeing is we've seen so much Ana so far, even in these first 3 days of competition. The thing separating a lot of the top tier Anas is not necessarily even the sleeps, because you're able to sleep a Winston. That's not the hardest thing in the world. Not even really the antis because we know that hitting antis is big. I also shooted it. Lee Sumin had a couple of great sneaky ones, but a lot of them that I'm seeing that are doing really well are cycling in damage when they're not cycling in the healing. They're not just heal botting in the back, throwing it onto their Winston and keeping their Brig alive and things like that. They're hitting shots across the map to do damage. I think about this map, especially in Paraiso, where they opened it up by Lee Sumin hitting, got a first pick. Like he was putting in damage on people too, and it ends up adding up. See right there, it ends up adding up not only for the kills, but then you're getting your charge faster. So that's been the one key thing of being able to cycle in damage and healing that the top Annas are doing so well.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and of course, right now he has a lot more to prove if he's going to be compared to the likes of Shu and Fielder. But I have a feeling that he is slowly getting there. I mean, yes, he has a lot more to prove, but before we talk about Lee Sumin and his comparison to the top Annas, we will listen into the interview with the man himself.
네, 오늘 첫 경기부터 굉장히 짜릿한 순간들이 매우 많이 나왔는데요. 그만큼 재밌는 경기가 아니었나 싶습니다. 자, 해적단과 올드오션 중 오늘 승자는 해적단이었습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
So, HaeJeokDan takes the
네,
win
오늘 승리
against
축하드립니다.
OWCS today.
역시나 해적이
Congratulations.
바다를 지배하는 걸까요? 자, 오늘 POT에서
So the Pirates do end up reigning over the ocean today.
부탁드려요.
Can you introduce yourself to the fans?
이수민입니다.
Hello, I'm
네,
Lee Sumin,
선수 오늘
flex
축하드립니다.
support for
자,
HaeJeokDan.
드디어 기다리던 첫 승이 정립됐습니다. 이제 다시금 해적단의 시간이 찾아오는 걸까요? 승리 소감 들어볼게요.
So how do you feel about the
이기긴
win today? This
했는데
is your first win of the season.
너무 생각보다 못한 것 같아가지고 일단 끝나고 대기실에서 빠따질 당해야 됩니다.
So, we did win, but apparently it wasn't as clean as we expected. So we're in for a day of a lot of feedback after we get back.
파라이소 그리고 플래시 포인트에서 굉장히 치열한 모습들이 많이 펼쳐졌었거든요. 이때 당시 상황 어땠나요?
So there were a lot of
우리가
close maps,
생각했던
especially
대로
in
너무 안
Paraiso
풀려가지고.
and Suravasa. So how are things?
일단 지고 나서 대기실 들어가서 계속 피드백하면서 계속 소통을 더 하자고 했던 것 같아요.
So after we dropped the map, the general consensus was that we need to talk to each other more. We need to communicate better. So that was the feedback that kind of got us
비비면서
back on
게임을
track.
하다가 마지막 루나사피에서 한 140m 밀고 그래 얘들아 이거지 이런 말을 했던 것 같아요.
So a sigh of relief in Runasapi when we pushed 140 meters, and the general comms were like, "This is more like it rather than the previous maps."
캐리 선언을 하셨는데 오늘 팀원들 반응 어땠나요?
So you said in the pre-match interview that you would carry.
뚫어놓은
What was
것
your
같긴
teammate's
한데.
reaction to that?
근데 제가 그렇게 말해놓고 제가 죽어가지고 좀 부끄럽긴 하네요.
So I did say that don't die, I'm gonna carry, but I also died on a lot of occasions, so I'm just kind of wanting to hide in a hole here.
자, 오늘 그렇다면 경기에서 어떤 부분이 가장 짜릿했나요?
So what was the most exciting moment of the match of today's match today?
그다음 생각은 안 나는데 그냥 수라바사에서 그 숨어서 힐밴 던지는 거 그게 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
Nothing in particular, but if I have to point out the one that I sneaked in Suravasa and had a big
자,
bio
그리고
need.
마지막으로 해적단을 응원해주시는 팬분들도 오늘 첫 승이 굉장히 또 기쁠 순간이기도 한데요. 그런 만큼 팬분들 세레머니 굉장히 기다리고 있었단 말이죠.
So the fans are
뭘
expecting a
준비하셨을까요?
victory ceremony from you. Have you had anything prepared?
티라미수 케이크 하려고 하더라고요.
자, 티라미수
So
케이크.
there was a
자,
tiramisu
어떻게
cake
시작해볼까요?
song dance from TikTok.
해요 이래도.
네, 앞에서 팬분들께서 같이
do I just
노래를
do it here?
불러주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. 미스 케이크, 티라미수 케이크, 티라미수 케이크.
까지밖에 몰라서.
I only
네,
know
자
up to
이렇게
this
수민
point.
선수의 티라미수 케이크 세레머니까지 만나봤습니다. 자, 오늘 첫 경기부터 굉장히 짜릿한 순간들이 많이 펼쳐지고 있는데요. 두 번째 경기도
And that sums up the
기대해
interview.
주세요.
How'd you find the dance, Hex?
하겠습니다.
I was enthralled by it. I'm amazed by that kind of talent and coordination that I could only dream of having. I really just want tiramisu right now. That sounds delicious.
All right. Next up, we're going to have Poker Face versus, excuse me, Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken. So
No, you are not.
Yep.
That's coming up next, and that's going to be a really interesting one because Poker Face is revamped, and Fnatic is. Who knows what Fnatic is yet?
yeah, so we'll figure that out after a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We have just finished our first series of the day, and we are on to the second series. How was the first series, X?
It was good. I think Old Ocean still has a lot of work to do, a lot of things to figure out about that composition, but I think like they had some good things to show. I really think that the ceiling for the other squad is a little bit higher, and I think right now you're just looking for perhaps Old Ocean to come up and maybe, I don't know. I really think the DPS have to carry that team right now. I don't see all stars at the other positions at this moment, and I think right now they're just really trying to figure out this comp, because as sad as it is, I think we are settling into a very specific meta.
Yep, and well, I mean, we also did talk about this during the game, but of course they would probably be better off just trying to perfect this composition rather than trying to find some alternatives, at least for the current moment. But let's talk about our second series of the day. It's going to be Pokerface versus Fnatic. If you asked me like a few days ago, I would just say, oh, Fnatic 3-0 probably, or 3-1 maybe if Pokerface is lucky. But to be honest, I don't know what version of Fnatic to expect right now.
Well, I mean, that's a weird one though, because well, okay, so let's look at Fnatic before this stage had a rough World Cup, but then they took ZETA to the brink, and then they got stomped by Crazy Raccoon. So that might just be a Crazy Raccoon thing. Pokerface, on the other hand, they got beat in day one, and then I believe it was Falcons, and then they beat Vex. So they're doing exactly what we expect them to do. Although this team is just really, really interesting to me because they have 8 players, because they have versatility, because they brought new players in. I'm expecting them to play better than they did last stage, but I don't know where that puts them amongst these teams.
Alright, so it was actually against Crazy Raccoon. It was an 0-3 loss against Crazy Raccoon. They actually played okay in maps 1 and 3, but let's see how they fare against Fnatic. They're having a rough week, and to be fair on them and their defense, their strength of schedule is insane. Probably the worst week one that all the teams in OWCS Korea is experiencing right now. The talent is there, no denying that. Like, they have good players. The question is going to be, can they all gel together as a team in this meta?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at just like transference, which doesn't necessarily work in Overwatch at the highest levels, Pokerface played Crazy Raccoon better than Fnatic did. That's really, I mean, between a common opponent, that's what we have to go on. But here is the Pokerface roster, have added a lot of players to this squad since the last go-around. Of course, Proud was originally on this team, but then you've got Chosewan Jaewoo, Velosaria, a new addition, Simple and Fixa. Fixa, I believe, a new addition as well. Simple still on this squad from Pokerface. I think Pokerface retained 3 players and added 5 new players, so a whole new look from Pokerface. Chosewan is, he's kind of in that Becky territory that we were talking about. Has just always been the best player on some bad teams. Really has just, top 5 damage dealer in the world potential, top 3 potential is definitely up there. And here's the Fnatic squad. No subs for these guys.
Yep, they trimmed down their roster after the Esports World Cup. They're going with what they have right now. But, like I said, this is a very talented roster, and the meta is actually kind of favoring them right now, because Jonghyuk, if this was some kind of like a off-tank meta, like the D.Va meta or a Sigma meta, it might have been a little bit trickier for them. But right now, it looks like it is their meta. But can they profit from them? That's going to be the question. But before that, we have an interview with the representatives of both teams, so let's get on with it.
네, 손에 땀을 쥐게 할 두 번째 경기가 펼쳐질 예정입니다. 프나틱과 포커페이스의 경기가 펼쳐질 예정인데요. 각 팀의 선수분들 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 포커페이스 팀 들어볼까요?
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 최세한입니다.
Hello, I'm
선수
최세환.
반갑습니다. 자,
DPS for
그렇다면
Poker
프나틱
Face.
팀도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 프나틱에서 서블러를 맡고 있는 이자이키입니다.
Hello,
네,
I'm
이자이키
Izaki.
선수도 반갑습니다.
Flex support
자,
for
먼저
Fnatic.
최세환 선수. 지난 경기 때 3대 0으로 승리 후에 POTM까지 받았던 우리 최세환 선수입니다. 오늘도 경기 때 좋은 모습 보여줄 수
So
있을까요?
last
어제
match you were the
3대
player of the
0으로
match.
이기긴
Can you show a
경기력이
similar showing today?
그렇게 좋았던 것까지는 아닌 것 같아서 오늘은 좀 더 완벽하게 이겨보도록
So
하겠습니다.
personally, I think we did win 3-0, but it wasn't a perfect match by any means. So today, I'm focusing on just getting it better
네,
오늘
performance.
3대0 칼퇴하겠습니다.
All right, I just want to go home
탈퇴를
early today and
보여주겠다라고
make this a
말씀을
short
해주셨습니다.
3-0 today.
그렇다면 우리 푸나틱의 이자야키 선수 생각보다 험난한 시작을 하고 있는 푸나틱이긴 합니다. 그런데 오늘 경기에서
So,
이기면
Izayaki,
그
you're having a
신고가 가능하단 말이죠.
Struggling
오늘
week
가능할까요?
1. Can we expect a win for you
사실
from you today?
모든 사람이 생각하듯 가능하다고 생각하고요. 뭐 늘 그렇듯 저희 할 것만 하면은 그냥 쉽게 이길 거라고
I
생각합니다.
definitely am confident that we can make it happen today, and as long as we do our jobs correctly, we'll be
오늘
able to
우리
go
팀을
this
승리로
make this
이끌
through.
선수는 과연 누굴까요?
일단 아시다시피 선수들이 다 각각 잘하기는 하는데 그래도 이제
So who's the
동합
one to
선수도
look out
그렇고
for today?
이제 유독 이제 DPS 중에서 체크메이트랑 나이프 선수를 좀 더 유독
So, I mean, all of our players are
네,
talented, but if
자,
you
팀원분들
kind of have an eye on our
모두
DPS lineup,
샤우트해주면서
Knife and
오늘
Checkmate,
경기
I
정말
think
재밌게
they're
흘러갈
gonna
것
pop
같다라는
off
생각이
today.
드는데요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 열심히 준비하고 있을 우리 팀원들에게도 한마디 부탁드려요. 최세한 선수.
Troy, can you say anything to
오늘은 이제
your
어제
teammates?
재우가 자기가 좀 못한 것 같다고 캐리 해준다고 해가지고 오늘은 좀 동생이
So
버스에서
Jehu said
가
today to me that he
안전하게
kind of
그냥 타보려고 합니다.
wasn't performing
네, 자,
yesterday and that he'll
동생이
carry today.
운전해주는
So
버스를
I'll
타고 오늘 목적지까지
keep him to his word
잘
today.
도착할 수 있을지 기대해 주시고요. 그렇다면 푸나틱 팀은요?
How about Fnatic?
팀원들한테 한마디 하는 건가요? 아니면 그냥 할 말만
So am I
하면
saying
되는
something to
거예요?
my teammates?
팀원들한테 한마디요.
팀원들한테?
Teammates,
할 말이 딱히
huh?
없긴 한데 그냥
I don't really have a lot to say.
어제 저희는 어제 죽었기 때문에 오늘 새로 태어났고 이제
So we
새로운
died, literally
경기력으로
died yesterday.
네,
So
보답
this is a
해드릴 수
rebirth
있도록
of
노력하겠습니다.
ourselves today.
네, 자 어제
So
푸나틱은
let's
죽었기 때문에
make
오늘 한
the most out of
살로
our
이제
new
새로운
life.
시작을 할 푸나틱 팀입니다. 자 이렇게 지금까지 포커페이스의 최세환 선수, 푸나틱의
And
이자야키
that
선수와
was the
만나봤는데요.
pre-match
두 번째
interview.
경기 많은 기대
Hex, any
부탁드리면서
thoughts?
첫 번째 경기.
I think it's a very accurate description of how that match went against Crazy Raccoon yesterday. We died. That was a brutal one-sided affair. I like the confidence from Poker Face, and I think this is it's a really important set for both of these teams. Where are we at here? You know, Fnatic took ZETA to the brink and then just looked lost against Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon just, they were playing different compositions and weird stuff, and Fnatic was losing their map picks. Obviously, they lost both of them, and so it was a bad showing, and you want to bounce back. However, Poker Face trying to put their new stamp on things. They lost to a team they should have lost to. They beat to a team they should have beat. So where are they at? These early matches are so interesting to find out where teams are. I just worry a little bit about Fnatic and, where are they at mentally right now? Yesterday is one of those matches where it's like you don't even look at the tape. You don't even VOD review it. So what are we going to learn? Oh, we got stopped. You just kind of forget about it and move on. And how are they going to bounce back today against a revamped Poker Face team?
Yep, and I guess some good news for Fnatic is that it's going to be Lijiang Tower, and a lot of players on the side of Fnatic being from the Shanghai Dragons, they have fond memories of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, it's Lijiang Tower. He's kind of took over that map that one fateful day and had, I think, 8 elimination kills on it, or 8 environmental eliminations rather. So there's a reason why it's called that. Although he's kind of been in a bit of brig jail here and there. It just doesn't seem like it vibes with his play style. But you put him on the Lucio, everything is all gravy there. I really like that Fnatic kind of pared down their roster too. I think there was a. I think they let go of Attack and Viper, who just didn't seem to really ever find their footing as a place on that team. Viper should have been the Tracer ace, but never really found that role there. And I think, Checkmate has revitalized this team, gives them so much versatility on the flex DPS. So I'm just hoping for different compositions from these teams, and we'll see what they want to run. Hopefully we don't settle into the standard meta, but both of these teams have shown that they will run a little bit off meta, as it were. So I think the last match that we saw made a lot of sense for both those teams to kind of just run that pure dive mirror, and we might see different things from these squads.
Yeah, and that's a impressive drawing on Bellas Royale, and I think that's a ball that's also on.
Yep.
Yeah. And speaking of ball, I think both players are really confident in their ball play, so maybe I think we will be able to see some ball here instead of just the Winston's. Oh, okay, so Chisewan. On screen it looks like an 0-3, but
that's
I'm
weird.
definitely that's awkward, but I mean I think he was meaning a 3-0 like he said in the pre-match interview. But it definitely did look like it was an 0-3. And
That'd be-
it looks backwards, so.
Yeah, that'd be a hell of a prediction. Yeah, they figured it out now.
Yeah, they figured it out. All right, there we go. But yep, that's the DPS lineup for both teams. I think it was also mentioned in the previous match, but the DPS are so important, especially in the mirror matchups like this. You know that on a Winston Dive competition, the Winstons are gonna do Winston things. Annas are trying to nano the Winstons and sleep the Winstons and whatnot. So maybe the differences come on the DPS lineup, and rightfully so, the focus is on the DPS matchup today.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS ends up being so important even when you're running these mirror compositions, because there's a lot of times, like, yes, you need to be working with your dive. Like, the Tracer Winston dive, the Echo Winston dive, you need to be there as well. But there's so many times where when you're in that mirror match of a Tracer and an Echo versus Tracer and Echo, and even the Ashes, you are just facing the other damage player, right? So you are generally taking 1v1s with Tracers, like defending your flank or trying to go on a flank. Or in the sky, the Echo is the only one who could shut down the other Echo, so those 1v1s end up being critical. And now, you know, in the era of 5v5 Overwatch, a single kill ends up meaning so much more. So if you win your 1v1, you're setting your team up for great success. And, you know, beyond that, working with your team, but it is those damage dealers who are out on an island sometimes, where if your Tracer is losing every 1v1, you're not winning that map, no matter what. So you at least need to stay even, be able to check each other, and the same with the Echoes, the same with the Ashes. So in the meta that we found ourselves in, having your damage players not lose all their 1v1s and at least stay even is critical to be able to win team fights.
Yep, and we'll see how Knife and Checkmate can fare against Chasewan and Joe. Like, to be honest, if you just look at the name value of Chasewan, you would think that Chasewan would be a little bit ahead on the DPS war, but we'll see about how it, because Chasewan has seen rough days as well. It's going to be very interesting to see which version of Chasewan we see as well, and as we see on the screen. I'm hearing that Lijiang is having some audio issues. It's going to take a few minutes to address that, and while we're at it, let's talk about Lijiang Tower. What would you expect, like, from Lijiang Tower? Do you expect these teams to play the standard Winston, or if you were Fnatic, the Winston didn't clearly work out for you, especially yes, it was against Crazy Raccoon. If you were Fleta, who's coaching Fnatic, by the way, would you prefer to start with the ball?
Yeah, I think Fleta is solo coaching Fnatic now as well. I believe Fate did leave the organization, if my source is correct. You know, you never know. I just read the internet for stuff. You know, I almost called it Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower is interesting because there's a couple of stages that are just weird and allow you to play different stuff. I mean, all of them, really. You could run a Mei on almost every single stage here. You can run a Sim on every single stage here. Control Center is kind of odd. You see a lot of Pharah played instead of Echo on both of these maps. The nice thing, I think, especially for Fnatic, is that most of these maps will allow for a Lucio play, which I think far and away is Lijiang's better hero than being on the Brig. So I think you'll see Lucio's more into play than you will see Brigida's, and I believe that you could definitely see Pharah come out instead of Echo until that Pharah gets, like, killed by the Echo, which is what, you know, Echo's just better in the sky in those 1v1s just based on the nature of their kit. So I think you will see stuff that's not necessarily just the mirrors right away. I mean, we even saw Reaper come out on this map. So I think right now, I know we're only 3 days in and this is only my second day casting, but Control has been my favorite map type so far because it is a map type where you are seeing a whole lot of variation.
All right, we can see the player cams coming on, the dubstep stage 1, and also Izayaki with those eye drops. Definitely, you need them for competing. I've tried those on stage. I mean, the stage can be very dry because of the lighting, and I think it's a really smart move to make sure that you're
Yeah, you know what I've noticed, and maybe you've been in the studio, well, you've been in the studio obviously more than I have, but is it a more comfortable temperature? Because I'm just saying, in Overwatch League Season 1 and 2, we spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on hand warmers, and I've yet to see hand warmers on stage.
Well, hand warmers are also a thing, not just because of the temperature, but because just the players feel comfortable having their hands warm compared to the room. But right now, it's really super hot in Korea right now, so they don't necessarily need hand warmers.
Okay, interesting. We're beyond the hand warmer meta. Because I could literally tell you the spreadsheet I saw of how much money we spent on hand warmers in Overwatch League Season 1 and 2 in the arena we were at there, but that arena was kept icy cold. So not sure who was paying the power bill for that either. The AC bill must have been up there as well. All right, so I'd like to see some Venture. Venture's been such an interesting hero as well. Yeah, let's wait till they settle out.
Yeah, being on Control Center right now, it might actually be a possibility. And Bellisrea going with the Junker Queen. We haven't seen that in a while, and it's going to be Mauga as well. So this is a new matchup. We've seen Mauga on Samoa, but not on other maps.
Yeah, and Venture on Samoa as well. So these compositions play very much of like, you get one, like the gameplay loop is you go in, you get one shot to get everything done, and then you try to leave or you die. That's how Venture plays. It's very ability based. What a great 1v1 there.
Yep, checkmate there, taking out Chiseo. So this is going to be a lot of control, AoE damage control over to Fnatic, and they capitalize by taking initial control of the point. Pokerface has to go back, and Chiseo swapping to the Genji.
One of their better heroes is the Genji, and now you're just kind of full-on dive in, let's go. You're going to try to get commanding shouts to go in, and then you send in your Venture, you send in your Genji, and you've got to get kills, otherwise you're going to be in a terrible spot.
Alright, Donghak feels confident enough to just dive into the enemy lines, and rightfully so, and he is taking out Jiu. Fnatic definitely looking a lot more confident than they did against Crazy Raccoon, and they're keeping up the momentum. Pokerface trying to answer with the Kitsune Rush, but it is just going to be an entire team wipe. Stage2, who was taken out earlier. So this is a good showing from Fnatic so far.
Yeah, this double Kitsune Rush comes down, and it is just way too much. Simple's going to go over to the Baptiste to try to get some survivability, but they're going to be in a rough spot. Knife gets in, Knife gets out, and we're going to have that ultimate up. But, I mean, the cage fight can come in. Cage fight, in theory, should win you a single fight as well.
The Tectonic Shock is there, and then Fixa is answering with the Sound Barrier. And also Sound Barrier from Lijiang to counter the threat of Chiseo's Dragon Blade, so no casualties despite DPS ultimates on both sides. Bellisrea going in with the Rampage. Only Donghak was connected, but it is enough for Pokerface to actually fight back. And after 85, almost 90% progress on the point, well, still ongoing there. Actually, Fnatic is stalling this, actually. I thought this was going to be a quick flip, but yeah, Fnatic almost taking it to overtime.
Yeah, just the stall there. I mean, they were alive. What do you can reset, or you can just die at the point. Totally fine. But you know, coming in right now is going to be that cage fight, and it's one of the reasons we saw a resurgence of Pharah with the Mauga, is because cage fight combos so well. Not only just with Barrage, but just with that direct and splash damage from Pharah. So you're gonna try to isolate a target with cage fight, try to get something, and there's no defense for it right now.
Alright, Izakia opens up with the Kitsune Rush, and the cage fight is there. The Immortality Field is not going to save Bellisrea, and Fnatic are just pressing the W button. They are going forward, and checkmate, looking for some blood, but it is going to be Izayaki and Knife taking the kill credits. Overtime is ticking, but Pokerface already, they are missing a few members. Jail is down. It is going to be Fixa and Bellisrea going to have to stall the point, and at this point, this is just going to be cleanup duty for Fnatic unless Pokerface can stall it long enough, which I don't think is going to happen, and Control Center goes to the way of Fnatic. Fnatic looks good today.
Yeah, looking very strong right now. It is just first point of control, but, you know, just early the kills from the Pharah. There was no great answer from the Pharah after that, and even forced them off of their own Pharah as well. And this composition just works so well. You throw in your Maga, then you get the cardiac overdrive, and all the damage is converted. Everyone's got sustain and health, and, you know, once you start, that's why the splash damage works so well, the Venture works so well with it. It's such an interesting composition. And it really works well on control maps where you're closed quarters and you're forced to fight it.
Yep, and I'm just glad to see that Fnatic, after that crushing defeat against Crazy Raccoon, they look like they still have that confidence. And on Gardens, it looks like they will be going the ball, and it is going to be matched by the ball of Belisarea on the side of Pokerface.
Pokerface was toying with some different ideas, but they will switch and just go directly to the mirror. Belisarea! Lijiang is up to his old tricks. This is his stage, this is his map.
Yep, Lijiang showing everyone why, reminding everyone why this map is called Lijiang Tower. And just taking that ball off the picture on the side of Pokerface is going to be, once again, a early point advantage for the side of Fnatic. They haven't capped it yet, it's still contested, and Belisarea is back into the fight. So, no control, no cap yet, but Lijiang taking down Simple, so maybe finally things settle down and Fnatic will be able to assume control on the point. Oh, but Knife is taken down by Jew. Yeah, that was greedy, I agree.
He had recall up. Like, he's at 40, he was thinking he was just going to get to the team and not worry about it, but a good check by the opposing Tracer.
Yep, now with Izayaki gone, it might actually be in favor of Pokerface, and yep, the first cap actually goes to Pokerface, despite Fnatic having some early wins. And that stick is nice, but it's not going to take out Dohawk. Dohawk just recharges to full health from base, and is looking to wreak havoc here. Ultimates will be online very soon, so maybe Fnatic is waiting for that. The Kitsune Rush is almost there. The Kitsune Rush is there and used as soon as it is available, and it is going to be answered by Simples. So it is still a stalemate. It's still a 5v5. No casualties as of yet. Jake on low, but it's not pressing the Q button yet. He does not, and Fixa takes out Lijiang, takes out Izayaki. So once again, Pokerface registers a team fight win. Lijiang may have wanted to press that sound barrier over there.
Yeah, it's curious if you wonder if that's intentional or if they're holding it to just come back and now have the enormous advantage of it, but you don't really want to give up those fights. Maybe just thought he wasn't in a good position, maybe too much pressure, didn't want to end up Ajaxing that one as well. But now they're going to have their own duplicate, they're going to have sound barrier. In theory and on paper, this is a map or a fight that they should win, but a huge dive in from Belisarea followed up.
Yep, and that was a huge pile driver. I think I saw that was at least a 3-man pile driver, followed up by Joe. Joe doing so well to do following up these dives and taking out Knife as well. This is going to stall things even further at 74, 75 and ongoing. This is going to be last fight territory for Fnatic. One teamfight loss means that it is going to round 3 of Lijiang Tower here.
Jwoo is the Tracer ace of this team. Of course, Proud would be the one who comes in to just play the pure hit scan, but he's living up to that ace mentality right now, absolutely winning these Tracer with 1v1s, and it's been critical in almost every fight.
There is that sound barrier that we've been looking for from Lijiang. Finds all 5 members of Fnatic, but good disengage from the side of Pokerface. Does not find any casualties, and actually it is going to be Izayaki and Checkmate who falls first. Yes, the flip is there, but only for momentarily. I speculate as Pokerface is in cleanup duty. Donghawk is probably just going to annoy people on the side of Pokerface and try to just deny the flip. See, the flip is there, and overtime is ticking. Just Donghawk doing ball things, but buying time for his teammates to be on the point. But how the team fight is going to be is the question. Checkmate being down by Chisewan. Well, the ball is still there. As long as the ball lives, the touch is going to be there, and Knife takes out Simple, so this might change things a little bit. Izayaki commits with the Kitsune, which is just good. Fixa takes out Izayaki, so no healing on that, but Fixa is I don't know if he just fell there or somebody pushed him there, but no kill credit there. But anyway, that is going to be Mixa out of the picture, so Fnatic, they might have a second wind on Gardens. But not if Belstrera and Jew have a say on it. Overtime is going to make those respawn timers very long. Donghak takes down Belstrera. This is still anyone's fight. Chisiwan takes down Izayaki, and Knife also falls down. So Pokerface has a massive advantage, but Donghak, will Donghak be able to survive? And no, the answer is going to be no. And after a very prolonged fight, Pokerface is finally going to secure Gardens. That was a long fight.
Yeah, really dragged out. I mean, the duplicate onto the opposing ball, you have 2 balls on the field, is going to be really a ton of sustain and just trades back and forth. Equidistant spawns, those are going to happen until you get an overwhelming advantage. I really do like what Jaewoo did there on the Tracer, though, and you go back to Knife being greedy on that recall at 40 HP and Jaewoo punishing him. I think of the Tracer v Tracer in a way of like kind of in the same way of a Widow v Widow, in as much as if the other Widow is dead, your life is a million times easier. You don't have to worry about your sightlines. You don't have to worry about them countering you. And in Tracer, it's the same way. Once you get rid of that other Tracer or that other Tracer dies to something else, you have carte blanche because no one can catch you. No one can really deal with your mobility because there's no other Tracer on the field. It's such an enormous advantage. And Jaewoo's been winning these Tracer 1v1s rather handily.
Yeah, and Knife already using that recall and very low. Lijiang taking down Chisewan. So Lijiang says, alright, I'm just taking things into my own hands and taking down Chisewan in the air. I don't know how he did it, but anyways, that is going to be an early advantage for Fnatic. But we've seen this before in Gardens. Despite a numbers advantage early on, they failed to cap the point. But in Night Market, it looks like this is not going to be the case as Checkmate takes down Simple. So, wait a second. Am I caster cursing this? Because they still haven't captured the point.
More pressure onto the Echoes.
Alright, finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that was a prolonged fight. And Checkmate has 79% on the duplicate already.
Yeah, it's putting in some good work. They do finally clean up. I mean, it's the nature of a ball composition, right? Ball, Lucio, and Tracer can all be really annoying and sustaining on the point, so it's going to be, you have to super win a fight to be able to pull it off. The Echo finally learns to not hang out there because got killed a couple times by the ball.
Yep, and Pokerface are wasting no time trying to contest once again, but Checkmate on the ball duplicate takes down Simple, and Chaseon just, I think he was just pushed by the ball, and although there were no kill credits, that was an environmental kill in my opinion, and Izayaki cleans up the Australia, so once again Fnatic is assuming control, and now they're holding that checkpoint. Well, that choke point, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be able to try to lace in a pulse bomb too, but Fnatic is going to rotate to the right side thinking that is going to be the entry point, but now they're just going to back up to the point. Fnatic with some great defensive ultimates. They can just play on the point here and wait for mines. They can also wait for a sound barrier, so they're in a good spot. They're coming to mines.
Yep, the mines just kind of deter any entry to the point, but Lijiang just out of nowhere just gets beams down by Chaseon over there. So that's the sound barrier denied, and Izayaki also now meaning that the flip has to be there. I guess good news for Fnatic is that they didn't have to use ultimates because the supports were all dead, but the bad news is that they just gave up the point for free.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the Kitsune Rush is much better in the defensive area right here, too, because wherever you use it, there's going to be a decent retreat for the other team to come around the corner. So to try to initiate with Kitsune is rather difficult, unless you can find an area over here.
Alright, both Kitsune Rushes used, Knife very low, and also Chisuano duplicating that Tracer, so this is going to be 2 Tracers for the time being on the side of Pokerface and Fixa. Both Lucio's having to use their sound barriers, but no casualties just yet. This fight is actually taking a lot longer than I thought it would be, but in the end, yes, they lose Knife, but Checkmate equalizing the score, and slowly but steadily, Fnatic looks like they are going to win this fight, and with the mines on the point. Oh, Lijiang.
He was doing so well, too, that he ended up just jumping into it.
Uh-huh. And, well, Belstrella is going to buy time for his teammates to follow up, so this is going to be yet another long overtime fight. Knife just dies out of nowhere, so this is... Knife's not having a good map right now so far, first map so far, but Donghak is, and Simple is taken out, so this is a 4v4 so far. Checkmate duplicates Tracer, so the absence of Knife will not be missed, at least for the time being. Checkmate already with that pulse bomb. Lijiang dies once again to the minds of Belstrella. Jo taking out Izayaki, so very quickly the situation is deteriorating for Fnatic and Pokerface. Yep.
During the chaos of that last fight too, there was a flip even before the fight was over and won, so they were counting up during that. So now we're at 60%, and given the nature of how these fights have gone, this is going to be the last fight for the map because they've been going for about 45 seconds each single time. So again, it's going to be where can you get a Kitsune rush, where can the other team engage or disengage from, can you force the other team to fight in your Kitsune rush, going to be a big deal. Also the huge echo advantage.
Oh wait, Belstrella. I mean, we can talk about Lijiang all day, about him dying just randomly, but he also makes these heroic plays that is going to be so, making life so easier for Fnatic. The ball just not being there for Pokerface is going to hurt so much. Izayaki taking down Fixa and also Simple going down is going to be, I think, that's going to be the nail on the coffin for Pokerface, at least on Lijiang. But Belstrella is back in the fight, so this is going to be, they have to get rid of ball quickly or else this is going to be another long fight, but Belstrella is down. Donghak cleans up shop, and finally, Lijiang Tower goes to the way of Fnatic. Well, that was exciting in a sense, but also bad for the heart.
Some just bigger plays from Lijiang's Lucio. The playmaking ability came out on both stages there, and then towards the end, getting beat up and not having to use it early, not using it too early, because a lot of Lucios would have just dropped it in response to the opposing Lucio beats, which came out, and then Fixa died immediately after, so it was a panic beat, had to be done, and then Lijiang just very patient with it, knowing that those fights have gone so long in either way, so he uses it towards the end to lock it out. Very, very close between these two teams, though. But yeah, eventually Fnatic pulls it off. Knife needs to play a little bit less greedy, I think. Just stay alive as the Tracer would be a little important, because but I also think Jaewood just played really well. But yeah, I mean, some really good play out of some of the Pokerface DPS, but I really think that Checkmate was such a great addition to this team. Just the versatility able to add to Fnatic. You think of Checkmate, and a lot of his best heroes that he was playing recently have been like Mei and things like that, adding like the utility heroes in, but just the mechanics on his Echo there were really, really stout. So yeah, it's a team that's only got 5 players, but Checkmate really fills a lot of gaps.
Yep, the individual flexibility of Checkmate is, like you said, is kind of compensating the lack of flexibility on the number of players that Fnatic has. And now, I mean, let's talk about Fnatic right now. Finally, for the first time in this season, they won a control map, and the 2 matches that they lost, they all lost control. Now, is this a sign of redemption for Fnatic? How do you rate their performance right now?
Well, I mean, it looks good. It looks good on control, but control is one of those things that can be illusory. So I want to see what Lijiang does on Brig, what Donghak does on Winston before I start crowning them as back.
All right, let's see whether Fnatic is actually back or whether Pokerface can fight back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea, and we are currently on our second map of the second series of the day, and it is going to be Blizzard World. It is going to be Poker Face pick. What does this imply? Is there a change of strategy from the side of Poker Face here, Hex?
It's time to see some Widow play. That's what it implies. We saw a little bit of it yesterday with Falcons and
HaeJeokDan?
Yeah, exactly. And we saw some happy Widow, and we saw some Widow 1v1. So it's going to be the dive composition, the Ana, Brig, Winston, Tracer. So Ana, Winston, Tracer is almost always going to be your dive package. It's almost always going to happen. You can roll in an Echo or a Genji, but Tracer is the most consistent. And then you can kind of cycle in and do your complementary package depending on the map. And in this map, a lot of people will play some Ashe. It really depends, but if a Widow is on it, they're going to be better than the Ashe on this map. So we saw a lot of Widow duels yesterday, but that's going to be the compositions, and you know, it's Poker Face's map pick, and obviously they're going to bring in Proud to play that Widow.
Yep, bringing in Proud kind of states their intent of having a long-range hit scan duel. And I think this is one of the strong suits of Poker Face, that they have such a big roster that they can just throw a variety of tactical questions towards Fnatic, especially because Fnatic only has 5 players on their roster. They're kind of like throwing the question to Fnatic, hey, can you match our tactical or strategic flexibility? And it is going to be a very good question for Fnatic as whether they can match this long-range hit scan duel.
Well, essentially what it does is it makes Knife get off of Tracer and onto whatever long-range hit scan, whether it's Ashe or Widow, should be Widow, and then it forces Checkmate onto Tracer. And look, Checkmate can play Tracer. Is Checkmate a top-tier Tracer? It's kind of like, I've done it, I've likened this team before to what Toronto Ultra is in North America, right? 5-person roster, no versatility really, and like their best Tracer is also their best Echo for that team in Sugar Free, so there's always a problem, and it's like, okay, well now Merit has to play the Tracer, and is Merit a bad Tracer? No, but he's not a top 5 Tracer, you know? So it's like when you're playing these great Tracers in the world, having somebody who's fine at it but not great can really put your team in an advantage, and I think that's kind of the hand that Poker Face is forcing.
All right, I have to shout out about this cheer sign here about, so the far left says that between the 2 girls that had the signs on, one was rooting for Fnatic and one was rooting for Poker Face. Whoever loses is going to buy dinner today. So the one on the far left doesn't care who wins because she's gonna be treated to dinner anyways. But now it's the battle between the other 2.
I bet you the idea was the one on the far left. It's like, you guys should bet on this, right? You guys should bet who buys dinner tonight, don't you think? Don't you think that'd be a good idea if you guys bet who bought dinner? That'd be me. I'd be totally playing that role. But yeah, well played. You know, at the end of the day, everyone gets to have dinner with friends. So the real friends were the friends we made along the way. Wait, that doesn't work that way, does it? Yeah,
the real win. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the map pick stuff has been so interesting, and I love that we've gone to map in mode. It's such a more competitive wrinkle, I think, because being forced into a mode, like, so say like the mode is like flashpoints.
Hybrid. Flashpoint.
Yeah, those maps don't really play that differently, is what I'm saying, right? So like if you get choice on Flashpoint, you're like, oh, well, this doesn't really help us either way. It doesn't change anything. But when you get to choose like which mode, then you can definitely change and force composition. So it's such a cool thing.
All right, and I appreciate the observers for saying hi to Artanis. I hope Ire is in good hands right now. But if you look at the compositions right now, Poker Face on the defense, it's getting interesting. We're seeing a Zenyatta on the fray. We've seen this with Team Falcons yesterday with Sir Majed. He's been showing that Zenyatta may actually, well, done correctly, maybe an answer to the Winston dive.
Yeah, I think we might have seen Crazy Raccoon run it as well. I think on Dorado, I want to say. Maybe I'm confusing it all, but yeah, it can be very, very good, but it's also very vulnerable to tracers and everything else. So both these teams not opting to go with the Widow, they're going to go with the Ashe instead. So obviously the options, Ashe a little more consistent as the damage, also you have the fire, and a little less diveable. So Fnatic full sale swaps right now. Okay,
All right, they just scouted the comp that Pokerface is running, and they want to make life hard for Zenyatta here.
Absolutely, and this is also just, I think it fits their pools better too. I mean, checkmate on the Genji is great, and knife going back to Tracer is really solid as well.
All right, and oh, that's a dive, and Simple taken down by Lijiang over there. That's gonna be. Oh, checkmate is traded out, so we might have to see how the fight goes on. Knife just obliterated by Belisariya over there. I think Proud also did a lot of damage there, but Lijiang doing a lot of work. And without 2 members each, this is going to be a spawn advantage for the side of Fnatic now, so they have a second chance of contesting that point.
Yeah, I mean, just as a Tracer, you don't want the other team to know where you're coming from, and they absolutely knew where you were coming from. Just get completely blown up. When you turn a corner and the Ashe is already looking at you, you know it's over.
And Proud, oh, from long range, sniping down that Lijiang Lucio. He's looking for any flanks here. The Genji is there. The Dynamite, you can't deflect the Dynamite blast damage. Checkmate, and once again, Fnatic has to go through a full hold. Oh, I mean, full reset, excuse me.
Blizzard World's one of those very sneaky maps, and it happens a lot on hybrid maps, though, too, where you feel like, oh, we just lost 1 fight, but now you're down to 2 minutes. Now you're down to pretty much 2 fights, because the setup is long, the walk back is long, so when you're not winning or not getting any objective progress for these first 2 fights, you're kind of behind the 8 ball, and you get sneaky, you know, it sneaks up on you where the time is now at 0 when you're really up against it.
And then once again, checkmate is being caught out, and I mean, credit to Jew, but this doesn't look good for Fnatic. Like you said, Hex, this is already less than 2 minutes on the board, and Fnatic is in a really awkward position where they have to probably just send their D.Va back to escort checkmate back into the main group.
Absolutely have to. Otherwise, you're just going to get flicked out of the sky. The way Proud is playing right now, too, are you going to bet against Proud hitting 2 shots on your Echo on the way in?
Yep, and... Oh, wait, the Nano is there, but the target, I don't know who the target was. But anyway, off screen, just Pokerface just tearing Fnatic apart. And yeah, Fnatic used 2 ultimates there. The Pulse Bomb, of course, is a relatively easier one to get back. But the Kitsune Rush, what's a big tool to getting that rush online. This is a big loss for Fnatic.
And Belisariya hanging out with the Retract. We've seen a lot of cool ball tech now with the new mechanic, and just they're not only just a scout, but if they don't see you there, being a great pile drive spot too. And Pokerface in a really good spot. Have to engage with Pete now.
Yep, they definitely know that this may be their last chance of getting not full held. And Donghak trying to make that refill happen. Will the refill happen? It does, but Knife is lost in the process. Lijiang is also taken down. Checkmate takes a fix up, but Donghak once again connect. So with only 19 seconds on the time bank here, it looks like Fnatic might be full held on Blizzard World here.
Yeah, it looks like they will get 1 bar of progress. Proud is on a heater right now. And yeah, I mean, showing up with the kill feed to get some like low kills, but he is starting it off with headshots. He's the reason that these heroes end up being low, because it's just really stressing the healing output of Fnatic.
Oh, Knife was taken out early, so Lijiang was forced to be in a very bad spot just for the sake of the touch. And overtime is ticking. The contest is there, but the question is going to be for how long, because Fnatic is almost always going to be at a numbers disadvantage. Izayaki very low, taken down by Jew. Good catch, and that stick onto checkmate will be the nail in the coffin for Fnatic, at least on attack here on Blizzard World. Yes, Fnatic still has a win condition because they can have a fuller hold, but it doesn't look easy.
In the last 2 minutes, just tracking it in my head, Jay Woo had 7 eliminations, 7 final blows. He got 2 each fight before that pulse bomb, and then the finish up on that. Like, Jaewoo is absolutely crushing it, and this is obviously a composition that Pokerface likes to run, because you put Jaewoo on Tracer, and then Proud is this hit scan ace. Proud is even going back to stage 1 when Pokerface was struggling a little bit. There was always games where you're like, oh well, they have a chance because Proud can actually just go off and carry. He's always had this potential, and he had so many strong shots on that Ashe. A great map pick, and it shows why they picked it. You mentioned it though, not over yet. This is not a full hold scenario where they're 0%. They did get some progress on the board, but for Pokerface now, knowing the win condition, you can play towards that. You can, if a fight's not going great for you, you can just try to get ultimates and reset and make sure you're not feeding ultimates. So knowing their win condition now, they're in a really nice spot.
Yep, exactly like you said, Pokerface, for all I know, they can just afford to lose fights until they have 5 ultimates, and then just use 5 ultimates to just brute force their way into a tick. And Proud, having such a good time with the Ashe, is going to try to have a shot with the Widow, probably going back and going to the Ashe, unless, yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. And Jaewoo on the Tracer. So no composition differences from the defense, from what they played on the defense, except that he's on the Winston now. Not a lot going on. A low-profile game so far. Oh, wait, but Colosseo. That was a good nade and a good sleep.
Yeah, you don't see health pools go down that quickly very often, but just a perfect storm. And, they knew that jump was coming in. It was absolutely telegraphed. It was 100% going to happen, and they were just ready for it, back up just enough, and had everything they needed, just absolutely deleted. I mean, what they're trying to do is time that, so that the dynamite and the jump comes in, and then maybe Winston gets the stomp damage and some cleave, and you get a target. But went the other way.
Yep, anyways, Fnatic needs more of these if they want to keep their hopes alive for a fuller hold. And good need from the side of Izayaki to dissuade the jump from Donghak, because, as big a health bar as you have, Donghak, if the rest of your team is getting purpled and very low, you can't dive.
Absolutely not. There is, a little bit of space given up already. This Nano should come in right now, unless they lose their Tracer. They do not, so
Alright, this is going to be the real challenge. Oh, nice sleep by the side of Izayaki. They needed that real bad. However, Proud is going to be taking out Izayaki, so no Nano in this fight. Remember, only a little bit more than a tick is going to secure the win for the side of Pokerface. So Fnatic, despite having Izayaki down, they need to commit to this fight, and checkmate, taking down Simple. It might be the secret sauce for Fnatic to hold on. Lijiang is going to use that rally for sustain. Izayaki should be back in the fight, and that means they should have the Nano, but Proud is going to wipe out Fnatic from the map, and this is going to be a win. So Pokerface equalize. Wow, that was a performance from Proud.
Yeah, well, they were trading out, but then you get Bob on the points, and Bob on the point was absolutely brutal. You saw that the rally came out and the shield was up, but that shield's not going to last forever, and in fact, they started just focus firing that shield. As soon as you get that down, then Bob can clean up the rest, does just that. The damage dealers for Pokerface went absolutely nuts. Everyone on that squad obviously did their jobs and played well, but if you just look back at the POVs, Proud was hitting headshot after headshot, getting so much value out of it, and the cleanup and the precision play from Jaewoo on the Tracer was phenomenal. Jaewoo's a player that I haven't seen a ton of coming into this, but in the very few matches I've seen them play, they look great.
Yep. Let's see. Right now, it's all tied up. I thought initially when Izayaki was taken out, so let's kind of break this down a little bit. So the Nano Winston came in. Izayaki did a great job of connecting that sleep dart and denying any damage done from Belisrael, and then Proud punishes Izayaki for that, and I thought it was already curtains there, but then a great reaction from Fnatic actually made it look like it was winnable, and then Proud, he just headshot after headshot.
Yeah, I mean, the pulse bomb from Checkmate came out and equalized things, taking out the opposing Ana, but it was way after the fact, so that means like so much healing and damage had already come out from that Ana. But the big reason, like, you know, why dive works so well is the dive comes in and they just means that you're funneling people to one side, and Proud's waiting there. He's waiting for that Ana to be in that angle, hits the shot, and that's the fight.
All right. Anyways, good job from the side of Pokerface. We're seeing a much more livelier stuff than what we saw on Lijiang Tower. Now that the series is tied up, let's see how things go after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on map 3 on the second series of the day, and it is going to be Dorado. I mean, I've been talking with Hex during the break, and he actually called this out.
You don't have to act so surprised. You know, I do watch the games on occasion. No, I've been trying to really keep track of like what maps teams are picking and why, and I found it really interesting, especially the first night that Fnatic picked Dorado, because it's not a map that we have seen a whole lot of play on. So it's been their map choice twice now since they've lost. It seems to be their go-to map. So they seem to really like it. I don't believe they've won it both times, so I think they lost it the first time they played, but it's been close. So this allows you to play much more dive composition. It allows you to play the Winston, which they're very comfortable with. There's going to be a Winston Ana composition. Very likely they're going to put in maybe, Checkmate might play some, or they might play some Pharah instead of Echo. So yeah, it's been a map that we've seen a lot of lately from Fnatic. It seems to be their pocket pick, but it hasn't always worked out for them. And now Choisewan will come in for J1.
Okay, so this means that probably the Pokerface will likely be using some sort of flyer, maybe Echo, I think would be the preferred choice for Choisewan at this current moment.
It's
But
like the Echo Ash. Echo Ash, or, I mean, Pharah has come into play here a little bit. It's almost just personal preference on some maps. But yeah, we've seen, I think Checkmate's the one who usually likes to run, on the other side of things, likes to run the Pharah instead. But definitely taking out your Tracer Ace does make sense, although a lot of teams will run a Tracer Ash here too, or a Tracer Echo, so we'll see if the versatility ends up being an issue for either side.
Alright, we have the sign over there says that the guy came from Daegu, which is about 3.5 hours from Seoul. Again, we're talking about Korean geography here, so 3.5 hours is kind of a long drive from Seoul.
Look, it's long either way. I'm just saying that, you know, Americans are used to it. We get used to a lot of terrible things in America. I won't expound on that, but, you know, DM me, we can talk about it. But yeah, that is a long ways to go, because you got to think round trip. That's a solid 7 hours. That's not a fun travel day.
And I wanted to talk about Dorado. Like, I just looked at my documents here, and yes, you were correct. We lost both Dorados that they have been playing. And I specifically remember that you casted the Zeta Division one, where they were looking okay until the point seeding defense.
Yeah, and then
Crazy Raccoons, it was just blow over.
they got blowed over.
Yeah, it was Crazy Raccoon, like jumping on the ball, just doing whatever he wants to do, and then we saw Lip on the Echo that we don't necessarily see every day. I mean, they still won. So, I mean, I think it's a matter of, I think they still like Dorado. They think that their tactical or strategic approach isn't wrong, but it was the execution, so they're doing it third time. Maybe it's the charm.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, like, you know, it's going to be that dive package. Again, I maybe that's not the right term. Maybe someone can come up with something better, but it is the part of the composition that's going to be a divey is going to be the Anna Winston break. That's going to happen. That's going to be part of this map. Some other teams have run like a Zen here and there, but it's generally going to be that. And then the question is, you know, what are you going to run with it? For the most part, teams have been running Ashe and Tracer with it as well. So it's a little bit interesting that Jaewoo does come out for Poker Face, but, you know, obviously they still have some versatility. But Fnatic's been running Knife on Ashe and Checkmate on Tracer, but it does give you the option to run an Ashe and Echo with Checkmate in there too. So it's an interesting map for Tracer, because, like, there are some verticality points that she's not great at getting to, but she's also just really good at pressing different flanks and being the cleanup on that dive where you need it.
Alright, will definitely be interesting to see what compositions, or what versions, or what variations of the dive composition both teams will bring up. The player cams are here, which means that dubstep button, stage 1, is done. We're looking for our man, or, I don't know, is there a dubstep button person? I'm not really sure, but we're waiting for that person to press the button here, and there it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, we give you Dorado.
I like that we generally lay out to hear the fan chants, but now I'm just going to lay out to hear the dubstep button. Every time it goes, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it.
Yep, there are the fan chants over there in the background. It's probably going to be a lot louder on the stage, on the venue itself, but Fnatic on the defense looking like they are going with the Ashe Pharah that you've been mentioning instead of the Tracer.
Yeah, Checkmate will run that far too, and I want to say it was Checkmate who was they nanoed Checkmate and just got like a triple dunk on people. It was pretty amazing. I know we've only seen 2 days, but it feels like I've watched so much Overwatch already that I'm already conflating things. But yeah, there was a moment where that happened. So yeah, this is not super surprising. Fnatic's map pick, like I said, the dive package, which I guess, you know, it's kind of like a card game term where you're going to run this tech package into it, is going to be there on the right-hand side of the tank, and these two supports in particular.
Yep.
Yeah.
Proud, probably not the target that he was looking for. Belisrea also on the Winston, trying to look for some space for his teammates. Oh, if that was a headshot, that would have been a disaster for the side of Fnatic. However, Checkmate is sealed up. Proud, looking like he's going to stay on the Widow for the time being.
It's a solid Widow map, and there you see why. Nice shot. Finally gets him.
There was a lot of pressure from the side of Jason, but in the end it was a headshot from Proud that is going to alleviate a lot of pressure and open up a lot of ground for Poker Face. As you can see, they are contesting the high ground. Is going well. Lijiang is going to say no to that. However, they have a second chance, and they're still contesting. Without that Pharah damage, it's going to be a lot easier to gain that control over the high ground over there.
Yeah, and what the Widow does too is it allows you to take those really large, like outside building flanks, and it gets the other team off of the rooftops. Because if you let a team just sit up there on the rooftops, like the Winston, and then just get all the healing from the Ana on the other side of the passageways, you're just in trouble. So it
Nice shot.
immediately puts them back into the fountain, into the courtyard, and Proud hitting that another shot. This is a pretty quick push.
Yeah, I think there will be a last minute contest for the point, but no, probably not. Because, I mean, if Knife was there, Lijiang would have been in time to make that contest happen, but I just don't think with Knife gone, they don't. Oh, wait.
With it.
Checkmate is there, and they're actually going to commit to it with Izayaki using the Nano onto Donghak. Not finding any kills at the current moment, but at least they are baiting out ultimates from the side of Pokerface, and it is actually working. Donghak taking down Proud, and also Simple. Pokerface chose to commit as well. I don't know about that. The Nano onto Fixa, and also the rally. Well, it did work in the end, but it was an expensive fight.
Yeah, it was, but the other team had committed a lot too. But one of the last things you want to happen is to not get a checkpoint when you're that close, because it lets the other team like really just hold first again. You're not going to be able to backcap that or anything. So it's like, you know, it's like when you get to King's Point second, it's like the worst place to ever lose a fight and to have to go all the way back there. So you commit to it and you just make sure you get the checkpoint. It's fine.
Okay, so I mean, better safe than sorry. I guess now they're on to this second point once again. Fnatic, they have a little bit. They're a little bit ahead in terms of ult economy, but it's not something that Pokerface should be particularly concerned with, at least in this stage of the map. Bob is used by Knife. I don't think that's going to contest the point, but at least it's going to do a lot of pressure. However, Proud with the Widow takes down Checkmate. I think Checkmate was trying to just make life hard for Proud. However, Proud is like, okay, I'm just going to shoot you down, and this is going to be, well, Proud on the flank.
It was going to be cool.
Yep.
Until Donghak ruined it. Really sneaky Widow flank, but it got spotted out, and that is going to be all she wrote for that sneak attack there. Getting some free push on the card, but will be pushed back eventually.
Yeah, I think things were looking good for Pokerface until Proud just took out Checkmate on the 1v1, like Widow versus Tracer 1v1. Usually, Widows don't win those, but after that, the entirety of Fnatic knew where Proud was, and then Proud was punished for that. So they're back into that archway. Pokerface now has to regain control of that. High ground I was trying to talk about, and Proud just rips off the head of Izayaki, and looks like they'll be back in control, but Donghak punishes Proud, so let's see how it goes.
But it's a trade that you take every time. Like you'll take this Widow versus an Ana every single time, because the Widow's going to be in position where you can fight again with the long range, but the Ana's going to be completely out of the mix, and it's just a more important hero.
Yep, and Donghak uses that Primal Rage, but was taking a nap, and Colosseo taking down Lijiang with that Pulse Bomb, so making a lot of value with the ultimates that Pokerface has. And although card progress isn't a thing right now, Pokerface is dismantling Fnatic one by one, and it's only going to be a matter of time since from the card starting to move now. Do Fnatic have time for a contest? I think so.
Yeah, they should be able to get back out here, but it's not going to be great. They don't have Nano, they don't have Primal. They can maybe hit a Pulse Bomb. That's their best win condition right now, but I think Pokerface is in great position, because even if they contest, you should be able to Primal them off of it, and you can rally. And like a rally to Primal would work well here, because they're all in close quarters, and they're all on the ground.
Yep, and they have to be forced onto the card, because it's so far into the point now. Knife being bullied by Elisrea over there, and that rally, like you said, is going to do wonders for PokerFace's push towards the point, and the cap is there. Not like the biggest time bank in the world, but knowing Dorado, like just even full capping Dorado is a hard task. So I think PokerFace should be feeling pretty okay with the push so far.
Yeah, it's worked out really well for them too. And one of the things that Widow will do for this composition too is it forces the tank to make a choice. Who are you going to dive? Really nice stick there. Also a little too far in. They will just take the part push that they get, hopefully get out alive. But you have to choose, are you going to dive the support line or are you going to dive the Widow? And, you know, pick your poison, because they're generally not hanging out directly together.
And I guess, wait a second. Yeah, chasing line, working wonders, looking really good on the Tracer so far, at least in Dorado, is going to be in a little bit of a pinch, but looks like he's healthy right now. But on screen, Donghak is trying to do something with the Primal Rage, but does not find any eliminations here. Fnatic uses the rally for hopes of having an upper hand in this fight, but it is going to be Chisewan once again on the kill feed, on having next number here, and Fnatic is also investing the Nano, but not finding any value with it. Fnatic, for the last few fights, they're constantly on the back foot of PokerFace here.
And PokerFace is actually leading up to their good ultimates again. Not only do they have sights, which is great, but now you're going to have a rally and a primal again. And
proud! Wow. I mean, the DPS lineup from the side of PokerFace is genuinely impressive right now, especially on Dorado. Yes, they've been very... I mean, we've been talking about Proud on Blizzard World here, but is there going to be any resistance? The Tracer from Checkmate is going to keep the point alive, and also the Bob is there, but Izayaki once again down, and Donghak on the Doofus is also taken down, so I think it's just a matter of time. Can they force that overtime? No! So PokerFace, not only did he full push on Dorado, they complete Dorado with a time bank.
And we've talked about the damage dealers for this team as well, but there was a great moment where I believe it might have been a Nano, it was definitely a Primal, where Donghak went in trying to get Simple and Fixa, and they weren't near each other. They were really far apart. I think it actually, no, it's not right there. But he goes to try to get Simple, and Simple's getting hacks from Fixa across. The Brig is keeping them alive. And then he's like, okay, well, I'll go deal with the Brig. Then focuses on the Brig, and then Simple starts healing the Brig across it, and it's like this giant chasm that Donghak has to leap from one to the other, and ends up getting neither of them. Gets antied and tries to get out, and then just jumps into a Hornet's Nest and dies right away. So it's like Proud and Choisewan are punishing anyone who's out of position. Belisria is creating all this chaos. But then Simple and Fixa are staying alive, and more importantly, keeping each other alive.
Yep, and interestingly, PokerFace is going to go with the Zenyatta that we've been seeing on Dorado yesterday. Crazy Raccoon, we've seen Crazy Raccoon do a little bit of this, also Team Falcons do a little bit of this. I think this is just a show of confidence that despite Donghak trying to dive the backline, they can keep themselves alive. Like you said, the confidence is flowing on the side of PokerFace right now.
It's also a part of not needing a ton of healing if you're going to run a Widow. You know, the Widow's going to be in weird spots that maybe an Orb would be better suited than trying to get an Ana in there. And then, you know, obviously the Brig is self-sustainable, Ball is somewhat self-sustainable, Tracer, it's nice to get a heal, it's nice to get an Orb once in a while, but you're usually reliant on your packs and your recall, so just instead of adding in that extra healing that may not be necessary, you're just adding in utility, and yeah, Discord Orb's like the best utility in the game.
That damage amplification is just out of this world, and it's interesting to see a Sombra in the mix, probably to counter the threats of the Ball, but Simple is doing a lot of work, and frankly, the Sombra pick is not working as intended, at least for the first fight here.
No, not at all. I mean, it's an interesting pick. We haven't seen a ton of Sombra come out. There's been a little bit of play for the last couple of days, but it's got to be for the Ball, for the disruption, because Fnatic got absolutely rocked by this composition earlier because the Ball was so disruptive, so now they've decided to have an answer for it. Ends up finding a Tracer.
Well, that is a start for Proud. taking down Izayaki. Yes, Proud is going to be taken down, punished by Checkmate. And also the respawns are favorable towards Fnatic because them being on the attack side, finally they make a breakthrough, and it looks like they will be making their way towards the archway. But Pokerface right now, they still have a lot of time to contest for point A here.
Yes, Sombra Tracer Dive is infuriating to play against. It's actually really, really annoying. People would call it dishonest in a lot of ways, but taking down Checkmate is a really nice start there for this defense to try to come out here.
Proud and Tide, and also in a bad spot. Donghak makes the punish happen, so that is a positive for the side of the Fnatic, and Donghak using the Primal Rage to trying to disrupt the positions from the side of Pokerface. Chisewan has that pulse there. It goes one. It doesn't stick, but it's still close enough to take down Lijiang. And Izayaki, they believe that it is their moment still. They are using the Nano and also the EMP. However, Knife is instantly taken out after the EMP. And Proud and Fixa, Chisewan, and the entirety of Pokerface is just on fire right now.
This Discord Orb is doing so much work. It is really just out to like chase the purple balloon. As soon as it goes on a Donghak, like you saw just 2 tracer clips, and he's gotta get out of there. Gotta get out of there. There's no way you can stick around with that orb on you. Knife is now over to the Cass of all things. We've seen some Cass. It's been up and down, I guess would be the best way to say it. We've seen some decent cast play, we've seen some pretty poor cast play. It hasn't been a game changer so far in this region.
Yep, definitely the preference going towards the Ashe here. Remember, a reminder that it is sub 1 minute from getting full health here. Fnatic needs to find a breakthrough here and now. Potentially last fight, considering how long the spawn is. And, oh, that is a good pile driver and a good mine to follow up. Proud, once again, taking the kill credits on Donghak. So, Fnatic, despite having no time and no resources, no ultimates right now, they are tankless. And Checkmate trading out Chisewan is a start, but they need to do something about this Ashe on the high ground here.
Allegedly, you know, the plan is to dive it, but you dive it, you're going to get coach gun and then probably discorded on your way down. So it is just a straight up problem, and you're just going to get outranged as a cast too.
All right, the Nano Winston, and also takes down on Fixa. Is going to be a start. The Transcendence is there for. Oh, wait a second! No! Fixa was down, and then I believe the Nano was on, the Izayaki Nano was onto a member. I think it was the Winston or something like that. But then everyone just left the cart.
Charlie
That's
Niner.
Gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
I'm going to start tracking this, and maybe someone else can do it for OWCS, NA, and EU, because there's too much Overwatch for one man. But can we just start officially tracking the number of Charlie Niners? Because it does feel like it is an all too common occurrence. Like, that's a legit C9. That's a legit C9 right there. It's not 2 people left and like they're a mile away and discorded. Like, that was, everyone's up. You have people that, I don't know, I brought it up to Seth the other night. I'm like, I feel like this is a new phenomenon that I've only seen in the last couple of years, where it's just like, it used to be rare. It used to be like, oh my God, this is a new thing. I feel like I see one every day that there's professional play broadcasts, at least once a day, at least once.
Yeah, at least once a week to be lenient, but yes, I agree with the sentiment that there's at least one C9 a day. But wow, I genuinely thought the Fnatic had a chance to cap point A here, because Fixa was already gone, and it's a long walk from the spawn for the Brig to get back. And I think also the Winston forced Proud off the high ground, so they generally had a chance. Unfortunate for Fnatic. I think that might be a sign of some mental breakdowns, I guess. I don't know. Maybe some nerves kicking in after a bad week 1, but they do.
It might be a sign to stop picking Dorado, you know, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
They're 0-3 now on the map that they've picked, and it's been their first map pick, I think, every time that they've had a chance to pick a map. They picked Dorado, and they've never won it. And they looked bad on it against Crazy Raccoon.
Yep. So not working their 0-3 on Dorado. Let's see what they pick, because this might be their last map of the week, but let's see how it goes after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are almost at the end of our second series of the day. It is map 4 and potentially match point, and Poker Face leading 2-1. It is going to be Lijiang City as our fourth map. This is a Fnatic pick. We haven't seen this map before, I believe, so far in Stage 2 of Korea. What do you make out of this, Hex?
I'm not sure yet, because like I said, we haven't seen it so far. So I think, Flashpoint has been all Suravasa all the time. Been a lot of diva play coming onto it, so it's really hard to differentiate these maps. Suravasa's got that really wide open mid fight, which can get to a lot of momentum. That's a mid fight where you generally run like an Ashe and an Echo. It's long distance, it's a lot pokier. Lijiang City does seem like there's a lot of different like small corridors and areas, especially the first point with the pit in the middle. Brawly, sometimes you see this map just always brings to mind like Echoes and Ventures and Magas. So maybe Fnatic's going to try to switch it up with that. Perhaps let Checkmate go on to the Genji and see if you can pull something off there. For Poker Face, Jwoo is going to come in for Proud, so I think Poker Face is going to play some Tracer. That's a thing I'm pretty confident in.
Yeah, so Proud, as good as he is is mainly the hit scan specialist on the side of Poker Face. So having him down means that no more Widow shenanigans, no more Ashe headshot plays. So yeah, I believe that it's likely going to be like something like a Genji Tracer or a Genji Echo. Oh no, Tracer Echo, excuse me. Some Bellastrea fans on the studio.
You know what it could be? Could see some Doomfist here.
Yeah, that's
Just,
very viable.
make Donghak very comfortable. Let Donghak play the Doomfist, which is a hero very much in favor of. So maybe a Doomfist and get a Genji. I mean, just anything that's... I think they need to just go like all-out aggression here. Because, yeah, I think that might work out too. I'm just really excited to see, what people are going to play on this version of a Flashpoint map. Because we, like you said, yeah, we haven't seen it yet.
Yep, on stage 1, if I'm looking at my notes correctly, we've seen a variety of things like the Orisa when it was really strong. We've seen a lot of Orisa on New Junk City. I would be very surprised if I see some Orisa play today, but also some Junker Queens as well. Ball, maybe still viable.
Totally.
But, mostly, we've seen a lot of Genji play on New Junk City during stage 1. So I'm definitely excited because we've been missing some good Dragon Blades.
Yeah, I mean, Genji is generally really good on Flashpoint in general, New Junk City as well, because it is a map that you really want to ride momentum and snowball on. So you want to win a fight and then also have heroes that are mobile to get in position for different fights as well. So maybe it's also a map where you can run like a... Maybe they try to run a Lucio here as well to make Lijiang comfortable. It's a map where... the map mode itself actually lends itself to Lucio really well too. So get Lijiang out of Brig Jail, as we've often called it, and on the best hero. The map they won tonight was the Lucio map on Control. So get people on their best heroes. I would not be stunned to see a Doomfist, at least an attempt at a Doomfist to open.
All right, we'll see how it goes, but I just wanted to call out that sign. It was a little cute and sad at the same time because it said Chaeseohan, winning feels good, right? And that kind of like converts it to how Chaeseohan was individually good, but how his teams have struggled, especially Genesis on stage 1. It was a tragedy.
Yeah, that's a team with a ton of talent, and then it's just it's why it's always so interesting. And I've been in professional Overwatch for a long time, and there's always players that you see on teams, and people are like, oh, that team's so bad, that player's so bad, and you look at it and you're like, I don't know if they really got a fair chance. I don't know if they really got a fair shake in it. I think of a lot of different players, have been a lot of circumstances, but Choi Se-won always sticks out in that way of like, you could always see that there was talent there, and you just wonder, what would they look like on a different team? And the great thing about OWCS and some of the roster stuff we've seen is we get to see players on different rosters, and some players have shown that, like, no, it didn't really matter what roster they're on. They're just never going to be great. And then some players have shown, like, yeah, if you surround them with talent, they will be as great as we expected them to be.
All right, let's see how that goes. Because Chaeseohan today is one map away from a series win, and I'm very interested to see what I'm seeing here. Bellastrea on the Junker Queen and Donghak on the Mauga here.
The Mauga Venture is just all-out aggression. You kind of have your one shot and you take it. That's the gameplay loop. The Mauga goes in, the Venture goes with you, and then you brawl it out. You get the sustain, you get the heals, you get the shields. But if that loop does not succeed, then you are in trouble.
Yep, a lot of cooldown-based aggression on the side of Fnatic. Checkmate in a little bit of trouble. Knife on the same boat on that matter. Checkmate does take down Joe, so I think he worked himself out of that. And so, early numbers advantage for the side of Fnatic. Knife taken out by Fixa, but the cap is done for the side of Fnatic. And Donghak takes out Simple, so it's a 4v4. Bellastrea just melted down once again by Checkmate. This new composition from Fnatic is working out right now.
In the Pharah, we saw Pharah come back into the mix with Mauga. Obviously, have stuck around, and people have realized just how good that certain maps and splash damage can be. But I mean, it adds a nice element to this composition of more sustainable, consistent damage that's not ability based. That's more neutral based.
Yeah, that's not cooldown based. So also, Fnatic is disengaging from the entirety of Poker Face. They're going back to the point. Chisuhan very close to that Dragon Blade that he probably needs. The question is, can he have it on time? The Kitsune Rush is online for both teams, and there is that blade, but beautiful. I was about to say beautiful sound barrier from the side of Lijiang, but the extra attack speed from the Kitsune Rush is enough to go through that. And yes, Donghak tries to keep everyone trapped through the cage fight, but it's not going to be enough to stop Pokerface. And Pokerface flipped the point right before Fnatic secures the first flashpoint.
You'd love to have that cage fight back. Cage fight and Barrage wins this next fight, like, easily. 100%, no doubt in my mind. You cannot be taking that rocket into neutral, though.
Yep, it's going to be... Fnatic will be able to use that Tectonic Shock and take out Fixa. So this means they are in a very solid position to take that point back and secure what they think is rightfully theirs in securing that first flashpoint. Yep, overtime is there. Illustra is going to commit with the Rampage.
Oh my god.
That was a huge Rampage on that, and Chisuhan follows up, and this is a beautiful fight. Donghak takes down Jeu, but it's a 2-on-3. And Chisuhan is going to beam down. Yes, the kill credit goes to Simple, but a lot of damage done by Chisuhan. I thought Fnatic was going to secure this one, but at 86%, Fnatic needs to have a desperation touch or just give up the first flashpoint.
Rampage was disgusting, and it's why Queen has always been played on this map, you know, one of the home maps, as you would say, if it's a map that's in the same region from the character. But the way to enter into so many of these points, that first point in particular, just leads itself to you're going to Rampage and you're going to hit 4 people, which is exactly what happened. The huge anti-heal, everyone got so low, they tried to bring it up, the amp came in, everyone got healed up a little bit, but just not enough. What a huge Rampage.
Yep, and now we're talking about the Checkmate Barrage. All eyes on that. Fnatic would definitely like to have that to great effect because Checkmate has been holding on to that for some time. And Izayaki with the Kitsune Rush, probably the traditional fight opener. Checkmate finds Belastrea. Maybe that is going to be enough. He is being traded out. Oh, Lijiang, that was a little bit too close to my liking, but the delay on that shield was enough for Donghak to be taken down. Good job on the side of Jeu. I think that was a melee to Donghak, and despite ultimates used on both sides, Pokerface will be having the initial point control.
Yeah, nice duplicate onto the Maga as well. I mean, it's such a great duplicate target because of the damage output and the utility that you can provide. I mean, Cardiac is just like such a great ability, which is why you see Maga in these situations. The sustain ability for not only yourself but your team is just insane. So it's a perfect duplicate target. It really complements everything. I mean, if we see, you know, a 6v6 thing, unfortunately, in my opinion, you will see Maga almost everywhere because it's so synergistic.
Yep. And Jeu probably looking for that Tectonic Shock. He does, but is instantly has to back out because he is so low. Knife also used the Tectonic Shock of his own. Fnatic members are very, very low, Knife in particular. And both Tectonic Shocks not finding their targets. Jeu trying to get access to their backline, but Knife does it a little bit faster. And this is going to be both supports unavailable for the side of Pokerface, and Pokerface is eventually going to bleed out, and despite being in overtime, Fnatic will regain control, and they have... Now the big question is going to be whether Belastrea can have another huge rampage. Yes, Izayaki has that cleanse, but he has to time it very correctly.
I mean, ideally, if you're Pokerface, you're pressuring down Izayaki to get that Suzu out first. Like, that is critical. It must happen if you want to get value out of this Rampage. So, and also, Chisuhan's now going to have the duplicate as well, but Fnatic won that last fight because they had Cage Fight. Cage Fight should be winning you fights, like, no matter what, almost hands down. So really, this is the mini macro game. Can you force Suzu out of Izayaki and then take advantage of it?
Yep, and just in case, Lijiang has that sound barrier as well. Simple opens it up with the Kitsune Rush. Colosseo still holding on to the Rampage. Rampage hits 2, but it is going to be Lijiang with that sound barrier to keep everyone alive, but not Donghak as he is being lasered down so much. But the duplicate Rampage is also very big in its own right, and both Echoes are actually duplicating the tank ultimates here, and in the end, Pokerface is going to prevail, and that flip is there, and it is going to secure the second flash point, and it is both map point and match point in favor of Pokerface.
Just fantastic Overwatch. If you get a replay code, you should just review that because everyone played their part so well. It just came down to the cage fight from Choi Se-won's duplicate being a little more value over Donghak or over Checkmate's Rampage. The actual duplicate ultimates were better than the tank ultimates that came out beforehand, but really good barriers on both sides. Just a little bit better sustain at the end from Pokerface. As they were able to get the cardiac overdrive and keep everyone up after the Rampage came in, and the health bars dropped low, but not too low, and they were able to pull that off.
Alright, Knight takes out Jew, which is going to be a good start for the side of Fnatic. Pokerface does has that. Okay, I was about to say that Pokerface does have that sound barrier if they want to commit the 4v5. However, Fixa is taken out, and Pokerface losing multiple members. They have to give up initial control to Fnatic, but I don't think they are overly concerned with that because they have key ultimates coming up earlier than Fnatic does.
Yeah, see if Jaewoo can harass this venture. He knows where they want to go.
Yep, that pulse bomb may be the game changer for both Pokerface and Fnatic. Fnatic is yet to have any ultimates online, with Izayaki's Kitsune Rush almost online, but not yet. Fixa, if he has been tracking the ults correctly, he might be actually starting up with the aggressive sound barrier, but he is opting to keep it for the time being, and the flip just went there for free.
Yeah, you kind of have to hold sound barrier with a Junker Queen on the other side. She's also a hard hero to track their ultimates just based on the damage and everything that they do, so very difficult to do. There's the barrier early, though.
Yep, doesn't
see a window
convert into any kills. Now it's Lijiang's turn to use the sound barrier, and the Rampage was cleansed by Izayaki. Good job by Izayaki there, but a lot of damage done to Donghak, and that's just way too much damage for any member of Fnatic to just withstand, and with 70% and ongoing on the progress, this is last fight territory. The question is going to be, can they touch?
I don't think without a doubt they should be able to touch. I mean, you've got a Tracer, you've got a Venture, you should be able to get there. Lucio, you can't stop all of them. It's just a matter of, are you going to be able to touch in a good spot? They got plenty of time. They should be okay. Rampage is going to be the thing. They know it's up. They know it's up. You see how spread out Pokerface is. If someone's going to get Rampage, they only want one person to get hit by it.
And they also have Simple's Suzu to deal with any members if it does end up finding a lot of members. Fixa taking down Knife is certainly not good news, especially since he was so close to that tectonic shock. Oh, and Jew takes down 2 with that pulse bomb. Surely that is curtains. Pokerface, I mean, I thought that despite Fnatic having a bad week, they should be still able, they still have the quality to take down Pokerface, but it is actually the other way around. As Pokerface, it wasn't like, I would like to say it was close, but even it was not even close. Pokerface showed superiority during all the maps that they won.
Yeah, it was not close, really. You think of that Dorado map too, it was just not, it was pretty one-sided as well. I mean, Pokerface showing, I mean, is this the difference between an 8-person roster and a 5-person roster? I could talk a lot about some poor performances across the board on Fnatic, but I'd rather talk about Pokerface having great performances. Jaewoo's Tracer was fantastic. Let's not even overlook that. Choi Se-won consistently great on everything that they played, but that Echo especially in the last map, fantastic. The tank play, Bellisria, rock solid. Proud when they played went off. And then, you know what's great? And I mention this all the time, but I still hold this true. We didn't mention the supports very often, which is good. It means they didn't die. It means they did their job. It's usually a good day for a support if no one's talking about you.
Yep. And I mean, talking about supports, but the player of the match goes to Proud. Yes, he didn't even feature in the last map. However, his influence was just significant throughout the maps that he did play. His Ashe plays, his Widow plays were just on point. He was just ripping heads left and right and gave Fnatic a bad week.
Yeah, that Blizzard World performance was absolutely immaculate. There was a moment when they were in pack room on first point that he had to rotate around, and it's really close quarters, and usually a long-range hit scan would prefer to be from a distance and, you know, lining up the shots, anticipating shots, letting people move into the scope, but just was back-to-back quick scoping people, headshot after headshot, and then the dive that came in onto, I believe it was Izayaki, forced them out into the open position, and Proud was always there, always waiting, hit every shot they needed to hit, which is a fantastic performance on the hit scan specialist.
Yeah,
Let's just
and
enjoy it.
oh, that was a good shot. And I mean, he did this multiple times, especially on Blizzard World, like that we're seeing right now. Just shot after shot after shot. And his dynamites were also on point as well. His bobs were on point as well. And oh, look at that shot! Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Yeah, I think this Widow was just a cleanup and just an absolute menace. I didn't, you know, like it's real easy to pick DPS players a lot for player of the match. Like Boom Boom is a good pick, but this one was exceptional, even for long range hit scan, just hitting everything. Beautiful play.
All right, it looks like we're gonna have an interview with the man himself. So let's hear it out.
네, 오늘 포커페이스와 프나틱의 화끈한 경기가 있었지만 오늘 승자는 포커페이스였습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congrats on your win.
네, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 프라우드 선수가 받게 됐는데요. 프라우드 선수 자기소개 부탁드려요.
Our player of the match is going to be Proud. Can you introduce yourself to the fans?
반갑습니다.
Hello, I'm Proud.
네, 프라우드 선수
DPS for
반갑고
Pokerface.
축하드립니다. 자, 오늘 연승에 성공했습니다. 자, 오늘 사전 인터뷰 때 프나틱 팀이 새로 태어났다고 했는데 무참히 다시 이렇게
So you're keeping
말았어요.
your
소감 들어볼까요?
win streak alive.
일단 첫
In the
경기를 좀
pre-match
아쉽게
interview,
지냈는데
Fnatic said that they
두 번째,
are
세 번째를
reborn,
잘
but you
잡고
managed to
마지막에
kill them once again.
팀원들이 잘
So how do you
밀어줘서
feel about that?
행복한 것 같습니다.
야, 그렇군요.
I mean,
자,
I'm
이
just
세트부터
generally happy,
반전에
not just because we had the
성공했습니다.
win,
어떻게
but also
이렇게
because
흐름을
our
되찾았는지
team in general
궁금하네요.
performed really well.
일단 제가 팀에 이제 사기를 북돋았고요.
네.
So what was the secret?
완막을 하고 나서 저희가 확실히 승리를
I think my
그럼
performance
어떻게
today
활약이
kind of
되었나요?
제가 게임 블리자드 월드 시작하자마자
heightened morale
시작하자마자
for the team,
화장실
entire
가고
team,
싶다고
because
완막하자고
you know
제가
sometimes
열심히
headshots
말했기 때문에
have that feeling when
어,
everyone
덕분에,
just
네.
gets
완막한 게
adrenaline,
아닌가.
gets the
네,
adrenaline in,
팀원들을
and I think
이렇게 좀 긴장하게
I
해가지고,
contributed enough
이렇게
for the team
돋구지 않았나
to be,
싶습니다. 자, 오늘 프라우드 선수 위메와
motivated.
애쉬로 정말 찝어 먹었다고 표현해도 정말 아깝지 않은데요. 자, 오늘 06년생의 무서움을 보여준 경기가 아니었나 싶습니다. 상대팀에게 한마디 부탁드려요.
So you were born in 2006 and you went against a lot of other players that were older than you. Do you have any words to your
이번에
opposition?
저희가 끌어내리고 올라가겠다고 한 번 더 끌어내리겠습니다.
이야, 이제는 우리의 차례.
Alright, Fnatic, you had your moments in the international tournaments. Now we're dragging you down and we're going to take out your place.
유명해요. 8분이나 계신데 그런데 이렇게 팀원들이 많으면 한 맞추기가 굉장히 어렵거든요. 오늘
So we have to talk about your roster. You have a
어떻게
very large
후보가
roster in your
맞추나요?
team.
일단
Isn't it
저희는
hard?
서로
Isn't it
믿는 게
hard
가장
to
큰것 같고요.
get your
플레이하면서
coordination up to
아무래도
a level that you're
연습할
satisfied
때
with?
많은 조합을 해보다 보니까 대회가 되어도 다 잘하는 것 같습니다, 선수들이.
I mean,
이렇게 또
I
서로
guess
으쌰으쌰하고
there's more
뭉치는
pros
팀이
than
있는
cons
포커페이스
because
팀이
we
아닐까
can
싶습니다.
practice a
자,
lot
그리고
of
팬분들이
compositions
이 시간을
and it
정말
pays off
기다렸다고
on
하는데요.
the actual stage.
포커페이스 팀이 우승하고 또 프라우드 선수가 POTM을 받는 이 순간 바로 팬들이 원하는 세레머니 시간입니다.
Now
제가
it's
이
the ceremony
세레머니에
time that the fans have been
고민을
waiting. Do you have
해봤는데
anything that you've prepared?
제가 오늘은 애교로 때우고 한 번 더 받으면 제가 삐끼삐끼
So
연습해서
I don't
추도하겠습니다.
have a dance that I
팬분들
have prepared, but I'm
인정하실까요?
going to do aegyo, which is a cute face.
반응이 좋지 않은데요. 삐끼삐끼로 가야 될 것 같아요.
아, 제가 그러면 좀 더 고퀄로 만들어 보겠습니다.
자, 그럼 삐끼삐끼 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 크게 잡아주시고요.
dance.
시작. 자, 가시면 안 됩니다.
Alright, that was the TikTok dance.
프라우드 선수의 삐끼삐끼까지.
And that was the interview. I'm amused. Are you, Hex?
자, 지금까지 포커페이스
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that he was born in 2006. I'm going to pretend that was a typo. out loud. Crazy. He's the young talent that comes up through the ranks, but he can dance however he wants. You can do whatever you want when you hit headshots like that. You know, just do a dance, spin around, take a day off. You do whatever you want when you play like that.
All right, that was a performance from Pokerface. We're going to Zeta Division and Team Falcons next, so don't go anywhere. right, and welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We have just finished our second series of the day, and we are approaching our third and final series of the day, which is going to be a banger. It's ZETA Division versus Team Falcons. This is truly the top tier Overwatch that we've been waiting for.
And this is such an important match for so many different reasons. Everyone has Falcons penciled in at number 2, which they should. They won the Korean region, obviously took second, I believe, in Asia overall in Stage 1. But really, the big thing is ZETA Division, didn't get to go to the Dallas Major. The Dallas Major took 3 teams from NA, 3 teams from EU, 2 from Asia. Maybe figure that one out a little bit. We've got a lot to say about that, a lot of opinions on that one. But they were on the outside looking in, unfortunately, so they didn't get to go there. But then, in the tournament between the splits, they did really, really well, looked really strong. Just, a couple small mistakes here and there cost them towards the end. But this is a team that we expect to be fighting for, the second spot. Maybe the first spot, although that seems unattainable at this point. Who knows? It's a long stage. But yeah, this is going to be critical to see. I mean, there's so much I want to talk about both of these teams, but ZETA Division will be the one coming out first. And this is a team this would be a statement win for them, a defining win for them.
Yep, in case you guys haven't been following up, this is formerly FTG that has competed in Stage 1. You have a lot of familiar names, a lot of former Overwatch League talent, Flora, Alpha E, Bernard, Hisa, and Violet and Finn. Violet, being the star player here, of course, amongst other players. They have added Hisung, not Hisang, but Hisung, to the mix. That's going to be helping them with tank flexibility here. They have been showing improvements compared from Stage 1. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they fare up and whether they can get that number 2 spot that you've been talking about, Hex.
Yeah, and there's players on these teams where you know exactly what you're going to get. Alpha Yi has been great. Bernard has been great. Violet is always considered the greatest of all time. Up there, either 1 or 2 when you have those conversations. Finn is solid. The questions are, Hisung is very good, but you're trying to fill Fearless's shoes. Those are some pretty good-sized sneakers to try to fill in. And then, one of the questions is about Flora. When Flora is on, he is one of the best in the world, but Flora also has games where they're off, and it's a little bit rough to see. So you need a little bit more consistency out of that. But overall, it is a stacked roster, and they have aspirations to win this whole region.
Exactly, and this is going to be your starting lineup for ZETA Division. It is going to be Hisung starting for ZETA Division. I hadn't had that on my bingo card when I woke up today.
I definitely probably going to play the Winston. It's been the role that's definitely stepping into Winston or Ball. So, on Control, both of those heroes work really well. Probably just trying to get them into the mix, get a little more comfortable as a new player to this squad. But yeah, definitely those are the heroes that you expect. And it's a tough decision to not put Bernard in, but those are the gaps in Bernard's hero pool.
Alright, and this is going to be Team Falcons that go against ZETA Division. Happy and proper. Going on to the DPS lineup, already terrifying, and it is going to be Smurf that starts over Hombin today, which is a difference from yesterday, and Fielder and Chio starts. Maybe we'll have Sermajet in like yesterday, but that is remaining to be seen.
You could say the exact same thing about this. Smurf just fills those gaps. It feels weird to have Hanbin on the bench, but Smurf is filling those gaps. Okay, I was glad that Wolf mentioned it too when he talked a little bit about it yesterday. It's like, Happy's in. Happy's one of my favorite players. Then he did specifically mention one of my favorite players of all time, probably my favorite player of all time, and I've got the receipts.
Alrighty, and we have the pre-match interview, so let's listen on to it.
팀팔콘의 경기가 우리를 기다리고 있습니다. 지금부터 경기 시작 전에 각 팀의 대표분들 한 분씩 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보겠습니다. 먼저 제타 디비전 팀 자기소개 부탁드려요.
네, 안녕하세요. 지금 제타 디비전에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
Hi, I'm Bernard.
tank
for ZETA Division.
그렇다면 팀팔콘 팀도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm Hanbin. Also
반갑습니다.
tank, but this time for Team
먼저 베르나르
Falcons.
선수. 오늘 경기가 끝나고 제타 디비전만의 팬미팅이 좀 진행될 거라고 제가 들었는데요. 오늘 팬분들에게 승리를 드릴 수 있을까요?
So I heard that there's going to be a fan meet and greet after this match. Can you gift the fans with a victory today?
좀 선수도 그렇고 팬분들도 그렇고 이제 기분 좋게 집에 갈 수 있도록 저희가
Yeah, I think we're up to the challenge, and I definitely hope that we can send our fans home happy with the win today.
그렇다면 팀팔콘 자, 지금까지 제타 디비전을 상대로 한 번도 진 적이 없어요. 그런 만큼 더 자신이 넘칠 것 같은데 오늘
So you haven't lost against ZETA Division so far. Can you keep this
자,
record
네,
up?
물론입니다라고
Of
말씀을
course.
해주셨는데요. 그렇다면 오늘 한빈 선수가 생각하는 우리 팀을 이끌어갈 키 플레이어는 누굴까요?
So, in your opinion, who's the key player?
저희 팀은 항상
for your
잘해가지고 저희 팀에서 키 플레이어는 없을 것 같고 이제 아마 상대 팀의 희성 선수라는 이제 탱커.
So for our team, everyone is so stacked
이제
that
새로
I don't
들어오셨잖아요.
even
그분이
mind
키 플레이어가
bother getting a
잘할
singling
것
out a
같다는
key
키
player.
플레이어
But for Zeta
맞나요?
Division, I think Heesung, he's a good player, but he's inexperienced, so maybe we can exploit that. I think he's the one to watch
이렇게
out
좀
for.
도발을 하시는 모습이 포착이 됐습니다. 자, 오늘 경기 열심히 준비하고 있는 팀원들이 좀 긴장을 하고 있을 것 같은데 팀원들께도 한마디 부탁드려요.
So your team must be a little bit
지금 뭐
nervous. Can you
저희도
send a
뭐
message to your
못하는
teammates?
팀은 아니고 팔콘도 요즘 그렇게 잘한다고 생각하지 않기 때문에.
이야.
Alright, I mean,
모르겠습니다.
Us, Zeta Division, we're a good team, and to be honest, Team Falcons, you guys are struggling, so you guys better watch out.
저희도 뭐 잘하니까 서로 이제 그렇게 생각하고 하는 거니까 이제 결과를 두고 보면 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean,
네,
we'll
자,
definitely see if that's going to be the case because I believe that Team Falcons is the superior team here.
지금까지 제타 디비전의 데르나르 선수 그리고 팀 팔콘의 한빈 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤는데
And that was the
마지막
interview.
경기 더 치열한
That's a lot of
경기가
spice for a
예상되는
pre-match
만큼
interview,
기대가
Hex.
Yeah, I mean, familiarity breeds contempt, and these teams have played against each other a lot. Interesting to have both of the non-starting tanks up there. I guess they're not doing anything else, so might as well have them do the interview. It's just crazy that, both of those players are so good and both of them are on the bench because it's been a weird thing with tanks ever since 5v5 came in of like what tanks are going to be your specialist tanks, and there's really been no one outside of someone actually who plays absolutely everything at a super high level. So even these top tier teams, they have Winston specialists, and also you're going to have people who are the Sigma specialists sometimes on teams too. So it's been really interesting to watch that role evolve as Overwatch itself has evolved. Our first map will be Lijiang Tower, so perhaps that's why both of these other tanks are in. Very good Winston maps, but also very, very good for Ball. We'll see if these, which version of the animal tank these teams want to run.
Yep, whether it's going to be the hamsters or the monkeys, that is left to be seen. I believe teams are still having given a little bit time to set things up. Let's just talk about the records here. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but Zeta Division actually has a better control record on, well, they only played one match each, so Zeta Division in this stage, they have their 1-0 on control, whereas actually Team Falcons have dropped a control map against HaeJeokDan yesterday.
Yeah, they got a little bit confused by the venture compositions. I think they just kind of got a little bit out-comped on Samoa, but, when everything was said and done, when they moved on to the maps that they were able to pick and choose, they were able to win the other 3 maps, so not the biggest issue for them. It's been nice to see Surmajed come in and play a little bit more. I think in Stage 1 only played a single map, Midtown Iliari, so it was kind of the Iliari specialist, and a lot of people are like, oh, he's just the mascot for this team, but the last couple of times that Surmajed has been able to come in, actually been doing a ton of work, and even on the Zenyatta as well. The rap on Surmajed from coaches and players alike were like he's just mechanically super, super gifted. So it's just a matter of putting him in the correct positions where you can utilize those gifts and make sure that you keep him safe, keep him protected, get him in the right positions, because if that's the case, then we'll hit volleys, we'll hit Iliari shots. Like there's no doubt about the Surmajed's mechanics.
I mean, let's not forget that he's an international winner on the Overwatch, the Blizzard Overwatch World Cup, and he's a champion. He is defending champions on the international stage on national internationals.
It's a testament to how high the skill level is in OWCS Korea that Surmajed ends up being somewhat of an afterthought on these squads, or was, because I really do think the last couple of times we've seen him in the last few days just been breakout, and there's no doubt about his abilities and performance to play with this team. So it's been really great to see him integrated into the roster. Can we just take the next 5 minutes and talk about Happy, the best player who's ever played Hitscan? So Wolf mentioned it, but I have gushed about Happy. We used to have a little show in the middle of the week for the Overwatch League that never really got enough publicity to take off. But I was on that show and I hosted it, and there's a montage of me talking about Happy literally every single week. We talked about it. It's a player that I've loved since, I think it was going into Overwatch League Season 2, so 2019, and I remember specifically like where I was traveling, I was staying at my family, a family member's house, and I was doing scouting on incoming rookies. I was watching tape, and then I put on Happy's tape, and I was like, oh my god, this is the best Widow play I've ever seen in my life. And it's not so much just hitting shots, it was that he would hit a shot, and then the transition between one target to the next was the smoothest I've ever seen. Just the target acquisition between boom, boom, boom. It's not that like he hit a shot and then you wait a second and he's looking for somebody else and hits another shot. It was like he was playing an aim trainer. It was insanity. Then came in and played with the Charge, has had great success there on a team that didn't perform super well. Has played with Houston, just everywhere across the board. He's been my favorite player to watch. The Widow play from him yesterday was immaculate. It was beautiful. Maybe don't always play him on maps where it's going to be short range and you end up playing, you know, like the cast. The cast was mid at best in a lot of situations yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of, before I continue on Happy, we are currently replacing Flora's PC. He requested it to be changed, so he's taking a little bit of time for him to set up and all that. But going back to Happy, I do have some insider info that I have acquired. It seems that after the announcement of Happy, that's when he started playing Overwatch again, and that means he has a lot of rust to kind of like shrug off. And if he's already this good early into the season, I am terrified of what he can be after a lot of practice and after a lot of competitive matches back.
Yeah, obviously was playing in OWCS North America with his former teammate Pelican. You know, has played on Houston, Gladiators, Justice, Outlaws. You know, I remember in my Charge, Element Mystic. Like, he's been around the block forever, and he's performed everywhere that he's gone. So that's really interesting because, you know, it was noted that he was retired, and I saw that, and I, like, you know, you can't see it now, but I've retired in air quotes. I was like, there's no way he's done. He's still playing at such a high level that somebody's going to give him a chance. And, you know, to come like in like that and just be shaking off the rust. And the Widow 1v1s, it just seemed like clairvoyance. Always knew where the other Widow was and just dominated that and put out so much damage. So it's just, personally, he's been my favorite player for a long time, so I'm just thrilled to see him back in the mix and playing at a very high level against the best competition in the world.
Yep, and let's see if Happy can live up to his name. Because this, I mean, yes, yesterday was very impressive, but this is a totally different ballgame. Like, I'm no discredit to HaeJeokDan, but ZETA Division is a team that is significantly, on paper, very stronger than what he has been going against. So this is probably going to be a test of power levels to see how much Happy has, I guess, recovered in terms of his power level or form.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of the story that's, you know, not happy, but kind of actually sad is, you know, Stalker now. You know, Stalker's a great player, and it's just, it's difficult to see a situation where Stalker comes in and plays for this team now. We'll see. Team Falcons has done a great job of managing players and getting playtime and figuring out the best place to utilize players' specific talents, and Stalker's way too talented to be permabenched, so I don't think that's going to be the case. I think now that Happy's on this team, it's just a matter of, you know, we want to play Happy at least now to get him acclimated to the team, get him on stage, get him gelling with both with the roster, and also right now the meta really favors, you know, Widow play, especially on some of these maps, and then you need Happy to start to really get more comfortable on Ashe as well, because Ashe is super meta.
Yep, and I think talking about Stalker here, but I'll talk about that a little bit later because the dubstep button is there. Finally, we are going to Lijiang Tower, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 is on the way. Alright, the fan chants are there. And coming back to Stalker, I think, yes, I agree that he is a very high-quality player. However, right now, the meta, like you said, is very hit-scan-centric. And the introduction of Happy to the Team Falcons roster provides a lot of value in that Proper can actually be freed. This is really weird to say, but he can be freed from the hitscan jail because the Proper that we know that and love so much has been on the more flex DPS roles, where on stage 1 he has to be the one that was playing the hitscan, the Cassidy, and etc. So this adds a lot of value to the roster in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Happy is now on the Tracer. Not something he's necessarily known for, but I remember casting some games with Happy, I think against the Titans in 2020, where he crushed them on Tracer. So it's in his wheelhouse.
Okay, the poke is there. Not a lot of not any casualties as of yet. Smurf very low, and the backline being Lucio and Kiriko, it's gonna take a while for Smurf to be healthy, or he needs to get a health pack. And speaking of low health bars, Happy is very low as well. So ZETA Division, they have a little bit of an interesting backline composition here.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up playing out, but it is one of the strengths of this team that if any team can run a double flex to the highest levels, it's going to be ZETA Division. Mostly just because Violet, kind of made his bones as a flex support before he decided to pick up main support and be a god at that as well. Does go off of the edge, so both supports down from ZETA Division despite having control of the point. This is a great window for Falcons.
Yep, and then Heesung is being down by Proper, so it is probably going to be a flip in favor of Team Falcons. Oh, wait a second. Flora takes out Fielder, but the flip is there. But there's Team Falcons is a member short, so maybe ZETA Division will find a window of opportunity to make that flip again. And nice sleep guard on Team Smurf. Geo decides to use the sound barrier, and Proper beams down Alpha E. So once again, a numbers advantage in favor of Team Falcons. ZETA Division decides to come in with the Captain Sun and the Nano, and it pays dividends because they are winning that teamfight despite starting the teamfight 4v5.
I do not love that from Proper. Uses the duplicate to try to live, ends up duplicating the Illari, so not a lot of escapability or anything along that. I wonder if he's switching because that was a weird dupe. Nope. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if he thought that he was going to live long enough, the Illari with the pylons and all that, he would buy enough time for his teammates to come back, but surely it wasn't the case. Now, actually, despite ZETA Division using a lot of ultimates on that fight, they're actually fairly even on ult economy. Team Falcons do have the Kitsune Rush to open up the fight, but ZETA Division have the duplicate and the Primal Rage. Heesung uses the Primal Rage. He was pretty low, but he is also back in the fight, so that adds a lot of value to the fight. And duplicate on the Tracer. Alpha is also a very good Tracer, and that post bomb onto Proper makes it easier for ZETA Division to actually win this fight. Smurf takes down Finn, so holding my horses for a split moment. Flora has a pulse bomb of his own. It goes wide. Happy. I didn't see that stick coming in, but it was probably the first damage.
Yes, very close. Falcons has flipped it back over, but they are down Happy. Violet with the Captive Sun. It's been an ultimate that has been very difficult to get value out of at the highest levels. Chio can't be dying there.
Yeah, at 97%, if the flip goes on, it is going to be at least a guaranteed overtime in favor of ZETA Division, and Team Falcons will be in a massive disadvantage on that. What can be the last fight of Gardens here? Yes, Smurf with the ball is trying to touch, however, is being down. But number of members-wise, Team Falcons is actually going to have the advantage with only Alpha E and Heesung surviving, and it is just going to be Heesung there. Despite initially looking good for ZETA Division, Team Falcons actually survive and win that fight, so they have a second chance.
Well, Falcons did it without using ultimates too, which is critical there. Violet tried to get some value out of the Captive Sun, but Captive Sun, on this stage, not going to be great. People aren't really clumped up. It's a little bit wide open. And also, it puts you in a spot where you can take shots. It's very much like a barrage in that way, where you put yourself in a very vulnerable position, and he gets punished for it immediately.
And that's a pile driver onto Heesung, but in the meantime, Flora and Alpha doing loads of work, especially that pulse bomb onto Chio, denying the sound barrier from Team Falcons, and he might not be there in time to use it. He is using it just for, I guess, the sake of touching, but it is gonna be all up and done as Zeta Division. They take down Team Falcons here on Gardens, and I have to say, I am impressed.
Yeah, this is a team that you know, maybe not the name recognition for some of these players, although, you know, they're players that have been playing in the highest level for a long time, just not ranked necessarily as high as across the board for Falcons. Because if you look at Falcons roster, you know, Smurf was at one time considered the best Winston in the entire world. Let's see, is this the...
Oh, yeah, Ilar just dropping down to his death.
But no, but the backline, people will often say Fielder and Chio are the best backline ever. Smurf is one of the best Winstons to ever play the game. You've got Happy, you know, I've already written an essay about him. Proper was Rookie of the Year and MVP and Champion, like all in the same year. So the Falcons are supposed to be the #1 team. Zeta Division has good players, but they're not all-time greats across the board like Falcons has.
Yep, and it's surprising. I'm mildly surprised to see that Zeta Division is actually having a hold over Team Falcons right now, but it is just a round of a control map. We'll see how it goes. Interesting compositions from both sides. Heesung, Zeta Division going with their Ramatra, somewhat of a rush composition. Well, Team Falcons also going with the rush brawly composition with the Jungle Queen.
Yeah, I'm really keeping eyes on Cass here. It's the best stage that you're going to have to be able to play Cass. Great wall from Alpha Yi.
Well, Smurf actually lives to tell the tale. However, Fielder not so fortunate. Flora beating him down. So this is early point control in favor of Zeta Division once again. Zeta Division doing a lot of good work here, and support ultimates already online for Zeta Division. Look at Violet, he is so bloodthirsty. Yes, he's not getting the kill credits, but like, even considering that Chio is an elite Lucio, Violet is getting his ultimates way faster than Chio right now.
And this composition right now is in a perfect spot to play defense on this point. You've got the window right there, you're going to have turrets, you're going to have a wall. Like, it's going to be so hard to get in here, really, even just out the door to, like, it's a perfect comp to win the first fight with.
Yep, and the more, I guess, bad news for, oh, wait a second. I was about to say that this choke might be going on for a while because Heesung had the Annihilation on, but the pick onto Flora early on forced Zeta Division to kind of retreat a little bit, but now they're on the point. They're using a lot of ultimates, so Zeta Division definitely thinks that this is going to be the most important part of this round, and a lot of ultimates being used on both sides. Kill feed in favor of Zeta Division. Heesung still has his Annihilation on, finally ending, and it pays out. Team Falcons, they used 3 ultimates and they still lost the fight. Yes, they do have the Dragon Blade and they do have the Rampage. However, 80% and strong on progress on Zeta Division here.
They're going to have to combo this. It's going to have to be an enormous combo together, and even that, it's the Immortality Field's going to take a Blade Slash or 2 to get through, but you got to hit a Rampage and you got to follow it up with Blade. It's going to be the only way that they can come back from this.
Smurf has to be very careful. He doesn't want the Rampage to be interrupted. He can't afford to do that. That is a huge Rampage. Maybe they don't even need the Blade for that. Yes, the Immortality Field is going to be there. However, it is not going to save Zeta Division. Yes, the overtime is going, but it is not going to matter as Team Falcons will make the flip happen, and more importantly, they save the Dragon Blade. They are going to need this for the next fight.
Yeah, critical to save the Blade. They're really nice from Smurf, just waiting for them to line up, hits the perfect sync shot where everyone's, their AD strafing actually lines up for him, and, you know, Rampage actually has a pretty wide cone of damage, so hits everyone, the great follow-up there. Now they're going to have Nano if they want to use it with the Blade as well. So I think Falcons should be as aggressive as possible. Don't play defensive against the Zeta Division comp. You don't want to let them in position to use everything. Zeta Division with both damage ultimates of their own coming up. There's the ult.
There is that Nano, but is it going to be the Nano Blade? He is not having that Blade yet. Proper doesn't even need it to take down Heesung. So, I mean, good discipline from him.
Yeah, this is where good teams really show how good they are, to not overcommit to things, to really take the fight on their terms. 50%, Falcons still do need 2 more fights.
Yep, now the difference is going to be that ZETA Division also have big ultimates coming. They will be having the... Okay, I was about to say that the sound barrier to counter the Dragon Blade, however, they're using it aggressively, and they do pay dividends with that, with Smurf kicking out early. Now it is up to Proper and Happy to make things work. Here is that play that is going to be super important. Does not find a lot of value. The Deadeye not finding any targets as well, so both DPS ultimates from Team Falcons not finding anyone. Now Hisang with the Annihilation is going to threaten people off the point from Team Falcons. This is not looking good for Team Falcons. Low health bars across the board for ZETA Division, but oh, wait a second. Alpha E is going to be the first casualty. Smurf takes down. Happy also down. Oh my goodness. ZETA Division is actually going to take Lijiang Tower away from Team Falcons, and ZETA Division draw first blood. They are going to lead the series 1-0.
We've seen so far tonight that a lot of control comes down to compositions and being comfortable in different compositions, and I really do think that May is so good on control on so many different stages. Right there you see it, the May with the Ramatra works out really well. You end up with a wall, then Ramatra can just punch through it. It's so much control, so much zoning, Blizzard, Annihilation, giant AoEs that cover the whole points, and it just felt like it was never enough kills in a row for Team Falcons, and I do have to still question the Cass. That's the best situation Cass is going to find, but it's just not really getting enough value.
Yep, and also, I don't want to be too criticizing of Proper. He did really well on that Genji. However, the team needed the Blade really badly because it was a prime opportunity to do so as well, because ZETA Division used the sound barrier very early. However, he was not in a position to make a lot of value out of it. So I guess that's actually credit to ZETA Division, because they probably knew that the Genji already has the Blade, and they just set up a situation where even with that Blade, Proper couldn't do anything about it.
Well, and it's a great composition against a Blade, too, because you've got the Baptiste, right? Like, Immortality Field is always going to at least take a swipe, and that's going to slow you down at the very least. But then both of the damage dealers, you can't deflect their damage. You've got Mei and you've got Symmetra. Those are nightmares for a Genji to play into. So, again, we've seen it mostly through the last 3 days. Compositions are winning control.
Yep, and I think that was a strategic win for ZETA Division. Let's see how the strategic war goes, as it is going to be Team Falcons map pick next after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching map 2 of the final series of the day, and it's going to be Suravasa. I wonder what this means for the tactical setup for Team Falcons here.
It's a little bit interesting. I mean, Stage 1, when it did come to Flashpoint, Falcons were, I think, undefeated on Lijiang City. So if you're going to go to Flashpoint, obviously you pick... It's odd that they don't pick Lijiang City, but maybe have something cooking for Suravasa. Haven't seen it yet from Stage 2 for Falcons. Falcons have only had to pick one map so far. They end up picking Colosseo. So yeah, really don't know exactly what they're going to run here. It very well could be, just based on what we've seen other teams play on Suravasa, there has been some Winston play, but D.Va usually plays a little bit better. You've seen some Maga. You've even seen a little bit of Orisa here as well. So it's really going to depend on which tank is playing for this team, or what we're going to see. If they end up, bringing in a, Bernard, then yeah,
Yes.
then you would imagine it's going to be not Winston. I mean, not Winston, not Ball would be the easiest guess there. So very likely like a Maga or D.Va, or maybe they just want the versatility, because a lot of times on Flashpoint you see teams swapping out tanks. It's almost rare that a team will run the same tank all throughout the whole map.
Exactly, I think that is exactly going to be the case here. As I mean, the easy guess would be the D.Va, right? Because Flashpoint, due to the nature of the map itself, requires a lot of ability, and just D.Va is exactly the sign of ability, if there is anything like that. And also, if maybe I would point to the Orisa or Zarya if it has to come to it, because we've been seeing some teams kind of tinkering with the Junker Queen. I mean, even Team Falcons was playing the Junker Queen on Lijiang Tower, so maybe it might be an answer to that, but we're not sure yet.
Well, if Falcons were going to play the Junker Queen, you would have to imagine that Hanbin would be in for Junker Queen. Yeah, it was the best Junker Queen in the world when she came out. So if they're going to keep Smurfin, then you'd think that they're going to run probably Winston, and then D.Va is a great counter to Winston. So yeah, so some mind games definitely coming out with the map choices. I think Falcons might just be not used to making map choices. I mean, you only make them when you lose, so not the most experience in that situation.
Yeah, Krusty being like, hey, I'm not even going to prepare map selection because I expect you to win 3-0 all the time. No, that's a joke. Probably they would be thoroughly prepared. But I do understand. I mean, I do agree with that sentiment that Team Falcons are in a very unfamiliar situation here, because they're used to winning maps and just playing maps that the other team selects for them.
Yep. So yeah, it's kind of a toss-up here with Suravasa. It's we've seen every sort of support line run on this map. We've seen Lucio, but then also Kiri. We've seen Double Flex. We've seen all sorts of different damage lines up front too. So it's really one of the harder maps to guess compositions coming into it. Venture's been into play. We've seen Pharah, you've seen Echo. There's a multitude. So outside of Control, I mean, it makes sense because Control and Flashpoint are, cousins at the very least in map mode type. Mm-hmm. So those are the maps that we've seen the most variation on. It's when you start getting to hybrids and escorts and even push to an extent that we've seen mostly teams settle into the dive here.
Alright, and before we get into that game, I want to shout out to that fan sign over there. Do you remember that TikTok dance that the guys were having in matches 1 and 2?
Yes.
That's a sign of saying, Alpha E, I want you to get the player of the match and do that tiramisu dance.
Okay.
I mean, well, he has a tough series to win first, but good news is that we're having the player cams on, which it means that the players did express that they are ready. So lobby manager from Compops is ready to press the dubstep button, the start button.
Yeah. Bernard's just got to take a moment to get set up here. It's the one minor drawback to having substitutions and LAN is you got to get everyone set up and ready to go. Make sure everyone's comfortable here. So both teams are ready, we've been told, just waiting for that great dubstep button. There was a game, I don't know, 5 or 6 years old. I for whatever the name is eluding me, but there was a weapon called the dubstep gun. And once you got that gun, you wouldn't use anything else. You would just do yeah, I think Saints Row, I want to say, something like that. Maybe that's what it was called. But yeah, you got a gun that just shot dubstep. It makes sense for that game. That game was wacky.
Alright, the dubstep button is there. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going in. Alright, both fans from both sides sounding their appreciation to the team. And
We got to turn those mics up. You know, you got to get out there, get out in the field, and get those mics turned up.
yes, sir, I will do that next week. I will get that.
I think they
get
were
those
louder.
ready.
They were louder stage 1. I'm just saying, as a fan, I want to hear it.
Alright, yeah, got my orders. But in the meantime, we are approaching, and it looks like ZETA Division is indeed going with the Diva pick, while Team Falcons is going with the good old Winston package that you've been talking about.
Okay, double flex here for ZETA as well. And the cast from Flora. So Team Falcons just going to run the pure dive that we've seen. So ZETA Division is going to play this a little bit slower because they're going to have much better range damage here. And they want to play behind Violet's pylon. So you get a pylon set up and then let Cass go to town. That was very close.
Yep, and that was a good sleep and a good ante from Finn over there.
Yeah, so they'll just get control here and then back up. They'll get control and play a little further back and just try to shoot anyone who comes out of the field.
Yep, Happy. We've been mentioning this pre-match that he needs to get comfortable on this Ashe. Let's see how much comfort he has on that pick because it outranges Flora, and it's going to be very crucial in any win conditions that Team Falcons is going to have.
Outranges Flora, but those, you do have to account for the fact that Violet is going to be shooting down the pipe too. You know, Violet is very, Ilari is almost like a Zen in that way, where you set your healing up and then you do damage, and then if you have to spot heal, fine, but mostly that pylon's up and you're just at DPS now.
Yep, and Fielder with Nano on the ready is probably going to be that trigger for the aggression on the side of Team Falcons. If they have one, ZETA Division will be able to match the Nano. There is that Nano Winston. The Sleep Dart didn't register onto the Winston. However, all of that Captive Sun just doing tons of damage. And in the end, Flora taking that kill credit onto not only Smurf, but also Fielder, and Proper is going to just go to the Death Chamber as well. And that is an easy first flashpoint in favor of ZETA Division.
Yeah, almost no fights even happened there. Falcons dove in once, and then ZETA just backed up and back into the nice healing pylon that they had. There was a little bit of pressure. They cracked the bubble, then just went to town on Smurf's health bar. So Falcons never really even got set up, never really even had their chance, despite throwing in the Nano. And then look at this Nano advantage right now. Finn's about 30%.
And that's already that second Nano upcoming. And I guess the window of opportunity for Team Falcons is going to be right now, where they have 3 ultimates, whereas ZETA Division only has that mech refill. Yes, Flora will be having that Deadeye, but I'm not sure how much value that was going to have. And Alpha E, as soon as he has that Pulse Bomb, takes down Fielder. This is going to be a massive advantage for the side of ZETA Division. Yes, Flora. Oh, Flora is actually being burnt down by Happy, and Bernard is using the remake. But Happy finding a lot of value in that Ashe pick despite an early loss in Fielder.
Just a bit outside on that pulse bomb from Proper.
Alright, the action never stops. Bernard actually taking 2 kills on their own. Yes, they did give up control on the second flashpoint first, but they are reclaiming it as if it was theirs from the start. Flora, I mean, we've been talking about Flora and his inconsistency issues, but Flora right now seems like he's on that beast mode right now.
Yeah, Flora and Alpha E really end up picking each other up, and Alpha E has had a really nice Tracer match so far. Happy's been extremely quiet outside of, I think, a single kill. Then he got a pylon. It's not the biggest deal. No Bob value there. But Falcons now going to come up with their own Nano. Nano onto Smurf is going to be the big deal.
Finally starting things up with the Captive Sun. I don't think that. Oh, wait a second. I thought that I was about to say that he did find a lot of value in that, but value be damned. He's going to take 2 members down of Team Falcons. This is going to be yet another deterrent for the side of Team Falcons. Now Team Falcons are in a very tough situation where they have to sacrifice their lives just for the touch. And yeah, great sleep. And this is looking like, unless a super play happens on the side of Team Falcons, this is going to be yet another flashpoint secured for the side of the ZETA division. Flora taking down Chio, and also Smart follows suit. Team Falcons is falling apart, and ZETA division, they are here for business, Hex.
It's such a cool comp too, because Violet is that extra damage dealer, and if you were going to have any support player pick up the damage role, it would be Violet. I mean, Violet has, I think he's off-rolled onto Cass before, if I recall correctly. This was way back when we still had
what do you mean off-roll? He was
maps.
the main candidate for San Francisco Shock.
Okay, but still, and it allows Flora to play in that mid-range super effectively, and the Diva also keeps Flora alive constantly, because Happy may be shooting at him, but with the Matrix uptime the way it is, nothing's getting through. And Flora's just able to rock and roll through the middle and end up hitting the shots. It has been a masterclass, and now ZETA division nearing their own nano again.
Oh, Alpha E doing a lot of work once again. This is his second post-bomb stake just on Suravasa. And I was about to talk about the nano advantage here, but he doesn't even need it, because Alpha E just took out one of the most important members of Team Falcons, and Bernard, okay, will be having the boost to safety. Yep, and also has that self-destruct if he needs that refill, and the Dino token is actually going to be the Diva, and he waves goodbye to Chio. And my goodness, I did not expect ZETA division to be this dominant against Team Falcons, no less.
I always loved seeing a Brig get punished. As a, you know, on a side note, as a Tracer main myself, I remember Release Brig, so seeing Brigs get dunked off the map will always make me smile.
Alright, I will forgive you for that, because I'm a plus support, so I don't usually... If I have to play Brig, that means we're in a very bad spot. But that aside, Team Falcons, this is probably their best chance.
They have to win this fight.
Yep,
they have to win this fight.
Yes,
but they have to play it kind of slow though. You wanna go in with Nano, so just keep Fielder live. Like this fight is, it doesn't matter if you take this fight at 60 or 80. You have to win this fight regardless. So let Fielder build up and get the Nano in.
Yep. But oh, that's a good sleep onto Violet, and Violet, I mean, he's done wonders so far in this map, but he is punished, and this is going to be one win condition ticked off for the side of Team Falcons. This is how they start winning, but they have to flip the point first. Okay, there we go. And the good news from Team Falcons, Hex, is that they didn't even use the Nano.
Yeah, perfect for them. ZETA will have their own Nano coming back in on the other side of things, so that's fine. Falcons need to win probably 2 fights, maybe just 1 depending on how long it goes. So really this one just comes down to who's going to get better Nano value here. You'd imagine it goes on both tanks. Or maybe we see a cheeky Nano Tracer. That's also been an interesting wrinkle that some teams are building in.
Let's see how the target selection for the Nano is on. For now, oh, that's a good nade onto both Flora and Violet. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Actually, it's going to be Vin that's going to be the victim. So that's going to be the Nano denied. I guess Team ZETA division will just back off. I don't think they will like to commit without the Nano. However, it is going to be Team Falcons that is going on with the pressure. They are Nanoing Smurf, but it's not. It's just zoning out ZETA division, not finding any eliminations. Flora doing his best to break that. Break that. Excuse me. Winston bubble, and Violet taking down, finishing off Smurf. So it is actually going to be ZETA division's turn, despite overtime being in favor of Team Falcons. The flip is there, and with 95% and taking. Remember, this is map point for ZETA division. If they take this point, then they win this map.
Fielder eventually does go down. It is so close. Violet does have the Captive Sun. He's going to pop it now.
Okay, Team Falcons are throwing everything they have. They know that they have to, because otherwise they lose. Yes, they win this fight, but at what cost? They use all their ultimates, but they had to, because otherwise they didn't have a choice.
Well, they almost punted that really bad with the early Nano onto Smurf. What they were expecting is if we can win this fight right now with the Nano Smurf, then we don't even have to worry about it going forward. But everyone was kind of spread out in the open for ZETA Division, so we didn't get any value from that Nano. Luckily, they were able to pull it back off some individual plays and a nice rally from Gio.
Yep, I mean, we've been talking about the value of rallies, but this time, Chio made it valuable. I guess ZETA Division, they will be oh, wait a second. Fielder is actually really fast on his next Nano, so he's actually almost on par with Finn. Alpha very low. That sleep dart from Fielder not connecting. And also, I think, yeah, the Diva value in eating all those anti-nades is really, really important for ZETA Division.
Yeah, it's also a great point for Illari. If you look at where this pylon is and where teams generally want to play, they are one and the same.
Alpha E taking down Happy, and also Finn taking down Fielder, his Ana counterpart. This is, yes, initial point control went in favor of Team Falcons, but it is going to be ZETA Division who establishes control, and Bernard taking down Proper late on means that it's the progress made by Team Falcons is just going to get caught up by ZETA Division in no time.
But as far as the Nano race goes, they are behind. Falcons will have it going back into the other side. So yeah, we haven't seen Captive Sun be enormous just yet, but Violet nearing there again. He's doing so much damage, just getting ult every single fight.
Yeah, I'm
every 2 fights at least.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised at how fast he was getting these ultimates. And even when he was on the Lucio, he was getting these sound barriers really quickly, and on the Illari. And there is that Captain Sun, not slept this time. Oh, not finding a lot of value. I think he hit the column with that.
I'm pretty sure he did. No one saw that.
Yeah, I mean, Violet doing Violet things. I mean, what do you expect? He's doing greatness and goofiness at the same time. Well, in the meantime, Vaughn is getting caught off by Fielder, so this is going to be a fight in favor of Team Falcons. Overtime is sticking for ZETA Division, but it's not going to mean anything with ZETA Division. All in the Death Chamber. Team Falcons, they still have a winning chance in this fight. But I guess the issue is going to be the ultimates here.
Well, I mean, it's kind of what we were alluding to earlier when we saw Pure Mirrors. It's, you know, it's Mom said it's my turn with Nano now. Is going to be ZETA Division coming in. Finn at 90%. We'll have it during the next fight. And it's just a matter of, it's really for Falcons, it's can you peel off of this Nano, because it's really hard to sleep a Nano Diva, because she's going to be coming in with the Matrix up.
And Team Falcons, they want to start the fight early, they want to zone out everyone with the Bob, but I think that's a great rotation from ZETA Division to disengage from the Bob, at least thanks everyone except Finn. The Nano Cassidy, let's see how much value it does. This is actually going to zone out a lot of people inside of Team Falcons. Now it is Team Falcons' turn with the Smurf! But nice sleep there. And, oh, he gets out alive. That's good news for Team Falcons. However, Happy and Smurf is not going to be that fortunate later on. Who needs ultimates when Violet can do that? And, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like ZETA Division is going to threaten Team Falcons on match point. Who would have imagined?
It's not like too surprising. This is a team that's been on the upswing. Falcons have looked mortal in the last couple of months, whereas ZETA has gotten better and better. You know, if not for a Ajax, then this team could have been in contention for winning the tournament between the splits. So yeah, this is, I mean, watching Violet play the Illari is just an amazing thing to see, because when he doesn't have to focus on healing, he just gets to focus on damage. And he did actually hit a Captive Sun onto the Winston in that very last fight, which sent the Winston away at the very least. And they didn't capitalize it immediately, so you didn't see the Captive Sun kill in the kill feed, but then he found him again later. So Violet just being it, like, that's why that pick, like, it doesn't make a ton of sense for Falcons, because that map has always been good for Illari. I mean, I say always in Illari, like they've been timeless, but you know what I mean? Illari's, there's great pylon setups there, you know, where you want to be fighting there anyway, and the pylon's in a safe spot. So you have your healer, and now you're just able to shoot. And if you do need to spot heal, it takes almost no time and no effort to spot heal your D.Va. D.Va's not taking a ton of damage usually anyway because of the Matrix buff. Like, that composition works beautifully for the ZETA team, and they ran it perfectly. Yeah, and then, I mean, the cast play too, cycling into that, because you've got long-range damage now with Alari, so now you get your mid-range damage, now you got your flank damage with Tracer, and then D.Va is mobile enough to peel for everybody. It's a beautiful comp.
All right. I mean, once again, we've been talking about compositional differences in Control, but yet another compositional and strategic win for the side of ZETA Division. Now they're only one map away from closing this out. Team Falcons, the nerves are probably kicking in, but I mean, being the quality team as they are, they will probably look for a fight back, and we'll see how it goes after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Yeah, welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are on our third map of the last series of the day, and this may as well be the last map of the day. Because, Hicks,
possible.
I did not see this coming, but Zeta Division is threatening Team Falcons on match point now, and it's going to be Colosseo for Team Falcons.
Well, Team Falcons before tonight had only had to select one map in this split so far because they lost control against HaeJeokDan, and they chose Colosseo. So I was saying before they chose the last map that I wouldn't be surprised to see them go to Colosseo. It makes sense, especially if you want to, if Happy is going to be in. It's a good mid-range map for the cast, which they've tried to run. Also, I mean, you can run an Ashe on it too, so it's a map that they've always liked. They've been pretty solid at for a very long time. Let's see if I look at the win rates here, that Colosseo is not as good as their Esperanza necessarily, but I don't know if Esperanza is in this pool. It is not. So they're going to have to go to their second best in Colosseo. And we will have a substitution as well, as Hanbin will come in. Smurf is out. And again, using my brilliant deduction, that means that Falcons probably will not be playing Winston.
Yep, like our expert analysis, it is probably going to be somewhat, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's going to be matching the Diva, or maybe the Jungle Queen, like you said, Hanbin being the best Jungle Queen in the world. There are a lot of variety of choices that they have, or maybe it's just a, I guess, new, fresh breath of air to kind of change the atmosphere right now, because clearly Team Falcons is struggling against Zeta Division. And also, Hanbin has been in the bench kind of like talking with the coaches during those two maps, so maybe he has some tactical, I guess, instructions from Krusty. We'll see when it gets to it, but it looks like Zeta Division has prepared really well for this series. And as you can see, we have elite coaches on the side of Zeta Division as well. You see Changun, and you also see Rascal in the mix. Rascal, a newer addition to the coaching staff on the side of Zeta Division. So they've been cooking.
Absolutely, and Rascal was always thought of, I mean, if you're kind of newer to the Overwatch scene, always thought of as like the smartest player in Overwatch. In as much as if there was a new hero released, people were like, well, who's going to be good at the new hero? And it didn't matter what role they were, it'd be like, oh, Rascal. Rascal will pick it up immediately. He understands new heroes and kits and how synergies work all together. That was always like the big, talking point about Rascal, and also just a super versatile, super smart player. So really interesting there. When Falcons did play this map earlier against HaeJeokDan, they played the Diva, so I would imagine it's going to be a Diva play. It really helps out. Usually, like, the mid fight is you're looking down the barrel at each other, and that used to be an Orisa kind of thing, an Orisa and a Widow behind it, and maybe trying to just, who gets the first pick. Or like when Sojourn was meta, if you remember, this used to just be, we're going to stare at each other until one of our Sojourns hits a rail, and then we win that fight. But now it's going to be Diva, kind of, Diva being the shield tank in a weird way because Matrix is so good, and then probably either an Ashe or a Cass, but Happy did play a ton of Cass on this map. So yeah, this is their single map pick before this series was Colosseo, and they did end up winning it against HaeJeokDan.
All right, the cams are online, meaning that the players are ready. My question is going to be, is Violet going to keep on going with that Illari that he has been so impressive on? I mean, yes, there were some meme moments with his captive sons here and there, but I mean, overall, like, Violet is just doing so much work for the Zeta Division success today over Team Falcons.
It is so funny because if you put together like almost every match, I'd say you could put together a 15 to 20 second cut of Violet lowlights where you're like, well, who is this guy, right? I mean, he misses two captive sons, one goes into the trees, one goes into the pillar, and they just completely whiff, and they're awful. And then but it doesn't matter because then he just hits his other shots. So it's like you could put together 5 minutes of highlights, but if you put together just his lowlights, it would be hilarious. And that's just the kind of player he is. And I think it's one of the things that endears him to people a lot, is that he is just kind of all over the place, but 95% of the time it's the best play you've ever seen, and 5% of the time it's funny bad.
Yep, I mean, I guess people relate to that, and that's why he's a superstar, and I am thirsty now.
So you're rooting for ZETA, so you can go grab a drink of water. Hey, you're casting from home. You should have water right next to you. It'll be fine.
I do. I'm just joking. I just saw the water fountains over there and just thought about water. And this is a surprise. I think the guys from ZETA Division, they are anticipating that Hanbin Diva pick, and they're going to specifically counter it with the Zarya that we usually don't see.
Yeah, I love it. Both of these tanks can definitely play the Zarya at a super high level. We don't see a ton of Zarya. I find it such an interesting hero. The allied bubbles and the changes that have been made to Arcade over the last year or so are really compelling. But yeah, ZETA just blind counter picking.
Yep, I think that's also good, I guess, tactical awareness for all the substitutions and all going on. Like you anticipated, this is going to be the Happy Ash, and I guess for the time being, it is going to be, the strat is going to be wait for the headshot or wait for the ultimates.
Yeah, so when this map changed and they removed the glass on the side, sometimes there was people going on flanks and going for dives, but it does seem like it's just reverted back to the shoot down the middle, and it's just like you shoot down the middle on one side, then you shoot down the middle on the other. Huge nade.
Yeah, that's gonna change things. I mean, Field just like, what? You guys are just like sleeping on us, and then has a huge need onto the members of ZETA Division, and
they're gonna get cleaned up here too.
Yep, and this is gonna be bad because remember, on push, once you get an advantage, it's really hard to get back to it because you have to win fights in a row now.
Yeah, ZETA Division just didn't see that coming, and also, I mean, that is the downside of not running your D.Va, is you are going to get naded. No matter what happens in this composition, you are going to eat anti-nades. So eventually, Fielder just got tired of seeing them milling around that corner and no one punishing them, just rolls around that corner and hits a huge anti that hit the Tracer so hard and killed him.
Yep, and Violet is going to break the deadlock here with the sound barrier. However, it's actually going to be ZETA Division having to be forced out the Immortality Field, and Proper taking down both support members of ZETA Division. So this is actually going to backfire and allow Team Falcons to cap the checkpoint. And as you can see, we Flora swapped to the Ashe, but I mean, Happy just starting with it means that he will be having a massive advantage on that ult charge over there, and it's interesting to see how Flora can keep up with the mechanical prowess of Happy here.
Yeah, Cass can kind of hang in that mid fight because a lot of times you are just playing that close quarters of the flank side now that the glass is gone, but now in these situations, Cass gets just super outranged and just not effective.
Oh, okay, Bob is there on the field, but Ashe is no longer there because Alpha E just killed her with the pulse bomb. But still, Proper takes down Bernard, which is arguably the more important part of the puzzle for ZETA Division, and Proper just showing why he was the Rookie of the Year and also Season MVP for... he's just flying right now.
Well, the Proper Hanbin dive together has been unstoppable because Proper just gets to live in the Matrix and there's no damage coming in through him at all. And then Hanbin is getting the displacement and getting so much just collision damage onto people, and Proper's just wiping it up. So yes, Proper's the one in the kill feed, but Hanbin is getting all of the assists.
Absolutely. Once again, Proper taking down Alpha E. So I would be safe to say that Proper is pissed, and he is making ZETA Division pay for it right now.
Hanbin and Proper light up the kill feed again. This is, you know, oddly enough, not the most one-sided push we've seen tonight.
Well, yes, because I mean, we haven't seen 140 yet, and I think if my knowledge is correct, if there is a 140, then that's going to be the end of the map. But I mean, this is still a very one-sided affair at the current moment because you have zero progress on ZETA Division. Now, in the course of 5 minutes, I think ZETA Division has to win about like 16 fights in a row if they want if they want to turn their fortunes around.
Proper very low. We'll sneak back. It's just been very patient from Falcons right now, too. Like, they're not overextending. It's really hard to finish these maps because of the spawn advantages.
Alright, Alpha E trying to make a comeback here with A pulse bomb onto Happy and denying. Oh, wait a second, denying Hanbin on the remake. However, Finn gets caught in the blast and Proper.
There's no way.
Proper. Oh no. Well, Bernard takes Fielder down, but the damage is already done. And remember, Bernard has to burn his refill for it. And like I said, remember, ZETA Division have to win multiple teamfights in a row, and they have to save as much ultimates as they possibly can.
Proper was a half second away from recall there, and probably comes back and kills both of those people. That's just the heater that he's on right now, but yeah, ZETA Division will take this back, and one fight at a time for them. They're going to have Nano on the other side as well, but really, ZETA Division had been doing so well with their compositions, and everything has worked out well for them in the first two maps that they got a little cute trying to run the D.Va or the Zarya composition and blind counter it, and it just put them in an enormous hole.
Yeah, I mean, I think it made sense, right? But it
makes sense on paper, but yeah. There's got to be a reason. This is the first time we've seen it, attempted.
Yep. Right now, the bot was where it started, and no progress on the division yet. Finn wants to break the deadlock once again with the Nano. Bernard slept, but woken up with that Suzu. Still, not a lot of value found from that Nano D.Va over there. And now it's actually going to be Team Falcons' turn to use all the ultimates on their side. They have both support ultimates online. Maybe Violet wants to open things up once again with the Kitsune Rush. But Flora uses the Bob to buy some space here. They have some breathing room now. Alpha E looking for a stick. This is going to be crucial, especially if they want to win a team fight without using major ultimates. Now it's going to be Hanbin's turn to be the recipient of the Nano. No kills yet, but is applying enough pressure for everyone on the side of ZETA Division to fall back. And by falling back,
it's not bad because they were able to get the anti at least onto Hanbin on the dive, so he couldn't go super far and had to back up. Happy has actually turned it on, and both Tracers find themselves on the wrong side of an Ashe. But now we're getting to the point where ZETA Division can't really lose another one.
Yep, the time is at 2.5 minutes. Both support ultimates used on the side of ZETA Division. Flora must have been frustrated with that Sleep Dart connected to him after being the recipient of the Nano. No kills. This is the second time in a row that a Nano does not convert into an elimination or any sort of advantage. Flora almost fell there. That would have been a disaster for him. Team Falcons with the Bob and self-destruct online. Violet being slept over there. He can't Suzu himself to wake up and is, in the end, going to be a victim of Happy's shooting over there. This is not looking good. Hanbin using the self-destruct doesn't find anyone. Finn, this time, finding some shelter.
This trading fight, this kind of back and forth is fine for Falcons. They don't care. They're not trying to win fights. They just don't want to lose fights. And yes, there is a difference, and well, they're going to win this fight though for sure.
It's going to be really concerning for the side of ZETA Division now. Like you said, Team Falcons, they don't even need to win team fights at this point. They just need to stall and then push the bot into a position where ZETA Division takes a million years to just put it in the neutral.
Yeah, it feels completely out of reach now. ZETA Division has to be perfect the rest of this with only a minute left. Maybe the progress is going to be slow going. Yeah, even if they do win some fights, the run back is before they even start making progress on the actual push. They have to win 2 fights, and they have to win them.
Alright, Chio is looking for the full push here and takes down Finn. And Bernard is the recipient of the Nano. I guess that's just for the sake of survival. Yes, Bernard does take down Happy, but Violet is traded in the process. Remember, trade kills in this situation is not favorable to ZETA Division at all. Yes, the spawn is closer, however, time is not on their side as well. Fielder takes down Bernard. This is not good news. Team Falcons are fighting for the full push here. Hanbin, with that extra damage from the Nano, is going to take down Finn, and that is going to be the full push on Colosseo and Team Falcons, despite being threatened a match point here, they are going to claw one back, and this is going to make things interesting.
So it's an interesting gambit for ZETA Division because we know that, Push is very much about winning the first fights and then riding the momentum there. It's essentially, if you win the first 2 fights, it's hard for you to lose. So it's an interesting idea from ZETA to come out and try to blind counter the Zarya, or the D.Va with the Zarya. Because if you win that first fight, you're probably in a good spot. And then you don't have to fight in that hallway where it's really brutal for a Zarya who really doesn't have much mitigation at all. Where the D.Va's mitigation is just going to be that much stronger. So that's the gamble that they were making there, is that they were going to win that first fight, and then they weren't going to have to fight in that hallway, which is a terrible hallway for a D.Va. So you saw them milling about, holding corners, but eventually Fielder saw that they were just holding corners and said, oh yeah, I can just nade everybody here, and that won them fight, and the bottom almost never went past that point on the other direction. I mean, a little bit, but it was never really in doubt, and from that point on, they just went. And then, not only that, but you have to switch your composition after you realize, oh, this Zarya's not working, and having to switch your composition on push when the other team doesn't have to. Now that's like, you could almost just add it as another fight you're going to have to win because you're behind. So you start getting to this point, and against a team like Falcons, do you really feel you're going to 5-0 them 3 times in a row? I don't think there's any team, even including Crazy Raccoon, that could do that.
Yep. Once again, I think that for the first time in a while now, Team Falcons showing why they picked this map specifically. They won the first fight and let the momentum win itself. But now it's going to be ZETA Division's turn to choose the map. They have been showing a lot of good strategic wins on the compositions. Let's see how ZETA Division react after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We have a series in our hands in our last series as we are going to map for. It is still ZETA Division's match point. However, Team Falcons look like they're not out yet as they have a very strong showing at Colosseo. It is going to be Kings Row. This is a classic, and I believe that, what does this imply from the ZETA Division standpoint?
I mean, it's a classic that some people would be like, oh, cool, we can run Ryan Zarya on this map. Not going to be the case anymore. ZETA Division, they picked this against Fnatic. It allowed them to run a double flex support composition where Violet can run the Kiri, and the Kiri can help out with the dive. So I think they're going to go in with the dive. It's going to be a Winston Ana, but then instead of Winston Ana Brig, Winston Ana Kiri, and that helps out with the damage on the ground. Also, anytime you can put Violet on something that can do a ton of damage on the ground is going to be critical for them. And then you've got Flora probably running the Ashe almost 100% of the time. Alpha Yi on the Tracer is what they ran before. However, some teams have been adding in the Pharah into the mix. Fnatic like to run the Pharah on the mix so that you could hold corners. Kings Row can be a lot about, just spamming out corners. It's kind of a fight-to-fight, corner-to-corner map in no ways. And especially when you get to last point, if you get to last point, Ashe can be really good there too. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a dive with an Ana, and then Violet will be picking up the Kiri in that dive rather than a Brig.
Alrighty, and we are seeing the substitutions coming from both sides, and it's going to be Heesung coming in instead of Bernard, and then it's going to be Smurf coming in for a Hanbin, so that kind of implies a Winston, or at least some kind of main tank dive composition on both sides. So both of them know what they're going against.
Yeah, it's Kings has been very divey as of late. Actually most hybrids and escorts have been very divey as of late. It's just how the maps have been working out. So yeah, it's just a real question of what the DPS are going to run. Tracer has been very good on this map for a long time, so you'd be surprised if you don't see any of that. But Ashe, especially on defense, just put the Ashe in the window or on the ledge. It's one of the reasons why teams have run a Pharah into the offense. So that you can spam out the first ledge, then it pushes Ashe to the window, and then there's a really decent angle for the Pharah to peek around the hotel and come and just splash through the window and splash out second ledge. So it's been an interesting dynamic on Kings Row so far in this split, but the one thing that we've definitely seen is Winston and Ana.
Alrighty, I'm also curious to see whether you talked about the Kiriko Hex, but I am also very intrigued to see the Illari in play, if that is viable here. And the player cams are ready, so the players are ready as well. We are waiting for the dubstep button to press. What do you think about the Illari in this map here?
I think it can be really good on offense on last. Offense on last on a bunch of maps is really good for Ashes, Widows, where there's really no way to contest it unless your tank just super dives into the backline. But it's also still fine for Kiri to sit there. I think maybe on first point defense you can get an Illari, but the way the offenses rotate through the stairs, you're never going to have a great spot for the pylon. So I haven't seen it really work out well so far, but we haven't seen a ton of Kings when Illari's been in the mix. So I'm willing to give it a chance, but if Violet is running the Kiri, it makes me believe that Kiri is the optimal double flex to run on this map.
Alright, we'll see how it goes on the support selection as, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into Kings Row. Alright, Heesung, stop teasing us. I would be very amused and surprised if I see that coming. Remember, Nozzle from the Japanese region used to play that, and also the Hanzo, the Namakuchi brothers were I guess they were the big, I wouldn't say abusers, but they were big fans of that composition. But alas, this makes a lot more sense, except for the Hanzo.
If you got your Illari.
Oh.
You got your Illari on defense.
Yep. Yeah.
So Falcons is going to opt for that. Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Falcons on Kings. A decent pylon spot back in the hotel. It just matters like where you get bullied out of first, but defensive Pharah as well. So I really want to see the pylon spot if they're going to be on high ground, maybe in the window, or if it's going to be behind the hotel.
Right, I can't see the pylon. Oh, okay.
It's
It
behind
is
the
behind
hotel,
the hotel, yes. So Alfie, after seeing that Proper is on, the Pharah is going with the Echo, which you mentioned earlier today that because due to the just nature of her kit, Echo is just a lot better in the pure 1v1 against the Pharah.
It's easier to hit tri-shot and beams than it is to hit mid-air rockets.
Ooh, wait, Violet is actually following suit on that Illari war, and wins that 1v1. Violet saying, hey, I started the Illari, I am going to prove to you that I'm the better Illari here, and this is a great opening. Well, it was a great opening for their division until Smurf punished Violet for it, and now they're on more equal terms.
I mean, you got the Illari, but that pylon is still up, so really all you've taken is the spot healing down and choosing not to super hard engage.
Yeah, I mean, Heesung is in a kind of awkward spot. Yes, he does have the... Yeah, he did get a nano from Finn, but wait a second, this is there's so much going on off screen. I mean, Flora having a double kill, Smurf also taking some kills as well, but in the end, because of the spawn advantage, it favors the offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Smurf is just hanging out, waiting for someone to come back. There's really no big threats to him. Heesung is going to come up, and it's a nice juggle.
Yep, poor fielder. And I think, unless Proper or anyone else on Team Falcons decides to commit ultimates here, I think this is just going to be... Oh, wait a second. Yes, they do actually going to commit the ultimates here. The barrage is there to take out Heesung as well. And so, yes, Proper is punished by a cheeky headshot from Flora. But, yeah, I mean, good job. I thought ZETA Division almost had point A, and I was about to say, unless Team Falcons, like, commit really hard into their ultimates, it would be an easy cap. But they do commit the ultimates. They take the risk, and they get rewarded for it.
I mentioned on Blizzard World, Hybrid is sneaky. Minute 20 left, and no progress on the points. This duplicate has to get something going. It's just going to be used to get the pylon to half health while they lose both supports.
No, this is not going to work at all. Also, Heesung in a very awkward spot. Once again, he does boost to safety at the current moment, but he is so far away from his supports that he needs to get a health back. Oh wait, Flora makes an opening. That is a good headshot onto Smurf, but he is, Proper gets his revenge with the nanoed Tracer here. Proper also takes down Violet, so once again, this is going to be a stall, and a stall that ZETA Division might not able to be affording, because remember, Hex, this is only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left, not a ton to work with for ZETA. They're going to have to nano Heesung and just keep Violet alive long enough to get a Kitsune rush, but who is he really even going to be able to benefit from the Kitsune rush? Pyro's going to be in the sky, you have to land and maybe play ground fair or close to the Kitsune.
Gio with it good with the having somehow multiple members get the kill credit for team members, and I think that's just going to be it for the offense here on the side of ZETA. Yes, the Violet Kitsune was there, and a couple of kills taken from Team Falcons, but in the end, it is going to be the point that is going to be left unoccupied. Flora on that Tracer wants to touch, but a little bit too late.
They nanoed Alfie, they threw in everything that they could to try to dive the backline. It wasn't enough. Chio wasn't even in the backline. He was just getting to the other backline. Finally, some Captive Sun action works really well. And yeah, I mean, that was a great call by you to think, like, what about Illari on this map? And, you know, theory crafting it out. There is a great pylon spot on first, especially for defense. Offense, it's a little lacking. It depends where you are, but Captive Sun was brutal. And yeah, I mean, Violet was able to get some kills early on in Illari, but it doesn't matter if you can't kill the pylon. Like that's where a lot of teams end up setting up on Kings is behind that hotel because it allows you all the different vantage points you need. And then you've got your Ana up in the window to cover any other healing that might need to happen. So yeah, definitely a cool composition that works out. And Falcons now on the offense, we'll see what they want to run. But defensively, ZETA Division is going to run what they, had run previously on this map. They kind of got, they fell into trying to mirror comp Team Falcons, where the composition that they've done well on this map before is what they're running now.
This is the composition that you expected to be, and let's see if it works a little bit better because they need. Okay, full hold. Making a fuller hold against Team Falcons is going to be a very tall task, and going to require a lot of super plays from the side of ZETA Division. I'm actually more concerned about how ZETA Division played over there. It looked like Heesung was in a little bit of discord with the rest of his teammates. Like, yes, he did get that nano in front of that bookstore, but it was a little bit questionable, to say the least. But Proper on this Pharah, looking for some rocket shots. If he does manage to get a pick, even a single pick, that would have been a map-ending kill. But Violet is actually going to take off Happy. So probably it's going to be a soft reset for the side of Team Falcons here.
Yeah, not sure we're Happy. Happy's going to go over to the Widow, at least momentarily. Now down to the Cass.
Yeah, I think he's definitely more comfortable on the Cassidy. I guess, like, in a pick perspective, it might not have more value, but it's just personal proficiency at comfort at this point.
Well, they need to get in somehow. So usually you rotate on the stairs, and sometimes you get jumped on when you're on the stairs. Exactly. And you get jumped on, and now you can fan the hammer for whoever's jumping you.
Yeah, Heesung taken down.
I'm guessing that's what happened.
Yep.
I know we didn't see it, but yeah.
Okay, Flora taking down Happy, but still, they don't have a tank yet. And they also don't have a lot of progress to spare. Heals are very low. Oh, that was... Flora doing a lot of work for the side of the division, and things look very dire after Heesung was taken down. But, yeah. I think they might actually make it this round.
Yeah, they're fine there. And they actually, almost critically, did not give up a second point of progress. It was at 65.5, but it only stayed permanent at 66. So they're going to count it up again if they want to get up to that second tick. So, with 2 minutes left, you consider that 2 good fights and maybe half a bad one. But Team Falcons has been banking ults.
Yeah, they have the Pulse Bomb, they have the Primal, and they have the Nano, but Fielder is needed critically! That is going to be crucial, and this might be the match-defining moment of today! He had that Nano, he was probably planning to use it on Smurf and then wreaking havoc with that, but that good critical anti-need onto Fielder, that made all the difference here. Yes, Flora did make a good shot and a good bomb placement, but yeah, in the end, it was denying that nano from Team Falcons that was the most important part here.
His Violet headshot damage is ridiculous. Getting near another Kitsune. He's looking for his escape right now.
Yeah, Violet doing Violet things. Oh, Happy finally.
Good angle.
Yeah, having a good angle on Flora. Heesung is slept. Finn nanos him, and Violet taking down Proper. Heesung, after waking up, takes down Happy. ZETA Division is approaching the stage of the game where they actually might be able to fuller hold Team Falcons.
Oh, clutch Primal. Heesung was in a world of trouble.
Yeah, and Violet once again taking down Field at 22 seconds left. Hex. Team Falcons, the nerves are kicking in. Alpha taking down Chio. This Team Falcons has to do desperation touches here. Happy taking down Violet. This is a good sign for the side of Team Falcons, but remember, they need to touch 5 seconds. Smurf is going to be there.
Now. No one's got anything. LB's got a pulse bomb. Violet's going to be able to get back with teleport.
Alpha E, that pulse bomb goes wide. They still have time to wait for Violet to come back. And Violet is already back.
Yeah, he's back. It's fine. They don't need to get on it now. Here's the Nano.
Here is that Nano Winston looking for a target. The backline is going to be the target. Chio taking down. Violet is traded out, so this is still a 4v4 anyone's fight. Fielder is
Fielder's
approaching the Nano, but Smurf is taking down, so there's no going to be target. Fielder can't. Nano himself and ZETA Division. They do close it out. They do have a fuller hold. I am very so impressed with this defense here, Hex. Wow.
Absolutely phenomenal plays individually. I mean, can I just say, like, that is the composition they should have run on offense. I think there's 2 times where ZETA Division didn't look great tonight, and it's where they tried to play a comp. They tried to they outsmarted themselves, right? Just play what you're good at. Play what you've won maps with. Like it happened on Colosseo, where they tried to do the Zarya pick, and again, on paper, I get it. It makes sense strategically. It makes sense, but maybe cook it a little longer in the lab before you bring it out. And then here, where they tried to match the Illari instead of running the composition that they've done well on this map before. So even on the defense, when they're running the dive composition, which a lot of people would think like, oh, you don't run dive on defense. Not really the case, but you'd think maybe an Illari and a Brig is better on defense. No, they just run the Violet Kiri, which is so good. You saw all the off angles Violet was taking and just pumping it in, and they pull it off in the end. What a statement, what an arrival game for ZETA.
Yeah, and Violet picks up the player of the match, well deserved. I think it was a little bit of a contest between Alpha E and Violet. I mean, yes, once again, Violet does have his meme moments, but what makes him such a superstar is that despite those meme moments, he makes such clutch plays like he did. Even on King's Row on that defense, there was multiple times where he just got headshot after headshot, and maybe sometimes it didn't turn into kill credits. However, they put the opposition low enough for the rest of this team to follow up, and I don't know if they could have done it without Violet.
Oh, absolutely not. And there were times where, you know, because he's doing all that damage, like, you think about how one thing builds on the other. Yeah, the healing's there, but, you know, Kiri's also one of those healers you could fire and forget it. Violet's great on those fire and forget it heroes. Remember, kind of made his name on a very angry and aggressive Zenyatta play, right? So, like, he used to be frontlining Zenyatta for the San Francisco Shock and crushing it. So, he's great when he doesn't have to really worry about healing, and, you know, he's able to just kind of fire it off with Kiri, but then gets the damage on, and that damage he does allows him to build ults so quickly. We even see it on his Lucio play. But then he's dropping Kitsune Rush in the middle of the point, and what are you going to do? You jump into that team and you try to get it done, and you get nothing for it. And just, this is when I voted for Violet, was after this map, because yeah, there was a couple moments where it was weird, but overall, he's just hitting headshots and he's just getting kills. Like, the amount of actual damage Violet puts out is ridiculous, and that's what makes him the GOAT.
Yep, and I mean, there will be haters, there will be doubters of Violet, and...
Well, they're wrong.
Yep, I mean, sometimes they're not, but, well, and, like, this was an incredible performance from Violet, and we get to hear from it, so let's go on with the interview.
네, 오늘 준비된 마지막 경기 오버워치 생태계의 격변이 있을 예정입니다. 저 제타 디비전과
Yeah, this is going to shake up a lot of things as ZETA Division takes that win over Team Falcons. Congrats on your win.
자, 오늘 승리 너무너무 축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 바이올렛 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 자기소개 부탁드릴게요.
So, you got the play of the match. Can you introduce yourself?
맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
Well, I
네,
am
바이올렛 선수
the
반갑습니다.
main support
자,
for
오늘 정말 제타가
ZETA Division.
이라는 생각이 절로 들 만큼 엄청난 승리를 해내셨습니다. 지금까지 한 번도 팀 팔콘을 이긴 적이 없었는데 드디어 시원한
So,
승리를
this is the first time he actually won against Team Falcons. How do you feel after that victory?
연습 경기 할 때는 이기거나 반반 가거나 뭐 질 때도 있는데
I mean, it was weird before because during scrims, usually we would at least go on par with Team Falcons or even win against them, but we never had any luck on beating them on the stage. But now I'm finally relieved that we get to make that score right.
오늘 승리가 더 값지지 않나 싶습니다. 자, 1, 2, 4세트 가져오면서 완벽한 승리를 이뤄냈는데요. 오늘 좀 어떻게 준비했는지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
So, can we ask about the preparations on this match?
저희가 이제 투서피를 좀 많이 기용했는데 아무래도 그 전략이 좀 잘 먹힌
So
것
we were preparing a
네,
lot
맞습니다.
of
오늘
double flex
투서피로
support
정말
metas,
엄청난 활약을
and I
보여준
think that
바이올렛
kind
선수였죠.
of
그리고 또
worked out really
마지막
well.
세트 때 정말 저는 심장마비가 걸리는 줄 알았어요. 팀원분들도 마찬가지였을 것 같은데 어떤
Yeah,
소리가
that last
났나요?
map must have been
일단은
really
공격 때
bad for
저희가
the
좀
heart.
많이
How
한타가
did the
있었는데
comms go
아쉽게
during
져가지고
the last
저,
few minutes?
살짝 제가 멘탈에 나가긴 했었거든요. 근데 수비 때 다시 잘 막아보자.
I mean,
했는데
after that attack,
팀원들 전부 다 잘해줘가지고
clearly it didn't go well. I almost had a mental
네,
breakdown,
자, 한 선수
but
멘탈이
our
나가도
teammates
다른
kind
선수가
of communicated
잡아주면서
really
이렇게
well and thought
승리까지
that
올 수 있지
said
않았나
that we
싶습니다.
got this,
자, 그리고
and
또 사전
we did
인터뷰
get this in the end.
팀이 이제 막내 희성 선수에게 도발을 시전을 했었어요. 자, 큰 형으로서 참을 수 없죠.
And
한마디
remember in the
해주세요.
pre-match interview,
일단 명환이가
Team Falcons
아무래도
singled out
나이가 좀
Heesung.
많이 들어가지고
Do
젊은
you
희성이가
have
좀
anything to
더 낫지
comment about
않나?
that after the one?
많이 나은 것 같아요. 근데 이게 좀 셀프 디스긴 하는 게 스모프 선수랑 저랑 나이가 동갑이긴
Yeah, I
한데
mean,
어쨌든
guys,
네,
you're getting
좋은 게
old,
좋습니다.
so like
네, 역시
the
막내
inexperience is
사랑은,
kind of, you know,
막내 사랑을 막을 수는
not a
없었습니다.
fault when you're
자,
getting
오늘
old, but I
바이올렛
think I'm
선수
self-dissing myself because
일레아리,
I'm
루시,
getting old
키리코로,
myself as
서필,
well.
메인힐 이 두 가지 포지션을 넘나들면서 엄청난 활약을 보여주기도 했는데요. 오늘 경기 흐름 좀 마음에 들었나요?
So you're also
전반적으로 다
jumping between the main
만족했고,
support role and the flex support
콜로세오는
role.
좀더
How do you
다시
rate your
받아들여서
performance
해야 될 것
personally?
네, 자 그리고 또 궁금한 게 있었습니다.
I think it was okay, but I still
일리아리
have a long way
궁극기
to go.
이슈가 좀
So
있었는데
let's
세 번 정도
look at
제가
it.
막힌 걸로 알고 있거든요.
네.
어떻게 된 일이었나요?
we have to talk about your
이게
ultimates.
첫 번째
You
공은
fumbled
그
at
제가
least 3 of your
나무를
ultimates. Do you have anything to
보고
say about that?
나무 사이에서 일부러 쏠라 한 거거든요. 약간 상대가 예측하지 못하게 근데 막혀가지고
I mean,
살짝
actually, it
냄새가
was
나는데
calculated. I was
또 이제
trying to
그 후에
shoot
공들도
between
다
the
살짝
trees
뭔가
because I wanted to
암호를
fire it in a
잡고
position
뭐
where
또
they
벽에
wouldn't see it
쏘고
coming.
좀 많이
but,
그런
I
적이
mean,
있었는데 일단은
they
뭐
got
공은
fried.
사실 좀 그냥 거들 뿐 약간 좀 진영 붕괴
Yeah,
이런
and
정도고
who needs
이제
ultimates
일부러
when I
다
can just
마인드
follow up with
하긴
headshots?
했던
So
것
I
같아요.
just kind of like
네, 궁 없이
convinced
이겼을
myself
때가
I don't need
더
ultimates
짜릿한
anymore.
법이죠.
네.
자, 오늘 게임이 끝난 후에 팬미팅이 있다고 들었습니다. 오늘 팬분들 더 신나고 기쁘게 팬미팅 하실 수 있을 것 같은데요. 마지막으로 팬분들께 하고
you have a
싶은
fan
말
meet and
있을까요?
greet after this, but do you
지금
have
시간이
any
많이
words to say to your
늦었는데
fans?
저희 팬미팅 때문에 지금까지 기다려주신 팬분들 정말 감사드리고
Thank you
얼른
for staying
팬미팅
this late. It
했으면
is
좋겠어요.
really late in
감사합니다.
Korea, and I
네,
hope I
자
can show
이렇게
you
지금까지
better
바이올렛
performances so that you
선수와
can be
인터뷰
happy.
나눠봤습니다. 오늘 승리 다시 한번
And
축하드려요.
that's the interview. Oh my god, Violet's such a funny guy, man.
네, 이렇게 마지막까지 손에 땀을
I
쥐게
mean-
하는 경기.
I agree. If you just hit all your shots, why waste time with ultimate when shot do good? You know what I mean? Like it's just. I mean, as
Tree
much
shot
as
was
great as
calculated, he says.
well, hey, think about how cool it would have been if it worked. Think about that.
True.
What a crazy night. Violet is so much fun to watch. He's redefined the support role, at both main support and flex support. You know, it's just you can't say enough great things about him. I mean, what do you think about tonight? Is it, you know, aside from what we just saw, you know, anything else stand out to you as a surprise?
I mean, I think it was a great night overall with 3-1 Overwatches, but I mean, it had to be the last match that gave me so much excitement. I mean, my mic peaked over there because I just was yelling all over the place. However, I mean, still credit to the other two matches. Old Ocean, they stood a valiant effort, but HaeJeokDan, they were just showing that they had the better quality of the roster and also understanding of the meta here. Poker Face, showing Fnatic. So Fnatic should be, I think, now they're on 0-3 in the season. Yeah, they are currently 0-3 and
0-3.
-6 on the map differentials here. I think Fnatic should start to be concerned a little bit because they only have 7 matches overall throughout the season. They need to start making things work quickly, or they might. Now they have to worry about their playoff chances. But apart from that, I think the last match of the day, it was really important in the sense that ZETA Division, now we have to think that if we talk about who's going to be that team that is going to challenge Crazy Raccoon, it's probably going to be ZETA Division.
Yeah, I was hoping we weren't going to put the standing up because I was going to say something really dramatically, but there's only 3 teams with 2 wins. Crazy Raccoon, of course, ZETA Division, and Poker Face. Like, this Poker Face team has me really excited. I really am kind of rating them right now just based on if something happens where meta switch, they have the roster to absorb any sort of meta switch and versatility that needs to come in because they are fielding 8 players, because they've upgraded that roster at every single position. They are a team that I'm really high on, and also ZETA just continues to rise. We saw it coming. Having been in 3rd place and not going to the Dallas Major, lit a fire under this squad. They made some adjustments, and now they've been on the rise ever since. Falcons, man, back to the drawing board, because it's not just that they lost, right? Losing is bad. Colosseo looked good for them. That was fine, but there was some questionable play on Kings, maybe overlooking your opponent. They had fight setups where on paper, if you're just reading check marks at the top of the screen, they should win. They should have won a couple of those fights, and they didn't. They didn't win the fight afterwards, which was down to neutrals, and that's a team with the talent to win neutral fights. So they need to be a little bit concerned, because they did win OWCS Korea Stage 1. Then they lost Asia, and then they didn't look great, after that. They didn't win the major. This is a team that when they were first signed as Team Falcons, they were like the only org, and they were the top dog, and it wasn't even a question. And then you got Crazy Raccoon has clearly overtaken them. Now you just lost pretty badly to ZETA Division. I want to see them play Poker Face. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'm looking for yeah. I think maybe that already happened. I don't know, but this Falcons team it needs to go back to the drawing board and figure something out. And for ZETA, I think the lesson learned is play what you're good at. Scrim if you want. The other compositions, they look bad on Colosseo because they outthought themselves. When they looked bad on Kings Row, I thought they didn't play the comp that they wanted to play, that I expected them to play. And when they did, they looked good. So learned a lot today. I learned a lot in day 3 of OWCS Korea.
All right, for the record, Hex, your match, Poker Face versus Team Falcons, is going to be on week 3, the first day of week 3, so we got to hang in there. But, overall today, we had a lot of good Overwatch, and Hex, thank you for the amazing analysis today. This is all we have for today. And OWCS Korea will be back next week, but starting tomorrow, we have OWCS Japan coming up. In Asia, we have Overwatch every single day of the week, so... if you guys are interested in more Overwatch, go check Japan out. But for the time being, Hex, if you have any last words to say before we close.
Oh, always a great time. Thanks for having me.
Alrighty, and also thank you, chat, for having us. So this was Unknown at the commentary, and this was Hex at the analysis. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Have a good day wherever you are in the world, and also a good afternoon if it is afternoon over there. Have a good day, and we'll see you next week.